Okay. I don't know why that didn't show like that. Okay. We are live. We are live. Cool beans. Alright, cool. But yeah, long day. Oh my gosh. Can't wait to start this one. So, as you guys may or may not know, Rotten Mango, I think her name is, I keep forgetting her name. Starts with an S, I think. But she keeps posting a lot. And that's because she was sick before, but now she's not. So guess what? She's been posting a ton. I'm excited for it. Happy clappy. All right. So if you have all your knickknacks, snacks, patty whacks, and whatever, go ahead and get that ready. I should have already had mine ready. I just got a haircut, as you may see. Appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Shout out to me for a haircut, because I needed one terribly bad. Oh my gosh. Like you never knew. But it's been a long time being back on live, and I want to make this as consistent as possible, as much as possible. But I'm also in the process of moving. So with moving comes a lot, and I don't like moving. Like, it takes too much effort, and I don't want to exert that much effort. So I need to pay people to help me move and all the things and whatnot. So that's a whole. I'm literally moving 3,000 miles away. But the cool part about it is when I do get to my new humble abode, I'm gonna have a new stream setup. I'm gonna have PC situation. I'm gonna have it's gonna be a camera, and it's gonna be super high quality and everything. I can't wait for it. I have super high outlooks on how I want everything to be, because the quality gonna go up, the streams are gonna go up. I'm gonna probably be dual streams, all the things, right? And then I'm gonna start my gaming. So we're still gonna be doing our horror stories, Rotten Mango situations, but we're also gonna be gaming. So it's gonna go up. It's gonna go up, and I'm excited about it. But nonetheless, you guys came here for some Rotten Mango. So guess what? We're gonna check it out. Yeah. So without further ado.
Bada bing, bada boo.
There's a college in New York called Sarah Lawrence. It is one of...
Oh, yeah, by the way, the title of this is Dad Moves into Daughter's College Dorm and Starts a Cult on Campus. Is crazy. The title is what drew me in. I ain't gonna lie to you. The title is what drew me in, because anything occultic, ritual, that has an interesting... I don't know. It interests me, not in a way that I want to do it, but it's interesting as far as how it becomes, because having a cult, it could be really anything, and then being able to spark people's interest to be a ride or die for whatever they believe, the flying spaghetti monster. I don't know, but that's crazy.
Of the pricier institutions with an $80,000 a year tuition. Their biggest scandal the past few years has been a small fox had been discovered roaming around campus. Campus security sent out a school-wide email blast. Beware the tiny, cute, adorable fox. Usually, nothing spectacular happens on campus.
Clearly.
Until 2019, an email blast goes out to much of the college students at Sarah Lawrence. A majority of them get this email. When you open it up, it's just a link to a website. And it's very strange. The website name is the full name of another classmate of theirs. So imagine yourfullname.com. Weird. I mean, is she sending out her portfolio? Did she accidentally CC all of her classmates? They click the tiny little blue link and they get hit with, "Hi, My name is Claudia, and I'm an escort that poisons people to win her mother's love and approval.
Is Claudia the name of the website?
Yeah, the opening page is, I poison people, and I'm an escort. What the hell is going on? They click one of the tabs at the top, and Claudia, their classmate, her advertisement pops up. You can book experiences with me. Our relationship will be as unique as our interpersonal chemistry. My greatest turn on is to see my partner engaged, connected, thinking, and feeling on a magnitude greater than the norm.
This almost looked like Facebook when it first started. What? State, New York City. Mention, email. Is this what she's interested in? Oh, ages 25, 36, Caucasian. Dodged a bullet there, guys. Or is that because the height doesn't really make any sense unless if she only likes short guys. I don't know. Tranny, no. Smokes, no. So this is her. But then why does she have 25 to 36? I guess she just doesn't want people to know her age or something. Brunette, hair length, shoulders, hairstyle, straight, service, S and M. What is that? That's probably like that kink stuff. Implant, no. Kitty, partially shaved. Breast appearance, natural. It's gotta be breast size 32. Okay, so this is just like a escort profile Facebook picture or thing. That's wild.
A shared journey through experience that leaves us both in awe. Girlfriend services. At its core, what you are considering is the experience of naked desire and all that flows from it. I am an enthusiastically indulgent, naughty, and eager companion, eager to feel and be felt. I'm a very playful woman, blessed with the disposition to shine brightest in the depths of depravity. Dalliances include but are not limited to bondage, roleplay, and predicaments. Pricing. 1 hour, $1,500. 2 hours.
Why did it pause? Hello?
$2,000. 3 hours, $3,000. 4 hours, $4,000. 12 hours, $7,000. Okay, it's a little strange, but to each their own. It's just confusing why she sent this out to all of her classmates. Was she hoping to find clients on campus? I mean, most of her peers, they can't afford rates like this, let alone the fact that it would be kind of awkward booking with someone that they're going to run into class next day. But what was the part that she said about poisoning people? They click another link on their friend's page. There they see a full confession. Hi, my name is Claudia, and I would poison one of my closest friends, another student at Sarah Lawrence. I would poison Talia at least once a day and make sure her entire fridge was poisoned. I put mercury on her toothbrush. Wow. I began sleeping over in her room more and more frequently to accomplish this goal. I put arsenic and mercury in her underwear.
This is sent out from who, though? From her
Claudia.
email? Oh.
This is the most bizarre website that they had ever seen. I mean, one page is dedicated to advertising Claudia as a sex worker, and then the next page is her admitting to federal crimes. Like, what is going on? Also, why would she poison her close friend and roommate and classmate Talia? Was she jealous of Talia or something? But even then, it just doesn't sound like something Claudia would ever do. The classmates start freaking out as they're reading because it gets worse. Claudia mentions that she would even poison beverages at dorm parties. Meaning, who else on campus has she poisoned? Wait, there's a video. They click on it, and it's of Claudia sitting on bed. She's fully clothed, chewing a piece of gum, and she looks like she's about to fall asleep. There's a man's voice that can be heard. Please talk audibly, Claudia. It's Sunday, March 22nd, 11:20 p.m. I'm going to tell the truth because it's destroying me not to. Claudia admits to not only poisoning her close friend and classmate Talia Ray, but also Talia Ray's dad. Why would Claudia poison her friend's dad?
What's up, y'all? Appreciate y'all join in the stream.
I mean, truly, none of this is making any sense. She says on the video, I put it in your food, I put it on your back, I put it in your shoes, I put it on the handles where you would touch on the bed, I put it in the bathroom, I believe on your toothbrush, I put it on the keys of your laptop. My mom gave me the poison and she would bring it to me. She said that if people found out, if people believe you, we were going to go to jail. We needed to kill you. I didn't hear you. My mom told me to kill you.
It's Sunday, March 22nd, 11:20 p.m. I'm making a video statement to say that I never stopped poisoning Lawrence Ray, Talia Ray when she was in my proximity, Isabella Pollock, Felicia Rosario. Also, when they were there.
Start from the most current time backwards.
Most current time.
And first, are you making this by your own free will?
Yes.
Anybody pay you?
No.
Anybody threaten you?
No.
Anybody coerce you?
No.
Okay.
She looked like she's like accepted death at this point. Hey, what up? What up, player? Yeah, we in here.
And you said you want to make this because of what?
Because I just want to make it. I just want to talk about it and tell the truth.
Why?
Because it's destroying me not to.
The man on the other end holding the camera is Lawrence Ray, Talia Ray's dad. So this is Claudia's friend's dad.
It would take everything in my being not to strangle her. You killed my baby girl? Oh my gosh, yo. Woo.
But also her cult leader. This is the case of Lawrence.
What? Yo, rewind that. I'm floored right now. Like, we're not even 6 minutes in this mug. What? That don't even make sense.
And you said you want to make this because of what?
Because I just want to make it. I just want to talk about it and tell the truth.
Why?
Because it's destroying me not to.
The man on the other end holding the camera is Lawrence Ray, Talia Ray's dad. So this is Claudia's.
For those that don't know, that just hopped in, so the girl that you saw, that's the bald guy's daughter, she got poisoned by the chick in the video because her mom told her to. But
friend's dad, but also her cult leader. This is
the cult leader. It says dad moves into daughter's college dorm and starts a cult on campus. Bro, what? I don't even know how to explain that. Like,
is the case of Lawrence Ray, the man that starts a cult on a college campus, brainwashes his own daughter's friends, turns them into sexual slaves, and starts a multi-million-dollar high-end sex trafficking ring with high-profile clientele in New York City.
And they send out email blasts?
Yes.
take a deep breath. Oh my goodness. What? I can't even fathom, like, oh yeah, my dad just decided to form a cult ring in my college and multi-million-dollar sex cult ring. Like, what? Why is it in all cults it has like something to do with like orgies, like weird sex stuff? Like, it's always some bullcrap like that. I kid you not. You can look up it. Like, I've looked up a lot of cults and like ritualistic type things, and it's technically formatted standard all the same. They just like have a different way or a different perspective of thinking besides that. That is crazy.
To why?
We're gonna get into it.
I got hit with a ton of bricks, y'all. I'm not sure how to feel about this particularly because I feel like we gonna be in for something crazy. These cult ones go wild.
To thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Sanctuary for Families. They are New York's leading NGO for survivors of domestic violence, sex trafficking, and related forms of gender violence. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. We would also like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. Before we get started, today's case does include brief mentions of SA involving adults as well as CSA involving children. There are also themes of self-exit, DV, and gender sexuality-based violence. I would also like to thank Daniel Levin. He's one of the survivors involved in this case who authored a memoir titled Slonim Woods 9.
Whoa.
I came across this memoir during our research and I read it from front to back and then I combed through it all over again. And we do reference a lot of the details, but of course we couldn't include everything, nor would it do the memoir justice. So please pick up a copy of his book. There is no closer deep dive than this memoir. It's also a fantastic resource and deserves all of its praise. Daniel writes so candidly, and I think it's a really important read that can help people understand how these types of cases happen, because at face value, it feels so
You can tell in somebody's eyes, like, if they've really been through something, like, for real been through something. It looked like this man just got stripped of, like, something he can't get back. That's what his eyes look like.
unbelievable. Lastly, there are many different opinions, discussions, doubts regarding victimhood versus culpability for two young women involved in the case, Isabella Pollock and Talia Ray. I want to be explicitly clear that we are only here to retell events as they happened, and we did our best to present them in a way that is neutral and unbiased. So with that being said, let's get started. Lawrence Ray is friends with the mayor of New York City. He's buddies with the last leader of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev. I mean, at the time, arguably, he was one of the most powerful people in the entire world. Larry Ray's got status.
The co-leader
Yeah,
knows all these people?
he actually knows all these people. And if Larry Ray's college daughter is
That's because they're all linked to like the same bull crap. Like if you know that one weirdo knows all these other people and they happen to be like rich, famous, got types of power, like control and power, guaranteed they either got introduced through them or they all do the same thing. It don't matter.
having a birthday party, it's not going to be in some frat boy house with cold pizza boxes laying around. He is going to host his precious girl's birthday dinner at the most upscale steak restaurant, the ones that don't even come with steak sauce on the side, because Talia is daddy's little girl. He would do anything for her. He's going to invite all of her roommates from Sarah Lawrence to join them. The whole dinner's going to be on him. The whole dinner is perfectly set up. Birthday girl Talia is going to get a wad of cash to go purchase the best outfit to eat caviar in, probably from Bergdorf's. Her best friend Isabella is going to be right by her side, and all of her roommates are going to come and celebrate. Daniel, Talia's friend, walks into the restaurant and suddenly his back is straight. Because it's just that kind of atmosphere. You feel like you can't slouch. He's nervously walking his way to the table, and even the air smells expensive. It doesn't just smell like steak, it smells like money, with a light hint of cigars. If it wasn't for Larry Ray throwing this party for his daughter, the closest most of these kids would be stepping into an establishment like this was, at the time, probably working in one. There's waiters rushing around in suits that are more expensive than what any of these college students can afford to wear on their most important event. Daniel rushes to take a seat because he's the last one to arrive, and he looks around. It's a small group of mainly just the roommates and Talia's dad, Larry Ray. And the only non-college student there at the table is the dad. Pick a wine from the list, will you?
That's weird. That's weird. But usually, the more upscale restaurants you go to, the less amount of seasoning they use. I don't understand it. They'd be like 2 crumbs of salt and then 1 pinch of pepper. It'd be like $300.
Daniel? Me? There were no prizes on that wine list. Daniel just points to a random wine. He knows nothing about wine. He doesn't even know how much it cost. And the whole thing feels exciting. With Larry there, it feels like they're getting some sort of the best treatment that the restaurant has. They barely wait for extra truffle butter. It just magically appears on the table. Normally, the roommates are, even though they're really close friends, they're a little bit awkward. So just the way that Larry is able to flow the conversation so that everybody feels included, it's the perfect night. Talia, sweetie, what do you want for your birthday? I guess I wish for everyone to be happy. This is what I always wish for. All of you guys have been through so much. Isabella, my best friend, has been through such hard times, but we're all together now. And I want the world to be fixed. I want everyone in the world to be better, to be happy. And I want more people to think clearly and look at the world logically and find clarity. Larry's got tears in his eyes and Daniel's smiling. And then he freezes. Because under the table, Daniel feels someone.
To get started in data analytics, you don't need
They bugging. They put that ad there on purpose.
leg against his, slowly up and down his leg. It's feeling natural.
With someone's rubbing Daniel's leg?
Yeah, playing
With their
footsie with
hand?
him. No, with their leg, just seductively running it up and down his leg. His
Their
eyes,
feet?
Yeah, his eyes shoot up in the direction that it's coming from. It's Isabella, Talia's best friend. She holds his eye contact, giving him this long stare, and then she slowly stands up, not breaking eye contact. Excuse me, I'm gonna use the restroom. Daniel is confused, but he thinks he gets the message, right? She wants him to follow her to the restroom. He gets up from his seat, and as nonchalantly as possible, he tries to excuse himself as well. Same. But the whole thing is a little weird. He couldn't wait. Both of them had to use the restroom at the same time. I mean, he can feel everyone staring at him. What does this even mean? He nervously approaches the restroom, and there Isabella is just standing, leaned up against the wall. She doesn't even say a word. She walks towards the restroom, the private restroom, pushes it open, and motions for him to get in. After a while, they both leave the restroom, straighten out their clothes, and start making their way back to the table. I don't know exactly how much time has passed, but it is enough for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't do acts like that and then leave at the same time, then show up at the same time, and if it's past the 10-minute mark, people are like,
everyone to know what they did. It's not that hard to put two and two together. They're even walking back together. They look kind of disoriented. I mean, what's their excuse? Is anybody going to say anything? How long were they gone? They look down and there's finished dessert plates sitting around, so they'd been gone for a while.
Wait, the whole meal is done?
Yeah, pretty much.
Wait, so they didn't eat the...
that's longer than 10 minutes, brother. They was in there pumping like rabbits, yo. Yeah. I'd be more upset that all the food gone. To be honest.
the food?
I think they ate a little and then they left.
Oh.
And the whole meal is done. But as they're taking their seats, nobody says anything. Nobody asks. Nobody comments. Isabella just plops back down in between Talia and Larry Ray. And she seems so totally at ease. But Daniel, he's shifting uncomfortably in his seat. The whole thing is awkward, considering Isabella is Talia, the birthday girl's best friend. And this is her very expensive birthday dinner. But Isabella is also the
Yo, what's up, D. Miller and Emma? Howdy doody.
birthday girl's potential new stepmom. She's Larry Ray's newest wife. Quote.
Wait,
The
what?
girl who just went...
Oh, yeah, they freaky. What? They probably got locked in there and talked about their feelings while someone opened the door for them. Exactly. Yep, they're playing patty cake and everything else. But what she just said just a second ago is wild.
Left.
Oh.
And the whole meal is done. But as they're taking their seats, nobody says anything. Nobody asks. Nobody comments. Isabella just plops back down in between Talia and Larry Ray. And she seems so totally at ease. But Daniel, he's shifting uncomfortably in his seat. The whole thing is awkward, considering Isabella is Talia, the birthday girl's best friend. And this is her very expensive birthday dinner. But Isabella is also the birthday girl's potential new stepmom. She's Larry Ray's newest wife. Quote.
The girl who just went to the restroom with Daniel is actually...
Talia Ray's best friend. She's a college student.
Uh-huh.
But now she's dating Talia's dad.
Uh-huh.
She's
But
dating
she
her best
just-
friend's dad.
Right. but she just went to the restroom with a
Daniel.
different boy,
Yes, while Larry Ray is just sitting there.
knowing damn well what just happened.
Yeah, he's staring at Daniel across the table, and it looks like he knows what happened in the restrooms, but it also looks like he likes it.
See, look. And that's not even just, well, it is. If you know about Masons, they do the same thing. They'll share their wife, girlfriend, whoever they're with people in their circle. And that is completely normal. Which is, hey, do what you do, but that's some wild stuff. I could never do such a thing. That is crazy. And then for those that weren't in here in the beginning, it was told that at having the birthday, her biological mom told her to poison that girl. Whole full circle moment.
Daniel's nearly choking on his coffee at this point. I mean, the whole coffee meeting with Larry Ray has felt like a fever dream. The two of them are sitting in this jam-packed coffee shop in New York City. Baristas are screaming people's names. The coffee grinder is going off, just whirring every 2 seconds. And Larry Ray, bald, 50-year-old Larry Ray, is asking Daniel in public, in front of everyone, tell me what you're working with, and I'll tell you whether it's small or not. Larry's got his hands in front of him and he's moving them towards each other and then away from each other, raising his eyebrows. It's just so uncomfortable. He's asking Daniel how long his private part is. What? I mean, this can't be real life right now, right? This whole coffee meeting feels like something that you see in a badly written sitcom. I mean, ever since they got there, Larry's been ordering Daniel around. Danny this, Danny that. Danny, grab the coffees, won't you? Danny, get some half and half for me. Daniel hates when people call him Danny. But for some reason, when Larry demands something of him, he just gets up, autopilot mode, grabs the coffees, grabs the half and half, and right now, he's staring into Larry Ray's eyes, which is kind of unsettling because Larry's eye whites are impossibly white. When he gets excited or mad, his whole face turns red, and then his eye whites are just shining, almost glow in the dark. Daniel finally gives in, leans in, and tries to quietly tell him the size. Larry does not return the favor and whisper. Instead, he's just letting his voice boom through the whole cafe. Dan, that's normal. Not a problem at all. What matters most is how you use it. What about Isabella? You ever slept with her? Oh, what? No, never. Why not? She was around all the time, wasn't she? You think she's good looking, don't you?
Wait, didn't Daniel sleep with, was it Isabella?
Yeah, so this is before.
Oh, this is prior to the meal.
This is like his first time meeting Larry Ray, really. His first time having a conversation with Larry Ray.
Got it.
And it's the whole thing is weird. It's like a staring contest. Larry might as well take out his eyeballs and dangle them in front of privates. You just need to relax. Trust me. I'm professionally trained to evaluate people, to walk around inside of their minds. That's super easy for me, you know? I want to use that to help you, okay? Would you like that? Something in Daniel does kind of want help just because it sounds so easy. Larry would come into his mind, fix all of his problems. I mean, why wouldn't you say yes, right? It would just make your life easier. It'd be so quick for all these big, complicated...
How old is she? They're all in college, so I could only guess from 18 to like 24. I'm guessing they're probably a sophomore-ish. So probably 19 or 20.
feelings to just disappear. Yeah, okay. Good. Now let's get out of here. Daniel looks up. The entire coffee shop is closing up. They had been there for almost 6 hours. They walk out onto the dark street and the air feels chilly, and right there, parked on the street, is a full-sized limousine, the long ones. Come on, get in. Daniel hesitates. He ducks his head to peer inside the limo, and inside, 4 of his roommates are sitting there and giggling. Had they been waiting for 6 hours for them to be done in the coffee shop? They stop mid-sentence. They look at the guy. Well, how did it go? It went really, really well. The roommates in the limo, they're glancing at each.
They look like they're all, it sounds like they're all already into it. Like they're all with it. They're just recruiting like one person at a time or something. That's why it didn't seem like, that's why nobody reacted when they got to the table, because everybody knew what it was besides him.
each other. It's like they know something Daniel doesn't know. Like he just joined a secret little club just now with this coffee date. Larry urges him to get in the back. Now, what do you guys all say? Shall we get some dinner? I mean, who can say no to coffee? Who can say no to a limo ride? And who can say no to a dinner with friends? This would be the start of the Sarah Lawrence College cult that operates under the radar, even on campus, and stays active for 10 years. Videos would be uncovered, and one of them is of Daniel standing in front of Larry. His body language looks completely detached. He's just standing there in his red shirt, staring blankly at Larry, who's standing out of view of the camera. Now, Dan, you're trying to pull back now, aren't you? Yeah, yeah. He nervously shoves his hands in his pockets. He's a full-grown college student, but his body language is like a child being scorned by an abusive parent or something. Larry grabs a steel wrench and uses the blunt side of it to wrap around Daniel's neck and yanks him towards his face. They are now standing, faces just inches apart from each other. Larry, please, I'm being honest. Give me your tongue. Stick it out. Stick your tongue out. In the back, you can hear a girl giggling.
Give me your tongue. Stick it out. Stick your fucking tongue out.
Larry takes a wrench, squeezes it shut on Daniel's tongue, and starts pulling him closer to him. His whole body language is flinching. His shoulders are up. He's just trying to follow the wrench to avoid more pulling on his tongue. But Larry notices, and as punishment, he starts pulling the wrench up, forcing Daniel to get on his tippy toes unless he wants his tongue ripped apart. And in this very calm, menacing voice, Larry threatens Daniel. Next, it's going to be the head of your cock. Do you understand?
Next is going to be the head of your cock.
See this? How it feels? What if I pick you up like that by your privates? I'm gonna pick you up by your tongue. You think I'm playing with you right now? You're a grown man. I'm a grown man.
Larry right now is torturing Daniel.
And this is really all.
I was not prepared for these things, right? There's a lot to digest. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'd been gone a long time ago, bro. At the meal, at the dinner table, I'm like, time to head out.
All it took. He's so good at getting into people's minds. He ends up it's yes to a coffee date, yes to a limo ride, yes to a dinner, and then suddenly he is in full control of all these people, to the point where he can do whatever he wants with them. He lets go of Daniel's tongue, but slams a mallet straight into his stomach. He briefly yelps out in pain before very quickly, almost too quickly, he straightens out his back. Yes, I hear you. Larry holds his face right up to his. Listen to me. Don't fuck around. Tell the truth. Next thing getting split is your dick and balls. Now apologize to everybody right now. Just like in the limo, Daniel turns and his college roommates are sitting there watching and waiting for a response. And by this point, it would be too late for Daniel. Because once Larry has you, there is almost no escape. You know those people that make one thing their entire personality? Listen, I'm not judging them, but Talia's Ray thing is kind of a mood killer. It's kind of a party killer. It doesn't matter who she's with, where she is. It would be in the middle of a frat party and they're playing beer pong. There's couples making out, rubbing up on each other in the corner of the room, and Talia would be half screaming over the music, "My dad's a truth teller." He's been silenced by a group of powerful, vindictive men. He's been sent to prison for his heroic efforts to save me and my youngest sister from an abusive mother, and his incarceration is the result of a deep-seated government corruption. Everyone in the circle is staring at her frozen, mouths open. They're holding up a beer. What is going on right now? This is so strange. Like, read the room. Talia did not. She would keep going. My dad used to do push-ups with me sitting on his back, and I would come into the room whenever he was having these meetings, and it didn't matter who it was with or what he was doing. Honey boy, that's what I call my dad, would let me come on his back whenever I wanted. I would ask him to do push-ups while I sat on him, and he would do it. One of those friends at a party said about Talia, pretty much the first thing and only thing she ever talked about, whenever it was her turn to talk, is my dad this, my dad that. Even at parties where we're just trying to have fun. Like, that's when it started to get weird. Listening to Talia talk about her dad would evoke two very strong feelings. Either, am I high right now? Or do I need to be high to listen to this? Right. That's it. Otherwise, if you try to listen to her completely sober, you would need to grab a journal, a pen, because there's so many people, so many timelines, so much going on in the very complicated, twisty life that is Lawrence Ray. aka Talia's daddy.
Is she like idolizing the dad? Is she just...
It's crazy. She's obsessed, idolizing. Lawrence Ray, Larry Ray, that's what the Marines would call him, Larry. He was very important as a Marine during his time. He worked hand in hand with the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. You've never heard of the DIA? It's an intelligence agency. It's kind of like the CIA, but it's for the military. Yeah. Anyway, he was friends with some of the highest ranking generals in the Marines. Do you even know the ranking system? Let me break it down. The highest rank in the Marines is a general. From there are tiers to this, the highest of the high being a 4-star general. Do you know how hard it is to achieve? There have only been 75 4-star generals in the history of the Marines. In the history. There can only be 60 generals in the Marines at any given time. Larry was friends with the most of the powerful generals, one of them being a 3-star general in the Marines that asked him to help with him in missions down in Cuba. But after the Marines is when he joins a different type of boys club, Wall Street. So everybody needs to listen up. He starts working as a consultant on Wall Street, not just hanging out, but advising incredibly influential, powerful military buddies, politicians, business owners. He would host these political fundraisers, sometimes for big names like Patrick Kennedy, which really kickstarted his political journey. Yeah, Larry Ray was friends with Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City and also a former Trump associate, friends with the New York Police Commissioner, Bernie Kerik, and perhaps the biggest fish Larry knew was Gorbachev, the last leader of the Soviet Union. Arguably, like I said, one of the most politically powerfully connected people of all time.
That's coming from the daughter?
Yeah, and it's actually true.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's calling him Larry Ray?
She calls him a mixture of dad, daddy, honey boy, and Larry Ray. Yeah, so like these are the types of stories that she would tell in the dorm rooms.
And he was friends with...
Pet, like, having your daughter have, like, pet names is kind of wild as a adult.
With all the generals as well?
Yeah, he was.
Are we going to find out how?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just unhinged. Because, I mean, Larry helped end the Kosovo War. Apparently, he helped negotiate it, which resulted in NATO, sending him a letter personally thanking him for his contributions. Like, how insane is that? The roommates would just be standing in the kitchen in their pajamas. Their eyes are still adjusting to the light. They just woke up. They're so hungover from last night's party. Wait, Talia, I was just trying to grab a bottle of water.
Right.
I was just asking if you wanted one. Oh, no thanks. Have you heard of the Gambino crime family? My dad was an FBI informant for... It would just never end. She was like a motion sensor camera. If she saw you in her path, in her line of sight, and God forbid you make eye contact with her, she's going to open her mouth in slow motion, and you would just know either you better come up with a crazy excuse to get out of there, or you're going to be sitting there listening to the very long...
There'd be no way in life where somebody's just going to catch me in the crossfire of them talking my head off. No way. Be like, look, a deer, bro. I'd be out of there.
Very complicated life story of a middle-aged bald man, Talia's dad. So where is he? Does he visit? Oh, he's in prison. So how the hell does this man who works with the DIA, the CIA, the FBI, all the 3-letter acronyms, how the hell does he end up in prison? If you were to ever ask a question like that, you better sit down because it's going to take another few hours. Well, the story starts once upon a time with a man named Bernie Kerik, the police commissioner of New York City at the time. He was the police commissioner when 9/11, the tragedy, happened. He was also best friends with Larry Ray. Well, long story short, let's just say Bernie opened up a bit too much, and Larry knew a tad bit more than he was supposed to about 9/11, things that the public should not be privy to. And unlike Bernie, Larry wasn't going to stand for that because he's a what? A truth teller. Exactly. Unfortunately, that put a giant target on his back. Powerful people, I'm talking degrees of power that we can't even fathom possessing, were after Larry. Bernie Kerik, Rudy Giuliani's reputation in his life by going after the ones that meant the most to him, his 2 daughters. They made sure that Larry lost custody. They made sure that the girl's abusive mother, Teresa, had custody. And when Larry broke that custody agreement by going to see Tehe, they threw him in prison. Which is smart, because now when he comes out of prison, whatever he says is just going to be, do you hear this guy? He sounds like a butthurt felon, a conspiracy theorist against the system because it didn't work out for him. I guess you could call it a very bad situation of a whistleblower case. 30 minutes from Times Square, there's this bubble. You step inside, and it's like being transported into this cute little whimsical village. It's Rosewood from Pretty Little Liars. That's what it feels like. It's its own little world. That's the Sarah Lawrence College bubble. The students in attendance there would say, and this is according to them, most of the students there are maybe the kids that were outcast in high school, the nerdy ones, or the artsy types. In Slanham Woods 9, an on-campus townhome, there are 8 students living in the 8-bedroom building. The 8 roommates are Talia Ray, aka Larry Ray's daughter, the one who can't stop foaming at the mouth to talk about her dad.
You say 8 bedroom?
Yeah.
Also, there's one dorm room with 8 bedrooms. Okay.
Yes. I mean, honestly, aside from Talia's slightly unsettling obsession with her dad, Talia's pretty normal. She's very pretty. She's brunette, got these big doll-looking eyes. She's probably the most unique out of her roommates. The other 7, they're really busy during sophomore year trying to find themselves. Talia Ray already found herself. She already knew what she was going to do with her life. She was going to go to law school and help whistleblowers like her dad. That was her whole life mission. It's since day one. She was a little bit intense at times, but you have to admire her drive. Then you have Talia's best friend, Isabella. She is the complete opposite of Talia. She's not close with anybody else in the house except Talia. She's super shy. I mean, that's one way to put it. One roommate would put it this way. She's a social recluse. I mean, she hides a lot. She hides in her room. She hides with her hand. She always hides behind her hair that's hanging in front of her face. She really only had one friend. Talia. That's it. So we have daddy's little girl, Talia, super shy Isabella, and then Santos. Santos is Talia's boyfriend. Everyone describes him as being the puppy of the friend group. Everyone who knew him said he really just kind of behaved like a puppy. If he was happy, you would see it. If he was sad, you would see it on his face. There was almost an innocence to Santos. And like a puppy, he would kind of just trail after Talia. Whatever she's doing, Santos is doing. So we got daddy's little girl, Talia, super shy Isabella, sweet Santos, and now Claudia. Claudia is like the one from the beginning of the story. She is a true artist of the friend group. Her room is probably the messiest. She has a very chaotic way of thinking, which can sometimes be overwhelming, but other times she just has these creative moments where crazy things happen. And just like every good artist, she always looks like she's going through it. She looks like a tortured soul, in a sense. Daddy's girl Talia, super shy Isabella, sweet Santos, artist Claudia, and then Daniel. This is one of the key people in today's episode, but also the author who wrote the...
I just ordered a burger and milkshake with fries. Thank you.
memoir that was an invaluable source for today's episode, so keep that in mind. He's also in Slanham Woods, and so is his girlfriend, Raven. Raven is kind of the unofficial 9th resident. She does not have her own room, but she's always in Daniel's room, so practically she's living there at one point. That makes 5 roommates. There's still 3 more. Gabe, Max, and Juliana. They are not the focal point of today's episode because they'll eventually break away from this group, all because of one question. This is what triggers all of this. This is what starts it all. Guys, do you guys mind if my dad stays with us for a few nights? He's getting out of prison finally, and he needs a place to crash before he finds his own. The 7 roommates and an unofficial roommate, Raven, they're all kind of staring at Talia. Yeah, sure. I mean, it's just a few days until he can find his own place. What could possibly go wrong?
Popeye's order? Hey, that's lit. See, it's going to be one day. It's going to be like hundreds of people in the stream. It's like, all right, everybody, let's order food. And it's going to be dope. You got Popeyes on the way. What'd you order? What kind of... Did you get a spicy chicken sandwich? Come on. Yeah.
Is the dorm like a house or
a townhome? Townhouse, yeah.
And there's 8 different rooms in this house?
It's kind of crazy. It's on campus, the edge of campus.
Forgot one thing.
I
forgot my drink, my Diet Dr. Kelp. Hopefully I have time to order. I do. Okay, that's good, because I needed to order some Swervo. A drank. There you go.
To my Stitch Fix stylist. I send her a brief description of what I want. I give her my size, my budget, and then she sends me 5 clothing pieces that were handpicked just for me, and she'll give me professional styling tips on how to wear the clothes. I try them on, I keep what I like, and I send back the rest. It is so easy. I don't even have to leave the house. It saves so much time, and honestly, it just makes you feel more confident because my stylist will recommend clothes and colors that I never thought to try, but when I do, they look amazing and they just fit my body really well. Some of my staple wardrobe pieces were sent to me by Stitch Fix, like this top. I mean, I know that I love off-shoulder tops, but the ruffles and then the way that it's kind of, I'm not smocked, is that how you call it, describe it? I didn't know if it was gonna work for me, but I love it and it's so comfortable and it makes me feel a lot more confident. I recommend Stitch Fix if you're looking to try something new, but you don't know where to start. Shipping, returns, and exchanges are always free, so you have nothing to lose. Style that makes you feel as good as you look. Get started today at stitchfix.com/rotten and get $20 off your first fix. That's stitchfix.com/rotten. Stitchfix.com/rotten for $20 off. Stitchfix.com/rotten. Must redeem within 7 days of sign up.
You said drumsticks with mashed potatoes? Okay. How many See, I'm not a drumstick guy, but I understand. I'm more of, I gotta have wings. I gotta have the wings or the thigh. Wings or thighs.
Now, the greatest day of Talia's life arrives. This is the one that she's been waiting for the past 2 years of college. I mean, it's a pretty uneventful day for everybody else at Slanham Woods. The door to Slanham Woods 9, the townhouse, slams open. Talia screams, jumps up, starts booking it towards the door, and then she's jumping almost in midair into her dad's arms. 50-year-old Larry Ray is not what everyone was expecting. I don't know, you hear Marines parachuting, doing missions. He sounds like James Bond, so you're expecting James Bond. But he looks like a dad. He's on the shorter side. I mean, I guess more so average height. His head is very cleanly shaven, like a boiled egg. It was practically sparkling in the sun, like somebody greased it. His neck was almost as thick as his head. His little chest hairs are sticking out of his polo shirt. The way that he wears his shirt, it's tight in all the places that make his, quote, pudgy frame look intimidating. And even though he's short, he's the type of man that makes you feel like you're looking up at him when you talk to him, even though you're looking down. He has this really strange presence. He honestly looks like he could have been part of the mob. Especially now. He's standing there holding his daughter in his arms, and there's 2 people standing behind him. One is an Asian man wearing a pinstripe suit with a ponytail that comes down to his back. And the other is a young, quote, tan, sharp-edged man that Larry introduces as a Marine. Now, each one of these 3 men, they shake hands with every single roommate. It felt very adult and massively out of place at Sarah Lawrence. Hello, nice to meet you. We've heard such great things about you, Mr. Ray.
How old are the
Too
2
much about
men, the
you.
Asian man and the other man?
The other man, the Marine, is about the same age as the college student.
You said you would order the wings, but the place was near me, has tiny chicken pieces. I've been to other Popeyes and chicken size does change by area. My drumsticks will probably be the same size of the wing. That's tragic because downstairs across the street there's a restaurant called Twisted Fork. They got big old drumsticks and wings. They be on point. Thick wings.
It's 20?
You get your money's worth. That's a fact. I don't like when they only give me like 1 ranch. I'm like, I need this many, 3 of them.
The Asian man is like in his 50s as well.
Okay.
Yeah, very strange. Everybody's upbeat and polite except Isabella, who is just standing off to the side. There is never any emotion on her face, which is nothing new for her. She usually has the type of expression that doesn't particularly welcome people to start a conversation with her. But Larry doesn't care. He immediately swings his arm around Isabella, almost startling her. Thank you for being a friend at all when she needed you. He looks at the rest of the group and smiles. Now let's make you some real food. That night, they would eat steak for dinner, freshly grilled filet mignon, courtesy of Larry Ray. The first few weeks of Larry Ray in the house, Talia's dad, was honestly nice. I mean, despite the fact that everyone was under the impression that he was just going to stay there until he found his own place, which, I don't know, would probably take like a week or two max. If you ignore all of that, it was kind of nice having him in the house. There was always food. Nobody was hungry. He would put on one of Talia's pink frilly aprons to do the dishes. The whole place was always super.
I would have already caught on and be like, so when are you leaving? You know what I'm saying? We're only like 18, 19 years old. You pushing 60. You low-key hanging out with kids, yo. I don't mind stepping on my own, but I'm just saying it's weird that you still here. Appreciate the food, though.
Super clean when Larry was around. I mean, this is super nice change. This is a group of kids that wanted to buy these. This is a real idea they had before Larry Ray came. They wanted to buy bags of sand, pour them into the kitchen floor, and turn it into a beach.
What?
Yeah, so
I've never heard that before.
it was a lot cleaner. It was pleasant. Kind of felt like home. Not in the cheesy way, not like, oh, daddy's home, it feels like home. But you would walk into the building and there would be smell of fresh cooked vegetables baked in the oven, asparagus and steak. There'd be music playing. And unlike most dorm setups where you go in and you're like, oh, someone's eating steak, that smells so good. You'd walk into the kitchen and Larry, this former Marine, has this cute little pink apron on. Come, sit, did you eat? Eat with us, come on. It's like a little family, and then you sit down and you just get dinner. You get dinner and a story, actually. While they ate, he would tell them stories about his work as an international CIA operative and how he recovered.
That's already a red flag. Because already, that young age, I was already in the mix of like knowing like the government stuff. I was deep in it. I was deep. Especially at that age, boy, I'd have been like, this dude is doing a psyop. He is trying to get us to like him, but he's a weirdo.
Stinger missiles off the black market and engineered the ceasefire in the Kosovo War. I mean, it's so nice. It does take a little bit of a getting used to that Talia calls her dad honey boy and he calls her honey girl, but it's kind of cute after a while, right?
No.
Now, Daniel comes home late one night. And the minute he steps into the townhome, he spots the white styrofoam containers that are stacked up in the kitchen. Ever since Larry got here, they always have an endless supply of lasagna and Italian takeout. And as he's walking in, Santos and a few of the other roommates are standing around looking very concerned. Their arms are crossed, they're almost whispering, but when they see Daniel, they kind of hush. Like they can't talk about whatever it is in front of him. Santos turns to Daniel. It's about Isabella. Sorry, we can't really talk about it, but she's having a really hard time and Larry is helping her. Mm-hmm. Daniel glances at his watch. It's almost midnight. And he saw Larry go into Isabella's room before he left, which is at the beginning of the day. He's been in there, what, like 16 hours? Larry would stay there the rest of the night. The next day, some of the roommates would walk by Talia's room. The door would be wide open. They would peek their heads in, and inside, Larry and Isabella are sitting on Talia's bed. And Larry would just softly stroke Isabella's hair. And he's whispering in her ear, almost in like a hypnotic pacing, over and over.
See? Got her in a trance. Oh, I'm going to hit you in the throat.
Shh. Nobody's going to hurt my baby girl. Nobody's going to hurt my baby girl. This is his daughter's best friend.
What?
Larry naturally becomes the closest to Isabella because this is Talia's best friend and Santos, Talia's boyfriend. Isabella loves being around Larry. I'm just going to say it like that. Isabella had never seen anyone buy that many groceries before, ever, in her entire life. She grew up on food stamps where you have to watch every single item that you get. She had to stand there in aisles staring at snacks that she can't buy while her mom is crunching the numbers to see if they're going to go over the food stamps limit. I mean, one of the first things Larry did when he got to Slonim Woods was take the whole group grocery shopping to stock up their pantry. Isabella had walked over to a bag of chips and she was just checking the price. You like those? Oh, yeah, but we'll throw it in the cart. Isabella thought it was kind of crazy. It caught her off guard. With Larry, she could just buy whatever chips she wanted to. And that felt nice.
How does Larry have the money for that if he just came out?
He might be worth like millions of dollars.
Because you look, there's millionaires that are just sitting in jail, just waiting to be released so then they can spend it. You get that much money when you do side quests, is what I will call them.
Listen, there's so many court documents that we FOIA'd for this one. Wow, there's like this whole thing. He owned a lot of domain names. This is when domain names were selling for a lot of money. He had 8,900 domain names. And according to some of the...
So if you guys don't know, like domain names obviously being like websites like youtube.com, things of that nature. But you can purchase domain names, meaning that you could purchase online businesses that are already making money for whatever price that it is. And once you do the normal transaction, I kid you, it's like as if you're paying for DoorDash. It's as simple as that. You acquire like the email, password, everything for the domain that has an already working website that's making money. It could be hundreds of thousands of dollars a month that come in from that website that's already accruing cash because they don't want to do the upkeep to it. There's tons of them on sale, and that's just residual income forever. Dude, like if you want to do a cheat code, you're talking about there's no such thing as get rich quick, but you still got to pay, the Pied Piper. But at the end of the day, it's legal, and
court documents, if he were
real.
to sell them, they could amount to millions of dollars. I don't know if he was actively selling them, though.
So he bought a lot of domains to flip them later.
Yes.
Wow.
But he also is just kind of a scam artist. We'll get there. Yeah. So for Santos, he just felt very lucky to be there. Honestly, he just felt lucky that Talia was dating him. She's so pretty and so socially competent and confident in herself. They met in Roman literature class, and one day after class, Santos had walked up to Talia and very nonchalant, super confident, he just said, "We should grab lunch sometime." It was so bold. I don't know what possessed Santos because he had never done anything like that in his whole life. But Talia said yes. This would be Santos's first ever relationship.
Lit.
And the other roommates knew that it wasn't going to end well.
Oh,
They
no.
said Talia and Santos's relationship centers around one very crucial exchange. Santos is a great listener, and Talia is someone who needs to be listened to.
Wow.
But now that Larry's here, Santos finally has someone to listen to him. Larry would sit down with Santos, and for the first time ever, he just felt so understood, which is kind of crazy. Larry would just calmly, in this fatherly, very preacher-like voice, "Your mother and father did not pay attention to you since as long as you can remember, yes? The drive was to get love and attention from them, and the effect that has on you. You've become uncertain. How? How did you know? Santos, I know you. I see you." Once Larry started having these deep conversations with Isabella and Santos, all the other roommates start noticing the two of them change. I mean, it was pretty drastic. Isabella was a completely new person at this.
So it's been a while since I looked into it, but I'm glad that came out because now I'm gonna put in my notes. But you can literally look anywhere. Like, there's people that purchase like Instagrams and they just change their name and now they have Instagram followers from somebody else that built that following up. Like, you could purchase anything, literally anything. But I would just say like purchase domain, and I guarantee you like find anything within purchasing a domain. But yeah, real stuff. Not a scam, legitimate, not illegal. But yeah, like some domains could cost like $2,000. Some cost. It just depends on like what you're looking for and what niche and all the other stuff. Just like the same way like people sell courses to like build a website and do this, that, and a third. There's a lot of people that sell websites that like act like gurus that do the thing, but they purchased a domain and have everything already set up to make it look like they did it, but they didn't. But now they sell you a course, and yeah, I know all the background stuff. I do too much research. You can ask me a question, I guarantee you I either know it or I know somebody that knows it, or I can get the information.
This point, she went from using her hair as blackout curtains, like she would just mope around campus. Kind of off-putting, honestly. But they said the best word to describe Isabella after Larry.
If you need to record anything over the...
But yeah, it's technically easy to make money because it's a wash, rinse, repeat cycle. And big corporations do the same thing, just the same way as they still use emails. There's email marketing, like people do that all the time, and there's an email marketing business and all types of stuff. But a lot of people still do the same thing. I guarantee you still get like mail that comes in from that looks like it was mailed back in the 70s, and you're still getting it to get the little coupon cutout joints. Yeah.
She was just engaged in everything. She seemed fully there now. I mean, you'd be in a conversation with her and you'd be, who is this girl? This is not the girl that we used to know. This is wild. There's almost this twinge of jealousy from some of the other roommates. If that's what Larry can do for Isabella, what can he do for me?
That's so fascinating that sometimes all it takes is someone to talk to you, encourage you, and then...
Be a whole new person.
Yeah.
Isabella's mom almost drops her phone when she hears Larry on the other end. What did this man just say?
Well, I'd be getting a P.O. box. Yeah, more so when I had one, but I'm gonna get one established when I move. But I'm gonna wait until I start streaming for real. Like in October 1st is when I'm gonna like start streaming for real. When I get my whole setup, PC and PS5 and everything else. So once I move, do all the things, then yeah, eventually, I'm looking at October. But yeah, I just got to get my feet wet in Florida and make sure everything else is good. And yeah, soon
To
enough.
her. Look, Cindy, I don't know if you knew this, but your daughter was molested when she was younger.
What?
Isabella's mom is so confused. What the hell is this man talking about? It's almost winter break. This is one of the few times Isabella will fly in from New York to Texas to be with her family. And now this man, Isabella's best friend's dad, is on the phone telling her that her daughter is not going to be coming home for Christmas because she was essayed by a family member as a child. Cindy is pacing the room now. What are you talking? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, and she's brought it up recently to me that if she has to go back home for winter break, she's going to self-exit. Cindy goes quiet on the other end. She feels like she's been thrown for a loop. She has zero idea what Larry is even talking about right now. Like, what's going on? This is the first time that she's ever hearing that her daughter Isabella was, she never mentioned being assaulted, and Cindy thought that she was close enough with Isabella that she would want to trust her with that kind of information. Cindy, you were a terrible mother back then. You were negligent. You didn't protect your daughter. That was then. That's not today. Today, you probably wouldn't let that happen. But I'm letting you know, if she comes home for winter break, she might self-exit. She doesn't want that. So, of course, Isabella doesn't need to come home if that's the situation. She would never force her daughter to come home if something like that's going to happen. She just wants to talk to Isabella, figure out when, how can she help Isabella now? But Larry refuses. She tries to reason with him. If Isabella doesn't want to talk to me, how are we going to get this stuff straightened out if she doesn't just talk to me? You see, the thing is, you got to understand this properly. Nobody is going to convince her to talk to you. I couldn't even do that, Cindy. I swear the only thing I care about right now is helping Isabella. Larry promises Cindy, parent to parent, he's going to take real good care of Isabella. He's going to help her. Cindy would not hear from her own daughter for the next 10 years.
Wow.
And by then, Isabella would be in prison.
What?
Larry would stand in the...
Bro, imagine that is like the last call that you hear about Isabella or your daughter.
Get this stuff straightened out if she doesn't just talk to me. You see, the thing is, you got to understand this properly. Nobody is going to convince her to talk to you. I couldn't even do that, Cindy. I swear, the only thing I care about right now is helping Isabella. Larry promises Cindy, parent to parent, he's going to take real good care of Isabella. He's going to help her. Cindy would not hear from her own daughter for the next 10 years. And by then, Isabella would be in prison. Larry would stand in the living room of Slonim Woods, his chest all puffed up like a peacock. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this and you will find strength. Who wrote that? They all respond, Marcus Aurelius. Exactly. Larry had two favorite people in the whole world. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor that was one of the most influential Stoic philosophers of all time, and Larry. Those were Larry's two favorite people in the world. The way Larry starts brainwashing the kids is insidiously slow. Nobody even sees it coming. After dinner, the roommates would grab these giant pillows off the couch, throw them on the floor, pile them up, just like this massive cushiony pile. And with their little snacks, Larry would start playing Cosmos on the TV. Exploration is in our nature. We begin as wanderers, and we are wanderers still. We have lingered long enough on the horses of the cosmic ocean. We are ready at last to set sail for the stars. We are away for the cosmos to know itself. Whoa. Their eyes would be glued to the TV, and then suddenly it would go black. Larry would have turned it off, which means it's time for one of his other lectures. He's like the little townhome's own professor.
Oh my gosh. We have a saying in the military that whenever you give like a presentation, or not get you give a presentation, whenever there is like a meeting, whenever there's like a meeting, there's usually a PowerPoint that goes with it, and we call it death by PowerPoint because it'd be so long. Like you'd be all military personnel is there. You fill up the whole auditorium. It's like a theater. They got the stage and everything like that. You have your place to sit. But if you go to sleep, you're in trouble, and so is your whole squadron is in trouble. So, and even more so, your flight is in trouble. And on top of that, then your leadership is in trouble. And then even on top of that, it'll come full circle, and you're going to be even more in trouble. So you can't fall asleep. And my biggest thing is I can't sit down and watch somebody talk. It's actually very hard for me. It's funny because I have a hard time sleeping, but not when I'm sitting in a chair and I'm watching somebody talk. It's very hypnotic to me, and I'll just go right to sleep. But instead of sitting down, I would stand up in the back, so then I wouldn't go to sleep. Kid you not, I had one time I actually fell asleep standing up in basic training. That mess was crazy. I was like, wow. They didn't catch me though. I almost drooled on my uniform. It's crazy.
Society's moving. You're in it. There's lots of options which way you're going in this moving entity called society, right? Look, you have to be a person that you're capable of being. Your true self. That person, your potential is being held back or restrained or clouded right now. You need to just have the courage. Have the courage to ask yourself, who am I? It sounds silly at first, but try it.
He's a talker, huh?
Oh, they say the
Boy.
way that Larry exhausted.
Yapping, just blah 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 blah. I don't like that. I don't like people that just like to hear themselves talk. Oh my gosh, fat eye rolls just.
You to death by talking. He yaps for hours until you don't even know why you got into this fight or what he's trying to convince you of. You're just agreeing to everything. You never know. You might learn something interesting.
Nope.
What does that even mean? That means every single person is capable of being and reaching their max potential as long as they get clarity to do so. But none of the kids at Slonim Woods 9 have that right now because their minds have been so cluttered and messed up and filled with all this gunk that's been conditioned to them by their friends, society, and their own family members. Larry could just tell that this group of students needed a lot of help. He would call house meetings with the roommates. I mean, of course, the ones that liked him showed up. The other three, Max, Gabe, and Juliana, they thought it was so weird. Like a little lecture every night in the living room. Why would you come back from class just to go to another class with an unqualified professional? It feels like group therapy sessions, but without the therapist. Just like Talia's dad. It was weird. Larry would sit them down, and one by one, each student in the group would take turns talking about how much they want to self-exit. When it gets around to Daniel, it's his turn to talk, and he just sits there looking around. I don't really have... He never really considered himself to be that sad. I mean, he gets sad, but he never ever thought about... But Larry would interrupt him. You are too, aren't you, Danny? Just like all of us? Or all of them? Not really. I mean, I'm sorry, I guess I haven't ever tried or anything like that. Larry's smile slowly turns downward. Danny, I already know. You can just admit it. Daniel looks down at his hands. He's genuinely trying to think really long and hard. I mean, he doesn't recall did he ever have...
That's like a reverse psychology trick. It's like making up a lie and being so what would seem genuine and straightforward that it's like, am I tripping? Like, were you questioning yourself? That dude's twisted.
Have those feelings? Larry's looking at him. I know you do. I mean, clearly Larry must have seen something in him, right? That maybe Daniel hasn't even realized. There was that one time that he was having this intrusive thought at the subway station where he was like, what if I just jump in front of but that's not really, but maybe it is. Maybe that's not normal. Maybe that's what it means to want to self-exit. Oh my God. Do I want to? Come on, Daniel. What do you want to say? Sometimes I don't want to exist anymore. Once he said those words, everyone around him starts nodding and they start relaxing. It feels like he's one of them now. And from that moment forward, Daniel starts believing through this conversation that something is wrong with him. And
yeah. So even that, the more you talk about something or connect your words with something in agreement, even if you know that you're not, the same way like magicians and everything, the only way like I'm talking about not ones that do tricks, I'm talking about ones that actually work with dark magic. The way that it has to work is by you coming in agreement for it to work. You can't accept something spiritually without accepting something verbally, because that's spiritual. So they came in agreement as a whole, just the same way as like prayer or anything like that. As a group, everything becomes stronger, especially when you're in all agreement to one thing. Even if you know for a fact, like you have a knowing that it's not so, but because he said it, it makes like your spirit interlock and bind like chains to whatever you're coming in agreement with.
maybe he wants to self-exit. Larry would tell them, do you see? Now we're all interconnected. You became interconnected the moment Talia brought you all together at Swanham Woods.
Exactly.
I have to protect my daughter, and that means protecting all of you. So you can trust me. As a father, as a man, I will keep you safe. Larry Ray was going to fix them all. One of the roommates, Raven, that wasn't really close with Talia or Larry, but this is Daniel's girlfriend. She said, it was so weird. And also, everybody's like a little bit stoned all the time. So it was a moment of, every time we would see it, we'd go, am I weird or is this weird? We weren't really sure. Smoking weed all the time. So Raven and her friends were like, I mean, this is weird, right? But like, maybe we're weird. I don't know what's weird anymore. It's just weird. Larry always made sure everyone knew that them rooming together was not just pure chance or even just being good friends. It's because deep, deep down, every single one of them had a deep obsession with death. It was fate that brought them together with Talia. And fate that Larry was Talia's dad. It was written in the stars. Larry was going to save them. Had it been anyone else's dad, it would not have worked. Larry had techniques to discipline the mind. He worked with the government. He knew the most powerful tools to help people. These kids were going to be his new project, pro bono. Eventually, he starts running the Ray family, he calls it, like a boot camp Marines approach. Everyone needs to be the best versions of themselves. So every morning, they would wake up to this playlist that he puts together. Every morning, they had to listen to it. Everybody up at 7 a.m. on the ground now. The first day, it's 100 push-ups. The second day, it's 200. Then a week later, 300. And by the end, they're doing 400 push-ups every single morning.
You're kidding me. All of them?
Most of them.
They're able to do that?
Yeah, which sounds crazy, but it also proved what Larry is saying, that they're putting limitations on themselves before they even try. Nobody believed that they could do 400 push-ups at the beginning of this, but Larry's right.
You could definitely do that. Your arms be falling off. I used to do that way back when I was a kid. Kid meaning like 16, 17 years old. I did 500 push-ups every day for... I think it was like a short period of time. It was like a week or two or something like that. That ain't no joke. But you definitely could do it. But what he's doing is he's almost, it's technically trauma bonding. The same way the military works. So they have a saying called enjoying the suck. So whichever day it is and everything sucks, well, you're doing it with somebody else, with a group of people that you call your family or call your brothers and sister in arms, and y'all are all doing crappy work and everybody hates it, but it becomes more enjoyable because you're not the only one doing it. So, trauma bonding. Hooray.
So for the benefit of the group, to help them, Larry would say, you need to give up full control because you don't even know what's good for you at this point. Larry slowly convinces them he needs to decide everything for them for the time being. What they eat, what they do, what they talk about, when they go to bed. And again, it's framed like a little mini boot camp. Do this now, bite the bullet now, suffer now, and you're going to come out way stronger on the other side. This isn't forever. Truly, everything he did on that campus was Marine style, and some of it was... truly goofy, if I can say so myself. They would have to clean the apartment, and he would make these spreadsheets similar to a Marines operation document. And it would read, Mission Commander, Larry, team members, Isabella and Dan. We have at our disposal 3 rolling black bins, 1 empty pink bin, 1 mostly empty black bin containing Larry's sweaters. I mean, even cleaning had to be done the Marines way. But there was still one part of their training that Larry hadn't started, and this would be the most important stuff. He would ease them into it. He did not bring this part up until he knew that they were fully ready to receive. He had them in the palm of his little sticky, moist hands. You know, there is something else. Side note, I do want to disclaim that these are Larry's words and they do not represent my thoughts or feelings clearly, but just in case. Men will feel better when they start embracing their masculinity. Women will feel better when they embrace their femininity. Some of the girls here need to start wearing makeup more. Got it, Claudia? I'm looking at you. And men, you guys need to start wearing bright colored polos. Pink, red polos, because bright colors means you're embracing and you're secure in your own masculinity. This might be, and I don't know if I should keep going. No, we want to know more, Larry. It's a progressive viewpoint, but everyone blossoms into an incredibly sexual person and wants to have sex. And this is just how humans are, but we live in a puritanical society. The only way to be truthful with yourself and reach that level of clarity is to embrace your sexual freedom. The more you are open with your sexuality, the more honest you are with yourself. Larry tells them the quest for potential begins with re-education. Welcome to Larry's boot camp. The instructions were very clear. Wear the shortest miniskirt, just the girls. Well, minus his daughter. Wear the shortest miniskirt, the tightest one you can find. And if you don't have one, go buy one. Do not wear any underwear. Then go to the store, try on heels, bend over, and flash everyone in the store your private parts over and over and over again.
Wait, so it's gotten to that point already? Like they're, wow. What about the daughter? What is she doing?
Just hanging out in her room studying for...
Oh, so
class.
She's not a part of this.
No.
But she knows.
She has full clarity. Larry would say that because she was raised under him, she has full clarity. She doesn't need to go through a boot camp.
But she's seeing this right now.
Yeah, pretty much.
And what is she doing about it? Does she think this is cool?
It's hard to know what she's genuinely thinking because I think that she's been so brainwashed since Larry So she doesn't stop him, if that's what you're wondering. Even though these are her friends, yes. Now, that's just step one. There's levels to Larry's re-education camp. The next step is go to the bars. Find someone you think is cute, lure them into the restroom, and perform oral while taking a video to show as proof for Larry.
How many people are doing this?
Because he does this throughout the 10 years. So as of right now, it'd be Isabella and Claudia do this. But then most of it is actually focused later on Felicia, but she hasn't entered the story yet.
Oh, okay. So right now it's mainly two of the roommates.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, next, take a cab ride. But when you get to the destination, pretend like you forgot your wallet and ask the taxi driver if there is any other ways to pay, like with or go to Home Depot, Lowe's, one of those hardware stores, find an employee and beg them to have sexual relations with you in the stock room. Make sure you record that all for Larry as well. And then the final few steps would be the top tier self-growth potential stage, right? This is where Larry wants them to be. Either pick someone random off the street. The more old, the more disgusting and vile the man is, the better.
See, that's just control. It's not even for the money, because remember in the beginning it was talking about that this was like $1 million sex cult situation. Although, yes, there's money that had been made, but past that is control. Past the money is control. It's just power and control. And this dude is a power control freak. Not a surprise, Marine. But he on the other side. The other side.
Get them to have intimate relations at Central Park while you record it. Or, if you're really, really ready, go to government housing developments in New York City, find a group of men to, quote, you, and record it. This part of the therapy sessions, the intimate relations with strangers, is very important. It's pivotal in the girls' growth as people. If they fail to do it, Larry is not opposed to making them sleep outside and not letting them back into their quarters. There was a time one of the girls came back with a video that was not great, and Larry just blows up on her, screaming at her in front of everyone. Who does this? Who goes and makes a video like this? You can't even see anything. This is so stupid. You're so incompetent. You're so useless. Are you sure you go to a good school? I thought you're college educated. I thought you're smart. Clearly not. And why is your skin so flabby? You look like a chicken. Do you know that?
Is he genuinely just want to see a video like that, or?
He loves the shame. Larry would tell the girls that the man's genitals and the girls' faces had to be in the same frame, and it had to be in very, very clear view. The guy's face did not matter. All that mattered was the girls' faces had to be very clear and the actions had to be done very clearly. Because again, it's the shame that he's getting off on. Then one day, out of the blue, Daniel breaks up with Raven. What? Well, when I talked to Larry, Larry. Listen, Raven, he told me if I wanted to break up with you, it wasn't fair to you or me for us to stay together. No, you. Larry's a creep, and it's weird that he hangs around college students. It's weird. Raven, Larry cares about me, and he wants what's best for me. If you don't like what he has to say, then logically, you must not care about me. Oh, go yourself. At least I don't have to anymore. This would be the beginning of the great divide of roommates. Max, Gabe, Juliana, and Raven did not understand, first of all, why Larry is still living on campus in Isabella's room, not even his daughter's room, Isabella's room, after weeks of being out of prison. I mean, this is going against school rules, right? They'd be in big trouble. This whole thing is bizarre. And why is everybody else in the house treating him like some king of the land? It doesn't even make sense why he would want to spend all of his time with college kids. And the only other person on their side, kind of, is Claudia. Well, she was in the beginning.
So I'm thinking that the daughter of the psychopath, she was yapping. I think she's just a natural yapper, but I think she had to be in talks with her dad before he came to prep them of his before he got there. So it's easier to break them down, because she said weeks. This feels like it's already been like a year, but she said weeks, and this is crazy.
Beginning. Raven's best friend. Claudia would joke with Raven about how strange Larry the Bod guy was, but then one day, Raven comes downstairs to grab some water, and there's Larry chatting up Claudia in the living room. Raven goes back upstairs, but when she comes back down a few hours later, they're still there in the same place. They've been talking for hours, they haven't moved. But like, is one silly conversation gonna do anything? That weekend, Raven and her friends are sitting around smoking weed, which, it's college, you get it. Oh, Claudia, come. Normally, Claudia partakes in these activities, but this time she just stops in the doorway. Oh, no thanks, I can't because I'm schizophrenic. They all pause and they stare at her. Like, what did she just say? This is the first time they're ever hearing of this. Yeah, Larry told me I was. Raven's starting to feel agitated. Okay, that's enough. This is ridiculous. You really have to stop listening to Larry. He doesn't know that he's talking about. You're fine. Claudia looks at her best friend Raven, and tells her, you telling me that I'm not schizophrenic is only harmful to the process of me getting better. They don't even know what to say, but Claudia starts bringing up all these instances from her childhood where she knew there were symptoms of schizophrenia, onset schizophrenia. I mean, just stuff that she's never talked about before.
Wow.
Big childhood trauma, life events that she's never mentioned until now. It almost felt fake, like she just made them up. And that was the moment they just knew. They lost Claudia to Larry.
Wow.
Raven could see her roommates falling for this old bald guy, and she had no idea what the hell was going on. I mean, worse than that, she can't even talk to them about it because they would say that she's being strange. He's just like a dad. But clearly it's an unhealthy attachment. Clearly he's a manipulative person trying to use them. But the part that would drive her insane, the part that proved everybody else's point that Larry was a good person, was they would scream at her, what on earth would he want from us? And to that, Raven had no answer. The best way one of the roommates could describe it was, everyone at the beginning thought it was very weird. And then one by one, he would get them alone, have these conversations, and suddenly they're like, oh, he's not so bad, to actually, he's pretty great. Actually, he's saving my life. Actually, he's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Actually, I'll never not listen to him. Actually, you, and I'll never listen to you if you talk bad about him. And all of it would happen so quickly. After sophomore year, Max, Gabe, Juliana, and Raven would part ways with the other roommates. They would all move out of Slaugham Woods, and slowly they would all lose contact with each other. Until 10 years later, the group of 4 non-believing roommates would help bring Larry down.
That's awesome.
What?
That's good.
After Slaugham Woods 9, the group, Larry, his
I feel like this should be a movie, low key, or like a I don't know. This should be like a movie or something. Like, this sounds like a movie. Freaking weirdo, man.
daughter Talia, her best friend and new girlfriend Isabella, Talia's now ex-boyfriend Santos, Claudia, and Daniel would move into a 1-bedroom apartment on the Upper East Side off campus.
So how many people are there?
So it's Larry, Talia, Isabella, Santos, Daniel, Claudia, 6 in a 1-bedroom apartment.
Whoa.
Their sleeping arrangements in the apartment were definitely a bit odd. In the bedroom, on a singular king-size bed, would sleep Larry, his daughter Talia, and her best friend and Larry's new girlfriend, Isabella.
So 3 of them
Yeah,
on
and
the
then
same bed.
Everybody else, the entire living room floor was packed with either sofas, blow-up mattresses, or these foldable mattresses just laid out on the ground like a giant bed. Everyone else was free to sleep there.
Wait, so Isabella is, like, everybody knows that they're dating or sleeping together?
It's pretty clear
girlfriend?
that they're sleeping together.
Okay.
Yes. Sometimes the others were asked to leave and go find a place to stay for the night for whatever reason. Most of their families did live in New York, aside from Isabella, so they would sometimes go stay with their parents, but most of the time they would just sleep.
I don't think that takes multiple personalities to do, because I listen to really everything, so I feel the vibes.
In the living room. And they would have all of their stuff stuffed into these tiny closets of this apartment. The whole place was clutter. But most nights, Larry would kick everyone out of the bedroom, even Isabella and Talia, so he could call his girlfriend in LA. He's got a girlfriend in LA. Felicia, Columbia Med School graduate doing her residency in psychiatry, I believe at USC or a USC affiliated. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Larry would get all giddy on the phone to see what Felicia had done the night before, if she had any videos to show him.
Wait, so there's another college-age-ish girl
Yes.
in California?
Yes.
How did he know her if he just came out of prison?
We're going to get into that.
Okay.
They're all connected. By this point, Larry has fully brainwashed the students into believing that they're all messed up mentally and they want to self-exit, and the only person that can save them from themselves is Larry. And he's doing this because these kids are his precious daughter's friends. Outside of class...
This is Larry the Lobster, yeah. This is Larry the Lobster. Larry the psychopathic lobster.
He's controlling every aspect of their lives. What they eat, when they sleep, what they do all day, who they talk to. He started really abusing the girls, minus his daughter, forcing them to record themselves having intimate relations with strangers. But eventually he gets involved. The threesomes, there's going to be a lot of threesomes. The threesomes actually start as twosomes with Daniel and Isabella. One night in the cramped one-bedroom apartment, Daniel is falling asleep on the sticky leather couch in the living room. Everyone else had left for the night, so just inside the room was Larry, Talia, and Isabella, and Daniel's alone in the living room, which is kind of strange, but Talia's whole relationship with her dad is kind of strange. A few weeks ago, Daniel was giving Talia a massage when Larry had walked in, and of course Daniel freezes because this is awkward. He's got his hands on Larry's daughter, on Larry's honey girl's shoulders, and he knows how much they cherish each other, so like, is he about to get beat up right now? But Larry just smiles. I gotta show you how to do that properly sometime. Other times, Larry would rant to Daniel, I would give Talia everything she wanted. That's what a father does, take care of his baby. Teresa, my ex-wife, she didn't understand. So many people make the mistake of treating kids, as if they're fundamentally different beings, but they have it all already. Inside of them, it's all right there. They're the ones we should be learning from. There's no difference between an adult and a child. Larry would go on tangents about how he...
Excuse you, sir? He said there's no difference between an adult and a child. This diddy bopping diddler.
The threesomes, there's going to be a lot of threesomes. The threesomes actually start as twosomes with Daniel and Isabella. One night in the cramped one-bedroom apartment, Daniel is awkward. He's got his hands on Larry's daughter, on Larry's honey girl. Times Larry would rant to Daniel, I would give Talia everything she wanted. That's what a father does, take care of his baby. Teresa, my ex-wife, she didn't understand. So many people make the mistake of treating kids, as if they're fundamentally different beings, but they have it all already. Inside of them, it's all right there. They're the ones we should be learning from. There's no difference between an adult and a child. Larry would go on tangents.
I guarantee you he's a pedo. Guaranteed. Pedo to pedo.
About how he would, it's so alarming. He would take Talia to Bergdorf's, a high-end department store, when she was, 10, 12? Buy her a $3,000 cashmere sweater from Loro Piana, and she's gonna outgrow this sweater for a singular sweater, $3,000. Naturally, Talia's mom would freak out because she's gonna get it dirty, or it's gonna get ruined in the wash, or like something. What are you doing? But Larry would ask, what's the moral of the story here? Larry would tell Daniel, let me ask you this. Why wouldn't I want my honey girl to have something beautiful like that? She was expressing herself, her preferences, her adulthood, her personhood, and her mom couldn't understand that at all.
She was how old?
Like 10.
That wears a $3,000 sweater because she's expressing her adulthood?
There are a lot of speculations online that I won't be repeating, but you can kind of draw your own conclusions.
Wow.
It's definitely strange, but anyway, Daniel is trying to fall asleep on the leather couch when a little after 3 a.m., the door to the bedroom creaks open and out walks Isabella. She's not really dressed. She's wearing this thin cotton shirt that barely covers anything. She starts creeping towards Daniel on the couch. Oh, what is going on? That night, she would engage in oral activities with Daniel. It's a very mixed feeling, Daniel said. On one hand, he's a guy, and like Larry said, Isabella's stunning. She seems enthusiastic to be doing this. They're both of age, so technically there's nothing wrong with the situation. But a part of him keeps looking over at the bedroom door where Larry and Talia are, and the room door is open. So it feels strange. It almost feels like Isabella was ordered to come out here and do this.
Right.
And from that night forward, it just kept happening. The door slams open and in walks Larry. He doesn't even appear shocked in the slightest at what's going on. He won't even acknowledge that they're naked.
He's like, me next. Or we next. Boy, Oh my gosh.
Okay? He's just patting Daniel on the back. That's my boy, Danny. Larry sits on the edge of the bed and starts going on one of these long-winded rants. He would always have these lectures. What is the best way to have intimate adult relations? With Gregorian chants playing in the background. 13th century Gregorian chants. If you've never heard of it, there's no instrumentals. It reminds me of Catholic choir music. It's using the echoes of voices. There's like a group of people singing. I would imagine it's in a language like Latin, right? Because 13th century, I don't know, right? But it's a lot. It's echoing off the cathedral walls. It's beautiful, but it's very haunting at the same time. But this time, Izzy loves watching explicit adult videos. She's obsessed with it. I bet you didn't know that, Danny. I bet you thought no woman likes explicit videos, but most women are freakier than you and I. Izzy used to hate her body, and she hated intimate relations. You wouldn't believe how many women hate their private parts. It's a travesty, really, a sad thing. And when I met Izzy, she had one of the worst I had ever seen. I mean, it was awful down there. She didn't even wash it properly. When she would bathe, which wasn't often, she would just skip down there. Imagine that. Imagine the smell. I have an incredibly sensitive sense of smell, Danny. The DIA called it superhuman. My nose, superhuman.
Wait, so they're naked right now?
Yeah.
And he's talking? Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know the dogs? They got 40 times more sensitive noses than you and I. Think about that. Boy, the dogs would come running when Iz walked outside. Isn't that right, Izzy?
What is going on?
Isabella is listening to Larry like he's teaching her the ways to life or something, which is making Daniel even more uncomfortable. This is so degrading and mean, honestly. But Larry doesn't stop. He keeps going. In fact, he has Isabella turn on explicit videos so that the three of them can watch them together. And before Daniel knew it, he's laying on the bed watching videos of two men and one girl. Nothing physical happened that day, but moving forward, it just became this reoccurring incident. The three of them in the bedroom and Daniel in these uncomfortable situations. And he was still uncomfortable when one day Larry walks over to his computer.
All right, my DoorDash just got here. I will be right back. It'll be weird to have this on in the background while getting my food, so yeah. That was heavy. So he left my food downstairs. He thought it was just the drinks, and he wound up and left my food downstairs. It's crazy.
Presses play. 13th century Gregorian music.
So 3 of them?
Yeah. The group
I like the emotes, by the way. Turn up.
therapy sessions would continue in the new apartment, and they actually got a lot more serious. Larry becomes fixated on each person's childhood trauma, how much trauma they must have endured for them to end up so messed up the way they are now. Their brains are scrambled. Even if they insist, nothing really happened in my childhood, truly, like nothing traumatizing. Larry would say, I know deep down, all those vivid assaults, you were essayed, and I know that you're just repressing it. He would tell them what happened to them. Rapid fire. Your parents sold your bodies while you were a child. You were abused by your family members. You blocked it all out because that's what the brain's natural response to heavy trauma is. But that's why you have these intense emotions of wanting to self-exit, because you're different from other kids your age, because you were assaulted. That's why. What can the kids even say? I mean, it kind of made sense. And this guy used to work for the DIA and the CIA. He's seen all sorts of people. He knows way more about the human mind and the psyche than these sheltered college kids can even understand. It would even get to the...
I hate when people give, like, people with particular jobs or degrees, like, this hierarchy. And I'm just like, people still learning about the body, people still learning about the mind, the planet, everything. I was just like, book smart doesn't mean you're smart for real. But this dude is a psychopath.
The point where there's a video of this. One of the victims is having a panic attack and she's on her knees crying on his lap while he's just sitting there in a purple robe. His chest hair is practically out and she's screaming, "Larry, please, please save me from myself. Larry, please, please help me, save me from myself. Don't let me do this to myself. Please, please make me stop."
Okay, but I need you to calm down. I need you to calm down. I need you to calm down first. I need you to calm down. Okay.
Daniel even wrote a poem later to pour out all these very complicated feelings, and it starts off, "We assume most people weren't molested as children, but what if they were? All of them. And it was such a scarring experience that no one remembers. After all, aren't the most disturbing things the ones most likely to be blocked out by the psyche?" Daniel said at the time it made complete sense. Larry said all of these things were just repressed and hidden in the bottom of their deep, dark wells of their memories. Interestingly enough, though, these mental health sessions, the interrogations rather, once they served their purpose of making the students believe that they were abused by their family members, which would ultimately isolate them from their family members, and they would mentally be broken beyond repair, they quickly went from, "Let's talk about our feelings, how can we help this person's mental health," to, "What did this person do to sabotage the group, huh?" I used to think that the sun was giving me headaches because every summer I would go out there and I would have this brain fog and fatigue. And for a while, I would even avoid going outside thinking I just am not meant for this hot weather. But then I read somewhere that feeling sluggish and foggy were actually symptoms of being dehydrated, which didn't make sense to me at all because I drink a lot of water. But then I learned that just plain water does not actually hydrate you that much. You need to drink water with electrolytes so that the water can actually be absorbed. That's why you'll always see me with my liquid IV. One stick of liquid IV has 3 times the electrolytes of the leading sports drink, plus 8 vitamins and nutrients.
I need to look in that liquid IV. Hey, IVs be... If you know, hey, I have a little bit of a history, but one day I had to get stuck with some IV, and that joint was hitting. I said, "Oh man, I feel so revitalized. Oh my goodness, I want to do it again now."
So it's going to hydrate you much better and faster than water alone. I never feel sluggish after going outside anymore because I always carry a few sticks of liquid IV in my purse wherever I go. It just really helps with my mental clarity, especially during hot summer months. And honestly, drinking liquid IV is very satisfying. They make the most delicious flavors. My favorite is the white peach, and I love it so much that I've actually run out of it.
I've never had anything like this. I want to try this. This is something I would try.
I think last night I ran out of it. This one is the lemon lime, which is slowly becoming my favorite because of just how crisp it is, especially when you get cold water and you put this in there. Nothing beats this flavor during a hot summer month. I don't know how else to explain it. It's sweet, it's refreshing, but it's not that nasty sweetness that slows you down. And pro tip, I like to mix it in with my water and then stick it in the fridge for a few minutes. Even though my water is already cold, I like to stick it in the fridge, and something about the glass being chilled is optimal. It is the perfect summer.
It's way better when you have like a little bit of water. Oh, there's my food. Hooray, I got my food. It's probably cold. You know what? It's still a blessing because I got my food. I guarantee you I've seen reviews with people complaining, "Oh my goodness, I hate it so much." But my food is here. Gonna have to throw my milkshake in the freezer for sure. Got my burger and fries. You know what I'm saying? Come on. He was a kind fella. A kind gentleman. Probably more than likely I have to heat up my food for sure. Did I?
Summer taste. There's no sugar, no artificial sweeteners, but they still taste so good because Liquid IV formulates them with a proprietary allulose blend. Somehow it tastes like it's made with real sugar, but it's like having a dessert. I mean, there's a reason Liquid IV is the #1 powdered hydration brand in America. So if you're like me and you get fatigue in the summer months, you might just be dehydrated. And instead of chugging a gallon of water a day, try Liquid IV. Turn your ordinary water into extraordinary hydration with Liquid IV. Get 20% off your first order of Liquid IV when you go to liquidiv.com and use code ROTTEN at checkout. That's 20% off your first order when you shop Better Hydration today using promo code ROTTEN at liquidiv.com. Larry starts claiming that not only do all of them harbor deep-rooted trauma that they've blocked out, but now they're acting out. Okay, they're sabotaging because they want to harm the progress of all the other members. Do you believe that objects can be cursed? There's this pan set in Larry's apartment that just keeps over and over again getting ruined.
Yep, I had to heat up those fries and that burger. Because I don't know about y'all, I can't eat no cold fries. Same way as I can't eat cold pizza. I don't know what it is. It ain't my thing, but I need some heat on it.
Little hairline scratches, markings, burn marks at the bottom. Someone in the apartment is doing this. The first time it's scratched, it's a mistake. The second time, it's on purpose. The third time, someone is out to get Larry. Someone is here to sabotage Larry and the rest of the group. Who the hell is it, huh? Larry would call a house meeting, force all the students to sit down. The top of his bald head is practically red. Every single thing I do is deliberate. Do you guys get that? There's no action that I take that I don't embrace as my own, that I would not put my signature on. Accountability. Do you know what that means? Do you? If you do something wrong, you have to be honest and be held accountable so that you can be a real person in the real world and live a decent life. So who scratched my pants?
This dude needs to be in a psych ward ever.
He would tell the group, remember, you are the one that has hurt me. You are the hurter and I am the victim of your hurt. Mistakes need to be addressed and they will get addressed. Did you do this, Santos? Santos, I have a question for you. Did you damage my property? You are my friend. Larry, I didn't. Now, Santos, you did. I didn't. I don't even remember using... No, you remember. Think about it. Why don't you stop lying? Why would you do this to me? Do I deserve this? What kind of person does this kind of stuff? Santos would sit there with all the eyeballs on him and he's so lost. I mean, he used the pan a long time. I was using it, but the scratch on there, maybe it was formed when he was putting it away and accidentally... What? Or maybe he repressed the memory like he did with all of his trauma. Maybe you're right. No. Yeah, no, you're right. I did do that. And I'm sorry. And like you said, it's not the objects that are important. It's what they mean to the person who owns them. Exactly. Do you feel that I'm holding you accountable? Yeah. And how does that feel? It feels good. It feels good. Thank you, Larry. Everyone in the room would smile and Larry would pat him on his back. You did great. You're being honest, straightforward, and you're being forthcoming. This is a breakthrough. So for the first few times, Larry was holding them accountable and they felt like adults. But by the third time, Larry would scream at them, force them to write detailed written confessions. One from Claudia reads, Larry has stuck by me through years of me confronting my own demons. We were all angry, frustrated, looking for our parents' attention for one reason or another. We all took it out on Larry and Talia. The apartment is such an unbearable mess that it's impossible to move without tripping over something. But we broke things on purpose, hid things on purpose, threw important papers out, hid food so that it would get moldy. We did anything we could to delay and sabotage Larry's efforts. Some examples include breaking Larry's $8,000 stove, throwing his power tools on the floor, ruining Talia's Loro Piana sweaters. Yeah. We scraped the bottom of a $500 pot with a wire steel brush so that it would get ruined. To which everyone remembers Larry screaming about this pot that they allegedly kept ruining. He would scream, "You owe me for that. That's an all-clad from Williams-Sonoma. Get on your laptop and look at how much that costs right now. Tri-ply stainless steel. Make sure you find it."
What exactly is going on with these pods? Is you getting scratches for no reason?
I guess it could be from Larry.
Oh.
But they're like hairline scratches. It could have been there all.
I think maybe it's like the other kids that like aren't with the shenanigans. They're probably sabotaging the whole situation. Maybe that's my theory.
all along.
If not that.
Okay.
It says the pot is $200. Not for the pot. The whole set. $1,200? That's not right. It was $1,800 when I bought them. I don't forget things. Do I ever forget things? And now that would be at least $1,800 that you owed Larry. And you never want to be immigrated from the Dominican Republic. They have 3 kids, and all 3 kids, I mean, incredible schooling. Eldest, Harvard undergrad, Columbia Med School. Middle child, Columbia. Youngest, Santos, Sarah Lawrence. Their family is the success story everyone in their hometown in the Dominican Republic talks about. And
Yo.
one day, Santos rushes into his mom's work. He ignores youngest, Santos, Sarah Lawrence. Their family is the success story everyone in their hometown in the Dominican Republic talks about. And one day, Santos rushes into his mom's work. He ignores everybody that's waving at him. He just rushes up to his mom. He's purely panicked. Mommy, I need money. I need to pay Larry for something I broke. House stuff. I need money now, please. Santos's mom is staring at his eyes. I mean, she had never seen him like this. He just looks so utterly desperate. I don't have it, Santos. I need money. I need money.
Is this thing bugging? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's bugging. What the French toast? See, and this is also why I'm going to be
Right now. Let me see what I can do.
yeah, this is why I'm also moving, so then I can get a better setup, better Wi-Fi, everything. You ain't even gonna see no glitching, nothing. It's gonna be bussing.
Asks her boss for an early lunch, and she grabs Santos, her purse, and they walk a few blocks in silence to a local pawn shop. She reaches up to her ear for just $750.
Oh my god.
She didn't know it yet, but her son had taken out loans, opened up credit cards, racked up debt to pay back Larry for property damage. They
How
would
much
just
was total? Do you know?
$48,000 starting.
Starting.
For what?
Larry would have Santos write down a list of everything that he had damaged, and it was practically anything that he came in contact with in the entire apartment.
Wow.
And he would believe it, or he would do it because Larry would keep these kids awake for 48 hours at a time. Because remember, he controlled when they sleep and what they eat. Most of the time, he was starving them, keeping them sleep deprived, exhausting them with these very long-winded, emotionally draining lectures and therapy sessions where they have to dig into their psyche and come up with these memories that were repressed as them being assaulted as children. They had no mental guards up, no barriers up at this point.
So at that point, he's like, you owe me $48,000.
And Santos is like, okay, I will drop out of college and get a job. He drops out of college to get a job.
That's insane.
So is he doing this for the money? For the $48,000? Or a lot of it just for control and manipulation?
It's a little bit. For Santos is really the only one that's paying him.
Okay, so
So-
everyone else is not paying him money.
Not much. It's more so the humiliation and the control.
So with Santos too, this is mostly for the control and humiliation.
Yeah. Larry would get so riled up that, one time he would grab one of his sharpest knives. He would start jabbing it in the air towards Daniel, who is bawling his eyes out on the kitchen floor. And he's flinging this knife around, screaming at Isabella, go line the tub with plastic now. I'm going to cut him up. Daniel felt in that moment, Larry was not lying. He was going to kill and dismember Daniel. He falls to his knees on the ground and he's just so broken. He's sobbing. He doesn't even know what to say. That is when Larry puts the knife down, picks him up, and wipes his tears off. If you trust me, Danny boy, and stop ruining my stuff and pay me back for what you've already ruined, you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be better than okay. But you need to trust me. You need to let go of fear before you can achieve clarity. The punishments were escalating as well. Santos would just wake up in random positions. His body would be pretzeled on the ground. His head would be ringing. His vision would be blurry. And Larry would just be standing over him. He had put him in a chokehold until he passed out.
What?
The first thing Santos would hear from Larry when he came to would be, "Did darkness envelop you?" He would just sit there and taunt Santos for being a, quote, trash hemorrhoid scum. And if that wasn't humiliating enough, Larry would force Santos to crawl around the apartment on all fours like a dog. If you brought home food, takeout for the family, and it had gone cold because he sent you to a restaurant that's like 50 minutes away, Larry would accuse you of trying to sabotage everything that he's done and add that to your debt. $1,000 for emotional distress. He would grab you by the face and slam you onto this ground. By this point, everybody was too scared to leave, but also they felt grateful that after every horrible, traumatic thing that they did and went through as kids, why would anyone want to be around them? Why would anybody want to help? They were just thankful that Larry saw potential in them.
So is this like years later now?
This is like junior and senior year.
Oh, so they're still going to school
Yes.
while doing this.
That's
Okay.
crazy.
Now, one of the worst
How are
nights
they
in the
passing
apartment
tests?
was Daniel had been accused of distracting Talia on purpose so that she would be late for her law school application. So this would be senior year. For that, Daniel would have to pay. Larry is holding up this contraption that he put together. It looked like a plastic snake. I imagine the way to make this invention of his is to get cling wrap, plastic foil, the ones that you use to wrap dishes that need to be saved, right? Lay it down on the kitchen counter, grab aluminum foil, rip out a large piece, start sectioning them off into smaller pieces, and roll them into very tight aluminum balls. And then he would put them equal distance apart on the plastic wrap in a single file line. Then he would roll the plastic wrap up like a piece of sushi. I mean, technically, cling wrap alone, aluminum foil alone doesn't seem too bad. But now Larry's smiling, looking at everyone, holding up this long, thin, makeshift rope.
Google Fi Wireless has flexible phone plans that keep your family safe and connected. There are plans.
Rope. This is a garage. I often had to improvise torture devices in the course of my intelligence career, and this is a very effective one. So you know how serious this is, Danny. You're going to tell me exactly why you were driven to sabotage Talia's law school applications. He then forces Daniel to wrap the plastic and aluminum foil around his privates. Give me the ends. Until Daniel gave Larry the answer he wanted, Larry would pull tighter and tighter, and it's like a guessing game. What does Larry want this time? Does he want an apology? Does he want to see you break down? Does he want some strange backstory? Does he want confirmation? One time, Larry wouldn't stop until Santos admitted that he wanted to kill Talia and disfigure her entire face for breaking up with him.
Right.
Eventually, Larry would grab a knife from the kitchen counter, slice it in front of Daniel's face, not cutting him, but getting really close. Nobody had ever seen him this serious before. And Daniel blurted out, "I found a baby bird in the driveway when I was younger." Larry stops. "When I was a kid, I found the baby bird and it was so injured, so I picked it up and it was in my hands and then I just started crushing it, and I think that's when my trauma developed." Larry pauses and smiles. This is what he wanted. He didn't know that Daniel had lied about the whole thing. He was just giving Larry exactly what he wanted to hear.
What does he want to hear? Just traumas?
Yeah,
Just
trauma.
Stories?
Yeah. The second Felicia,
stories.
Larry's girlfriend from LA, steps into the one-bedroom apartment crammed with all these people living there, she can't help but feel like, I'm a Harvard, Columbia-educated physician who already started her psychiatric training. I'm going to be living in this whole apartment with these other people's crap everywhere. And because of tight spaces, or whatever bullshit reason Larry is coming up with, Felicia finds out the day she moves to New York City that she's not going to be sleeping with her boyfriend alone. She said, "And I'm sleeping with Larry and this other woman, Isabella. It's going to be the three of us in the bedroom, me, Larry, and Isabella. He did not allow us to sleep with clothes on. So we're all just naked in the bed. And Larry would sleep in the middle, face up. Isabella and I are on each side. Isabella sleeps with her hand on his genitals. This is supposed to be my boyfriend. And then I'm sleeping with him and this girl has her hand all up on his stuff, and I'm just supposed to be okay." Larry would be like, "Oh, she's just more comfortable that way. I'm helping her through trauma. What's the big deal? Aren't you a smart, educated, liberated woman?" It was not just their sleeping arrangements, but the fridge and freezer were padlocked. The only ones that could access food were Larry and Isabella. Talia had moved out by this point to make room for Felicia. But still, there was no door handles on the bathrooms. Even if you managed to hold the door closed somehow, all someone has to do is bend down and stick their face into the gaping hole to see what you're doing. There was no privacy anywhere. Felicia moves in a few weeks away from taking her exam, where she would become a fully licensed medical doctor. This would be the beginning of everything falling apart. Once she settles in, Larry takes her documents, the ones from residency that are very important for her future. He tears them up and throws them 150 feet out the window.
Get the hell out of here.
150 feet, what does that mean?
Oh, because they're on like a high rise, just to the ground.
Oh.
And now she's stuck sleeping in the same bed as her boyfriend and a woman named Isabella, while her little brother, Santos, is sleeping on the floor in the living room. Felicia Rosario, Larry's girlfriend from LA, the Harvard and Columbia med school graduate, is Santos's oldest sister. All three Rosario siblings, Felicia, the Harvard grad, Yalitza, the Columbia University student, and Santos, the Sarah Lawrence student, would all get brainwashed by Larry Ray. First, it was Santos, and very early on, he had asked his...
For these people that are looked at to be very smart, doing some really dumb stuff.
Sister Yalitza to meet Larry. He could just tell Yalitza was not adjusting well to Columbia, and Larry had been so helpful with just helping everyone access their repressed memories and try to find healing. It's not weird, it's normal, you know? It's low commitment. Just visit Santos at the apartment that he lives in, meet Larry, his counselor, and when Yalitza walks in, the entire place is cluttered. But it's not filthy, it's just jam-packed. You really have to like balance on one foot before you take the next step to avoid stepping on something or someone. There were so many bodies in there, but Yalitza loved it. There was this chaoticness. In the kitchen, Larry would be cooking up steak. The TV is playing Cosmos. And in another corner, there's two kids debating things like the ship paradox. If a ship has all its parts gradually replaced over time, is it still the same ship? On the dining table, there's two college kids proofreading each other's law school applications. There's another kid in the corner reading Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. From the moment that she stepped foot into that apartment, she was in love with it. It feels like if you come from a family where you don't have family dinners and the house is always depressingly quiet, then you go over to your friend's house and there's always people around. The TV is playing, the parents are cooking, and there's sodas in the fridge. It feels so nice. On top of that, Yalitza felt really out of place at Columbia, but here, nobody's judging her. They would tell her, we're all here for the same reason as you are. We're working on figuring out who we are. There is something to be said about the fact that Larry is specifically going after college students with high education. I mean, surely there's a proximity factor where this is who he has access to through Talia. But Larry gets off on taking these highly intelligent, academically gifted kids with a lot of potential ahead of them, bending and breaking them until they're nothing. Larry had Santos, he had Yalitza now, but he still wants Felicia Rosario. The eldest Rosario sibling, the one with the highest academic standing, is Larry's biggest catch. For weeks, he's waiting for Felicia to visit her siblings from LA. He has this entire plan mapped out. People say Larry's like a chameleon. He can change into whatever you want him to be. And Felicia just wants someone to eat White Castle with. That was one of their first dates. After a few gatherings with the whole family, this was like one of their first dates alone. They would get burgers from White Castle. And just the two of them. No limo driver, no Isabella, no little brother.
White Castle is so whack. I had it in Vegas recently. I got me like a double patty, whatever, White Castle burger. A few of them. It was like so moist and like soggy with the bread in the middle. It was so bad. Oh my gosh. Fries were boo-boo too.
We're parked on the side of the street, eating White Castle and watching the sunrise. The whole car smelled like greasy fries, but Felicia could not stop smiling. I mean, this was the moment that she realized, I'm going to marry this man. Her brother's ex-girlfriend's father. From that day forward, they would refer to each other as wife and husband. Some netizens found it strange that Felicia would fall in love with Larry so quickly, but I think the best way to describe it is, imagine if Felicia studied painting her whole life. She's constantly surrounded by these other students who have gone to school to paint. And there are nonstop conversations about which colors go best in theory, with which pigments, which types of oil paints are used for what mediums. It's very technical and they're spectacular, the best of the best. But then one day she casually meets a guy And it feels like he was born to be an artist. Like he doesn't know the technical terms for the pigments and the canvases, but he just gets it. It feels like he can at least keep up with her. Perhaps he can even teach her a new perspective. It's very exciting. He just knows so much about the human brain, about human psyche. So they do this whole long distance thing, and it starts with them on the phone talking to each other every single night. Most days they would talk to each other multiple times. Larry would give Felicia updates on how her younger siblings are doing, but slowly the conversations, they start getting more romantic, more sexual, until Larry is trying to tell her, you need to go to a bar and have sex with a man and record it.
Wow.
Yeah.
And she did it or no?
Yes, and it would happen very slowly. First, it was how many people have you slept with? And I think the age thing also factors in. He just made it sound like you need to experiment more before you figure out what you want. He also played a lot into the fact that they all go to good colleges. They're well educated. They must be liberated. They must be free thinkers and not bound by the traditional norms of society. He'd really tap into that. And Felicia would listen because, well, Larry is the only person there to protect her from the people that are trying to kill her. Santos and Yalitza are sitting in the living room in New York when Larry slams the door open and runs in. We got to get your sister out of LA. What? What's wrong with Felicia? What happened? Is she okay? He puts his phone on speakerphone and they hear their sister sobbing like they've never heard her. This is their eldest sister in a not financially well-off immigrant family. She's practically a parental figure for them. She's the epitome of older sibling who has their life together, but she can barely talk right now. Hi, I'm crying because I'm so scared they're gonna do something to me. Santos and Yalitza are confused. Who is they? What are you scared about? Why is nobody answering us? Instead, Larry just shouts into the phone. You're not gonna answer the door for anyone without me on the phone, okay? When they hang up, Santos and Yalitza are demanding, well, not demanding, you don't demand anything of Larry, but they're asking him to clarify what the hell is going on, and they keep getting these very vague answers. Felicia's been so scared, she's set up cameras all inside the apartment. She even gave Larry access online to watch her and keep her safe. She's been so paranoid, she won't even sleep in her room. She's dragged her mattress out to the living room, and the Rosario siblings are still like, that doesn't answer the question. But all Larry says is, Felicia is scared someone is in LA trying to come for her. They want to hurt her because she's dating me. It's unclear as to who these people even are, but it's very, very serious. It's life or death. In comes Operation Save Felicia. That's how she moves to New York City. It is the only place that she will be safe. Felicia is sitting on the black leather couch, and Santos, her little brother, is standing next to her, next to the couch. I mean, her hair is tangled. She lifts her arms up. She looks very distressed. She opens up her mouth, and Santos's right hand lifts up, and he slaps himself.
Can I give you this most insane free gift?
Some crazy psychological warfare right there.
Wait, what's happening?
Felicia is on the couch. She's very frustrated. She's trying to get up. She's trying to talk. And every time she moves, Santos slaps himself across the face.
Her little brother is slapping himself. Okay.
Felicia has a pretty visceral response to that. She cries out in frustration, in pain. And why is her little brother doing this to himself? But any single reaction Felicia would have, Santos would slap himself across the face again. Because this is what Larry told him to do. Make sure Felicia does not leave that couch for 8 hours. Make sure she does not speak, does not make a sound, or else.
I'm done. I'm just fucking done.
It was Felicia or Santos, and both of them would lose to Larry. By the end of the day, Santos had stood there for 7 hours. His face was so swollen and red he was unrecognizable. Whoa. A few weeks after that, Santos tried to self-exit. The 3 Rosario siblings are sitting in front of Larry. Do you remember your parents used to use a lot of cash to pay for things growing up? Each one of them nodded. I mean, it was making sense. Everything Larry was saying, their parents were running a drug-dealing empire back and forth from the Dominican Republic and the United States. That's why they always had cash on them. But not only that, Mr. Rosario, their father, he liked to essay his 2 daughters growing up. Now, I do want to disclaim, clearly this is all a lie. The Rosario parents run a small travel agency and a grocery store, and they had a lot of cash growing up, likely because they were probably getting paid under the table because they're immigrants. They're trying to find whatever job they can. They're not heroin dealers, and they did not essay anyone.
Okay.
They're a
thank God.
disadvantaged immigrant family that worked hard to save enough money to buy a house in the Bronx and then proceeded to spend every last dime trying to give their kids the best education possible. But Larry doesn't care. He convinces them that their parents are evil, filthy, vile, disgusting beings, and they actually know Larry. The Rosario parents know Larry and want to kill him because he knows about their illegal dealings. Larry used to work for the CIA and the DIA. Of course, he read the Rosario case files. He recognized Santos since day one. That's why he took him in like a wounded bird. The Rosario siblings fully believe it. He would deprive them of sleep for multiple nights, put them through these 36-hour-long interrogations before convincing them that their parents were pure evil. They used to be incredibly close with their parents before Larry. Felicia would talk to her mom at least once a day, but now the siblings refuse to talk to their parents. Mrs. Rosario would say a little prayer before bed every single night. We pray our children come back safe wherever they may be. We put our hopes in you, God. $200,000. That's how much the siblings would get from their parents to give to Larry. They would.
What do you mean? Why?
Bro. $200,000 for a bald bum?
Because they owed Larry for property damage and for all these things that he claimed that they did to him. At one point, he accuses them of trying to poison him. And the Rosario siblings feel like it's not even money that their parents should have. It's blood money. It's heroin money. Of course they deserve it and need to give it back to Larry because they're trying to kill Larry because he knows what they're doing.
Wow.
Their parents, they sold their house. They sold their house to pay this money for their kids. They look so desperate. They flew back to the Dominican Republic to get loans.
No way. Like, I hear the words that are being said, but I still can't fathom it. Like, it's not fully registering. Like, I know what it is. That's
to beg
crazy.
friends for money. Yalitza said she wasn't thinking about her parents at that point because they were evil to her. All she thought was, maybe if we can just get some money for Larry, he'll love us again. Maybe it'll be enough this time. Maybe we still have a chance to be happy. That would not happen because Felicia starts descending into madness. It's been described as a regression into a childlike state. There's multiple video clips. It's heavily documented. Even when she was still in LA, there's an audio clip of Larry harassing her on the phone, convincing her that there's scary, powerful people out there that are going to come get her. And she just sounds purely exhausted. And he would be screaming, do you want to die? I'm here trying to help you, you know? There's scary people out there, Felicia. Right now, we are under attack. People are trying to kill us. In a video on the couch, Felicia is bawling her eyes out, and Larry tells her, Felicia, you lost control a minute ago. Yes, I did. You're screaming at the top of your lungs. You said you're terrified. Why are you terrified? Because I'm afraid the people back in California, they told me if I didn't do what they wanted me to do, they were going to send people to kill me. It was people my parents have known for a long time. Is this true or are you making this up? No, I'm not making it up. I swear. I'm scared. I'm so scared. I'm so certain. I know that in my deepest, I know that deep down, I know that they will kill me. They will kill me. Your parents? Yes, my parents will kill me or they'll send people to kill me. I know that. I'm not making it up. I swear to God. I swear to God. Oh my God, this is a nightmare.
I just want to be alone right now. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I just want to be alone. Then, just let me be.
Larry made sure that even if Felicia were to get proper sleep, food, and be in the right headspace, that she would start realizing none of this makes sense. Larry made sure that if that day ever came, she would have nothing to go back to. He took sick pleasure in ripping apart her life that she sacrificed everything for. There's a video of Felicia sitting at a dining table and she looks like she's having some sort of life-shattering realization. Her hair is a mess, it's unbrushed. One side of her face, her eye is super swollen like she's been punched or someone slammed her head into something. Right. Her mouth is open. She slowly closes it and looks down at the table like she's about to start crying. And Larry keeps questioning her. What's going on, Felicia? Are you still there? What just happened? Did you realize something? Did you realize something? Yes. What is it? You want to tell us? I hate being irresponsible. The truth is, I hate being irresponsible. That's not good. What have you done now, huh? It's not my character at all. What's going on? Hello? What's been going on? Can you tell me? My medical degree. I could lose it. Effectively, I can tell you that you've lost it. This behavior has gone too far, Felicia. That's the truth. Now, Felicia, I'm only 31 years old and I can show you still that I can still be responsible. That has nothing to do with your medical degree, and I have nothing to say about your medical career. It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with the state licensing board. You know that.
It looks like she's losing hair too. Like the front, it looked like there's like a whole hair patch lost, yo. That, man, this is sad, yo.
Well, I can still behave, Larry, and I will show you that I can still behave. Felicia? Yes? You need to shut up.
And I will show you that I can still behave.
Felicia,
Yes.
you can shut up.
And the video cuts. Soon after this, Larry would force her to send an email to the dean of Columbia Medical School, the dean of the school that she graduated from. The email reads, I graduated from Columbia with a medical degree in 2011. I'm writing today to have my degree revoked as I am in serious violation of the Hippocratic oath that I took upon graduating. I've been intentionally, maliciously, and fanatically out to hurt others and destroy their lives as much as I can. I've done nothing but shameful and hurtful things, especially to the people who have most cared for me. He made her send that, and every single day, he would hold the videos that he forced her to take of herself having relations with strangers. He would throw them in her face and tell her, I will put this on the internet. I will personally send this to the medical licensing board and you will never practice medicine again. You think I don't know people in powerful places? I know almost all the top general surgeons at all the top hospitals. I personally know the dean of Columbia. I was a CIA informant. Are you kidding me? I knew Gorbachev. In another video, Felicia is screaming, begging Larry to help her, and she's screaming, please save me from myself, save me from myself. And he asks her in the video, what do you want? And she screams, I just want to be able to go back to work and be happy and fine. Please don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Please, Larry, I don't want to live here. I don't want to live here. In other videos, she would tell Larry, I don't want to throw myself away because I love you and I want to stay with you always and forever. These little videos were like Larry's little trophies. One night, Larry would slam open the window to the 15th floor apartment. He's holding a hammer and screaming at Santos. Look, it's very simple. You leap like a frog. Why don't you guys, you and Felicia, hold hands and jump together? Wow. It'd be so cute. Do you know how cute that would be if you both jumped? It'll be over in a second. In total, Larry's victims would attempt to self-exit at least 12 times during their time with Larry. But Daniel would get out after graduating. On Thanksgiving Day, would force Daniel to put on one of Isabella's mini dresses, go downstairs in front of people, walk around, and then when he got back up, Larry was red in the face, mad at Daniel for whatever other thing that he forgot to do. And he would taunt, look at yourself, Danny. How does it feel to wear a dress? Are you still confused about your sexuality, huh? Look at yourself. I'm sorry, I don't know. Let's see about that. He would tell Isabella to grab one of her biggest intimate toys that she had. She always had like this duffel bag of intimate toys that she kept around the house. And he would say, give it to Danny. Now, Danny, let's settle this once and for all. You're going to place that you know where. And if you like it, we'll know you're gay. Simple enough, right? That night, Daniel was forced to do things with the device while wearing a dress. Things he clearly did not consent to, all the while his friends were forced to watch. And Larry was taking photos of him. Claudia would later say about that picture that Daniel is staring right into the camera. His eyes, he looks panicked.
Want to get a new job?
A Google career certificate can help you get...
Dude. I don't even know how to... I feel like... Oh my goodness. Like... It's not even... I don't feel like I can phrase the words right to say I feel so bad for like each and every one of them, but that I feel like that's not even the right words to say. Like, what? I'm a loss of words for sure.
His eyes are questioning. He's very scared. She said, it's not a look I've ever seen on someone's face before. And after that, Daniel walked up onto the rooftop, climbed on the water tank, and he just laid at the top. The surface was really smooth, and he knew that if he moved a few inches to one side, he could easily slip right off, and then none of this would matter anymore and everything would be okay. But he sits up and he says, I sat there looking at the city, and it was beautiful. To me in that moment, it felt like I had gotten out of a mental prison, and all I wanted to do was leave. I took my stuff after that, and I had no plans to ever come back. And he just assumed that all the others, they would have their wake-up moment someday. But 6 years later, April 2019, a New York magazine article would go viral titled The Stolen Kids of Sarah Lawrence. Daniel realized his friends did not get out soon after. It got so much worse in the next 6 years.
What?
The New York magazine expose on Larry Ray and his college cult starts off by exposing Larry.
Yeah, I forgot because this happened for 10 years. Daniel, he was there from freshman year till he graduated. So from when he graduated, and then 6 years later, him seeing that completes the 10 years. That's why there's an article now. Oh my gosh. And it got worse? Bro.
His long list of lies. First, Larry's whole identity, his whole personality was based on being a Marine. He created these little Marine-based operations around the house. Their morning routine was supposed to be a boot camp, but Larry was never in the Marines. He did serve in the military, the Air Force, for a total of 19 days before he was dishonorably
It's always them people, bruh. It's always those type of people, bro. The ones that get freaking outed because they're, oh my gosh, that's called stolen valor.
Charged for reasons unknown. But not all of Larry's lies were straight up lies. Like the Marines one. He knew a lot of the top generals in the Marines. He was friends with them. So there was truth. I don't know how he was friends with them, but he was.
What?
Yeah. The article states what made Larry exceptional is the way he expertly mixed connections to top officers in the U.S. Marine Corps with lies and embellishments. So it was always a half-truth, half-lie. He would say he met Gorbachev, and you're like, that's crazy, you're a little liar. And then he would show you a picture with him having dinner with Gorbachev, meeting other people with Gorbachev, with Rudy Giuliani with Gorbachev. Larry did know Rudy Giuliani, Bernie Kerik, the New York police commissioner, and even Gorbachev. He did receive a letter from NATO about his efforts to help negotiate the end of the Kosovo War. He just lied about how involved he was. A NATO official said, I do remember him being around. He was connected and may have made some calls for us, as did many others at the time. I wrote a letter to anyone who was even remotely involved. Quite a professional way of saying Larry maybe called someone once in a while, but like his impact was minimal. Larry also convinced Talia that her mom was abusive and that she was essayed by members from that side of the family, which we're going to go more in depth on part 2. But all of that was denied by CPS and Talia's younger sister. Talia's mom and her side of the family were cleared of any wrongdoing, and custody was given to her mom. Larry was even ordered...
But all that money, $200,000 is gone, bro.
To undergo a psychological examination in 2005 during the custody battle. The psychiatrist wrote in the report, literally impossible to evaluate. His power and control are exhibited through the process of wearing down the other person to the point of sheer exhaustion. Mr. Ray has the control. He is able to manipulate and control almost any situation in which he finds himself, including a psychological interview with a forensic examiner. No matter how experienced the examiner may be, Larry is very good at what he does. He can be utterly charming, and one can be disarmed by his childlike simplicity and smile. But make no mistake, Mr. Larry is no child. He is a calculating, manipulative, and hostile man. Basically, the psychologist is saying, we can't examine this man because you ask him a question trying to get an examination, and he will just exhaust you, going on these ramblings until you are so tired you cannot continue.
Wow.
He will go on ramblings. He will never answer the question. And he's got so much energy. And he's so manipulative. The article, Stolen Kids of Sarah Lawrence, would get the attention of the NYPD Crimes Unit and the FBI, but by then, it would be too late. Larry was no longer living in the one-bedroom apartment, accusing college kids of breaking his oven. He would start a multi-million-dollar trafficking ring, catering to the wealthy elite businessmen in New York City. And one...
Oh, so that's how we get into it. I thought it was within this. But we about to go to part 2. This stream, come on.
One of the cult members will not make it out alive. And I will discuss all of that in part 2. But please let me know your thoughts in the comments. Please stay safe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
ready for the next one. Hopefully so that was 12 days ago. Let's see. Boom. Yeah, Sarah Lawrence right here. All right, I'm ready. Hey, if you need
Don't
to
be like Henry,
if you need to restock on food and knickknacks and snacks, now is your time. Cause I'm gonna get one of my drinks and cut a little rug. Yeah. Hey, but this story is crazy. She had to do a whole part 2. This dude going bananas. Man. I feel like the outcome would have been a lot different, and it probably wouldn't have went as long if he didn't do like an Ivy League type school where people thought they were smarter. I mean, they probably were smarter than a lot of other people, but regardless, they put themselves on a pedestal anyways to believe they're smarter than everybody else, but whatever. But obviously that has their cons as well. And I wonder if that plays a factor because of that. I feel like it'd be a different outcome if it wasn't an Ivy League school. I mean, I'm sure he'd still do damage, but not in the way and as long as he did for them now.
Bada bing, bada boo.
The Department of Justice makes a very public statement, similar to an Instagram apology, but it feels kind of more like a threat. Please do not reproduce, share, or use this exhibit in any way. If you have downloaded this file, please delete it off of your device. Naturally, this statement has the opposite effect. If somebody was curious before this ominous sounding DOJ statement, they're probably fighting their Wi-Fi servers now to read what's on this document. The government has accidentally released a sealed file, and for whatever reason, they don't want the general public to read what's on that document. So what does the general public do? They read what's on that file, they download and save the top secret document that is not supposed to be shared, and on it are a long list of names. This is not a random document. This is a file netizens have been trying to get their hands on for weeks now. The client list to a high-profile sex worker in Manhattan. Her revenue in just 2 years was in the millions of dollars. Her hourly rate was starting at $1,500. Just by doing the math, just by running some numbers, it is very safe to assume that her client list has some of the more powerful names in all of New York City. Just by who can afford that? High-profile businessmen, elite married couples who have purchased services together, artists, restaurateurs, architects, married men, married hedge fund owners, a former Supreme Court judge, well, a New York State Supreme Court judge. It is a list that's going to ruin a lot of people's lives, which is probably why it was sealed until it wasn't. Some of the names include high-level executives at Apple, other major retailers such as Gap, a wealthy hedge fund manager, an international diamond dealer, a former New York State Supreme Court judge. They had all been alleged clients of a sex trafficking business run by a college cult. 10 years ago, a man named Larry Ray had walked onto an elite private college campus to visit his daughter, who's a student there. He ends up staying on campus, living in his daughter's dorm, and brainwashing all of his daughter's friends. He starts a decade-long cult. He would turn some of the members into his wives and others into sex workers. This is the case of Lawrence Ray and the college cult.
If anybody knows like Spider-Man, he low-key looks like Kingpin, just not as big.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Sanctuary for
Potty
Families.
break.
They are New York's leading NGO for survivors of domestic violence, sex trafficking, and related forms of gender violence. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. We'd also like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Before we get started, today's case does include themes of domestic violence and SA involving adults as well as children. Additionally, self-exit and disordered eating, or EDs, are mentioned throughout. I know you guys hear this all the time, but please watch at your own discretion and take care and prioritize your health. And just like the previous episode, there are so many different opinions, discussions, doubts regarding victimhood versus culpability for two young women involved in today's case, Isabella Pollock and Talia Ray. I just want to explicitly state that we are only here to retell events as they happened, and we did our best to present them in a way that is neutral and unbiased. This is actually part 2. The last episode that we uploaded is part 1 to this cult, and we covered Talia Ray, a sophomore college student at Sarah Lawrence in New York. And there's 2 things you need to know about Talia Ray. She's a go-getter. She knows what she wants in life, in her future, and she's really aggressive about pursuing it, which is a good thing, right? It's just very different from what all the other college kids are used to. And second, Talia Ray has an obsession with her dad, Larry Ray. That is all she will ever talk about. If you are alone in the room with her, she's going to somehow turn your topic of going fishing in California over the weekend into a conversation about, oh, fish? That's cool. Water, right? Have you ever heard of the Marines? My dad, Larry, was a Marine. He also worked for the DIA, the CIA, the FBI. He knew the mayor of New York City, Rudy Giuliani, the police commissioner, Bernie Kerik, and Gorbachev, the last Soviet leader. Oh, look, here's a picture of him and Gorbachev. But oddly enough, the great Larry Ray was thrown in prison. Talia said it was because he was a truth teller and he knew too much about 9/11, the tragedy, and former George W. Bush.
They usually call that a whistleblower, not a truth teller. Well, he's a storyteller.
Bush personally had it out for her father. They needed to discredit Larry by taking custody of his 2 daughters from him and turning him into a felon. When Larry gets out of prison, Talia asks her 7 roommates on campus if they're all right with her dad staying with them for a few days. I mean, how can they say no? But a few days turns into Larry sleeping in Talia's best friend's room, Isabella's room, cooking up steaks every night, holding his own little group therapy sessions on the living room floor, and Larry convinces most of Talia's friends that they were brought here together by fate. Not coincidence, fate. Because every single one of them had hidden, repressed, traumatic childhood memories of SA, where they were essayed by their own family members. None of them knew it yet, though, because they've blocked it out of their brains for how painful the experience was. But that's why they've all contemplated self-exiting. But that's okay, because Larry studied brains and psychology during his time at the Department of Defense, and he was going to fix them all because they're Talia's friends. Now, side note, I will say that he has a very interesting relationship with his daughter. I mean, I think it's very strange. Later, the cult move into a 1-bedroom apartment, and Larry sleeps in the bedroom on a singular king-size bed with his daughter and her best friend Isabella, that he refers to as his wife. In part 1, we covered how Larry would brainwash the students and they would start blindly following his commands. Eventually, he got them all to move into the 1-bedroom apartment off campus, and he starts running it like a Marine-style boot camp. He starts conditioning the girls to do very bizarre sexual things. He would force them to go to bars. He would force them to go to Home Depot or find strangers on the street to have intimate relations with while they record it all for Larry to watch.
Wild.
He would force them to have intimate relations with each other while he watched, or sometimes he would join in, or he would just offer up the girls to his business partners just because. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of who's still in the cult and where we are now. We have Larry. Then we have Talia, his daughter. She's on and off physically in the cult. Sometimes she's with the group. Other times she stays with her step-grandpa in North Carolina, which sometimes the whole cult would stay in North Carolina with the step-grandpa, Gordon, that's his name. Just wait, North Carolina is going to be a huge saga. So now we have Larry, Talia here and there. Isabella is Larry's right-wing woman. He refers to her as one of his wives. She's Talia's best friend, and out of everybody else, Isabella probably holds the most power in the group. Some of the group members would say that she was almost like an equal to Larry. but I don't know if that's the best way to put it. Then there's Larry's other wife, Felicia Rosario. She was training to be a psychiatrist before she met Larry, but she's going to go through a lot in this episode. Her entire psyche, her mind basically breaks in half, and it's documented through a series of videos. You've got Felicia's younger siblings, Yalitza, a Columbia student, Santos, Talia's ex-boyfriend from Sarah Lawrence, and Claudia, another friend of Talia's, and she's going to be a key person in all of this. Daniel has left the cult. Larry forced him to wear a dress and take pictures doing very degrading acts with intimate toys, and he's left. And now most of the kids had graduated or dropped out, and they're still living with Larry because this cult lasts 10 years. And almost always, Isabella and Felicia are going to be with Larry at all times. Claudia is kind of always close by. Now, with that being said, that's the recap. Let's get started. It was kind of a joke that they said at parties. Well, it was partly a joke, partly a way to cope because it's such a bizarre situation. Oh yeah, our friends, they joined a cult. What? I went to the apartment once where they ran the cult, and it was, I'd never seen anything like that before. I didn't realize at the time before I got there, but all my friends were living in that apartment with him, the cult leader. They're piled into this tiny little cluttered apartment with this guy, this 50-year-old bald man named Larry. It was weird. Everyone at the dinner table is fascinated, intrigued, but also not really taking it that seriously because, the whole thing sounds like a fever dream. What do you mean your former roommates from a private school college that costs $80,000 a year joined a cult run by their friend's dad?
Who is saying this, though?
Gabe, Max, Juliana, and Raven, the ex-roommates that did not join the cult.
Oh, the 4 people who went away, yes.
But they're going to help save them. They're going to be a pivotal part of taking down Larry Ray soon. There was this woman. Well, part of her looked like a girl. She looked like she was in her 20s, but her mannerisms were almost that of a child. She looks like she's been lost in the woods for the past 3 weeks. She's clearly not in good condition. Her curly hair is so tangled and unkept that it's basically one giant knot on top of her head. Her lips are cracked, likely from severe dehydration. The hunger at this point is probably gone. Her stomach probably feels numb, like a dull ache. She's been surviving off of a few figs a day from the fig tree that she found. Her eyes are unfocused. She's just walking around, cutting up the bottom of her feet from the tree branches. Sometimes she would walk in circles. Other times she would stand there, staring up at the sun, squinting her eyes, humming, singing, "Hey, hey, hey, what you got to say? Hey, 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 I love you, Larry. I want to get married." Passerbys would just shake their heads and start picking up their pace to walk faster. There goes the neighbor again. The woman was not lost in the woods. She's just roaming around the property of a suburban home in a suburban neighborhood, waiting for her husband, Larry, to let her back into the house. She's sleeping on the sticky porch, trying to cover her ears so the North Carolina bugs don't crawl in, slapping mosquitoes off her legs. All the while, her love, Larry Ray, is inside the house watching from the comfortable air-conditioned bedroom next to his other, quote,
Does having a 4.0 GPA matter? No. 6th to 12th grade parents.
Get you up out of here, bro. Clearly, they got...
Watching her suffer. It had been 5 days since Felicia had been thrown out. Larry's standing there inside the little house in North Carolina, and Felicia is standing there screaming for help.
Skip over that. 5 days outside.
It had been 5 days since Felicia had been thrown out.
What?
Larry's standing there inside the little house in North Carolina, and Felicia is standing there screaming for help. She's in distress. Her body language is that of someone who's about to have a panic attack. But her husband, Larry, is just standing there watching her while another woman is recording all of this.
Is she inside or outside the house?
Inside now. Felicia tries to reach out to him to ask for help, but he takes her and slams her down onto the ground, puts his whole body weight on her like some professional wrestler. He's holding her flat down on the cold hardwood floor to hold her in place. He's gripping the back of her neck while she's crying on the floor. "Please don't leave me, Larry. Please don't leave me."
Larry, please don't leave me. Please don't leave me, Larry. Please, no. Larry, please don't leave me.
The camera cuts. But if she kept it up, though, it's likely Larry would have enacted one of his favorite methods to torture his so-called wife. "You're acting like a literal child. Fine, you want to be like this?" Larry then turns to his other wife, Isabella. "Go to the drugstore. You know what to buy." 15 minutes later, she'd come back in with this little plastic bag. Larry rips it open. Isabella, go change Felicia into these diapers since she wants to act like a child.
Bro.
10 years ago, this woman, Felicia Rosario, would have gone on to become a Harvard and Columbia graduated psychiatrist. She was on track. But now, she's forced to sit on the sofa in nothing but a diaper, sucking on a pacifier. And Larry would tell her, if you let it fall out of your mouth, very bad things are going to happen. He would force her to sit there watching kids' shows. If she tried to get up, he would zip tie her ankles and wrists, and she would be stuck there until her mind went completely numb.
What kind of, like, dog, I don't understand. How do you have that kind of fetish, interest, whatever you want to call it, to, like, shame, blame, guilt, psychologically break humans down to do, like, just the most bizarre, weird bullcrap you ever seen in your life, bro? Like, I don't understand that. I don't.
Before Isabella and Felicia, there was Martha. 19-year-old Martha's wedding day was coming up, and her mother-in-law, Ingrid, has her running an errand that she just does not have time for. Go bring these to Carl's dad, your future father-in-law. Martha looks down at the little home-baked cupcakes. Carl's parents are divorced and not on good terms, so why would Ingrid care to bake fresh cupcakes for her ex-husband on the day of their son's wedding? Hurry before it's too late. He's got to eat a few before the wedding. I'm sorry, Ingrid, I don't think I understand. What are you not getting, Martha? The cupcakes are going to give him diarrhea. I put X-Lax in them, so he's going to get sick and miss the wedding. I thought you'd be glad. One less person to worry about. That would be the first taste of what Martha's life was going to be like, married to Carl. After the wedding, Martha becomes Ingrid's personal assistant, housekeeper, daughter-in-law, punching bag. Every single morning, she would wake up and her long list of to-dos would just keep getting longer. Clean the panels of the walls. Clean crevices of furniture legs with Q-tips. Skip lunch, only drink coffee, and smoke cigarettes.
What?
The last item was the hardest. Martha did not like the way that the coffee and the cigarettes made her so anxious on an empty stomach. She's developing insomnia. She can barely keep her eyes shut at night, while Carl next to her, snoring away. The man has never seen or felt what it's like cleaning between the couch cushions with a Q-tip before. Martha tries to politely bring it up to Ingrid. Please, Ingrid, my heart is racing. I feel like I'm dying. I think I need to go to the hospital. With what money, huh? Ingrid would snatch the cigarette from her hand and shove a Q-tip in it. Get back to cleaning. Martha's stomach would be grumbling the entire time she's bent over trying to clean every little crevice of the sofa with a Q-tip. I mean, she doesn't know what's worse, being starved by her mother-in-law or being forced to eat something her mother-in-law cooked. Probably the latter. There was one time Martha was doing dishes and she overheard this conversation between Ingrid, her mother-in-law, and her mother-in-law's friend named Nora. Ingrid was complaining about how she needs to do repairs around the house, but the contractors out these days, they want to get paid for stepping foot into the house. They're so expensive. Nora interrupts Ingrid. Oh, well, my husband Jesse is really good around the house and he can help you out. He's a carpenter. A few days later, Jesse the carpenter shows up and he starts messing with the pipes. When Ingrid walks over, her eyes are trained on Jesse, like she's going hunting. Martha's kind of nervous for this guy. He always thinks he's looking good, doesn't he? What? I don't think I guess, right? Maybe he's just confident. You know the hair on his head? Transplants. If you ask me, I think he's cheating on Nora, my dear friend. But it's fine. He's gonna get real big soon. I put something in his food. Blow him up real good, increase his appetite. No one's gonna want to sleep with him after that.
Wait, she wants to poison her friend's husband?
Yeah, so that he can't cheat on her friend.
Okay.
She winks at Martha and just walks off. That night, Martha would try to whisper to Carl that his mom is Madam Poison, okay? But he's not having it. He would shout at her, absolutely not. If my mother is putting anything into her food, it's love. She's a great cook, and you're just jealous. This is not what Martha planned for married life. A poisonous mother-in-law, a mommy's boy husband. But now she feels like she dug her grave and she needs to lay in it. The one thing that she remembered to do, though, was later when she had kids, anytime they went over to Grandma, she would sit them down. Grandma is nice. You can love Grandma. But you can never eat anything from Grandma's house. Are we clear? Even her kids are looking at her like, are you okay? What is wrong with you? Nobody believed Martha. Nobody took her side. Except her brother-in-law, Lawrence Ray, Larry Ray. Larry was a good guy. Do you know why they say never to ask the mafia for a favor? Because now you owe them, and they're going to call you to return the favor whenever they want. That's how Carl describes his brother Larry. Doesn't matter if you're his brother or a family member. If he feels like he did something for you, he's going to want twice back in return. You owe him plus interest, which is why Carl never asks for a favor. And precisely the reason that Carl finds it even more insulting when he walks into his bedroom, Carl's bedroom, and he stumbles on a pair of bright neon Speedo-esque underwear. It is so neon that it's practically glowing in the dark, and there is only one person in the whole world that Carl knows that wears underwear like this.
Larry Ray.
Larry Ray. He picks it up with the tippy top of his two fingers, and he sees on it, on Larry's underwear, coral lipstick. Martha loves coral lipstick.
What?
Which means either Larry is having an affair with Carl's wife, or Larry knows that Carl is having an affair with Larry's wife, and he's just returning the favor like the mob does. Yeah, they're both having an affair with each other's partners.
Okay.
Larry's family history...
Wait, I didn't know Larry has a wife?
Larry had a wife.
Oh, had a wife.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Otherwise,
yes.
Got it.
So Larry's family history is very complicated. He married Teresa when he's at the pinnacle of his success. I mean, the height of his career. His best friend is the New York City police commissioner. He's got the mayor of New York City on speed dial. And when Gorbachev, the Soviet leader, comes to town, Larry's helping him arrange security detail and giving him tours around town. His whole life is put together. Larry is what you call a man of time management. He's juggling world-class leaders, high-profile businessmen, his wife, their two daughters, the eldest Talia, and then their youngest daughter, who was born 11 years later. She's not really part of the story, so we're just gonna, right? He's juggling work, his whole family of 4, as well as a long-term serious girlfriend. And all of Larry's business partners know that Larry has another woman on the side. And it's not even Martha. It's a different girlfriend. I mean, a lot of the business partners had a girlfriend on the side, but nobody was as obvious about it as Larry was. They'd be having a normal business dinner when the door would open. In walks this young, beautiful girl, and she would plop down next to Larry, and Larry, this fully married man, father of 2 children, would introduce her to everyone. Well, this is my girlfriend. If anybody wants to fuck her, just let me know. Just let me know. She does whatever I tell her to do. It's said that many of the guys would actually take Larry up on his offer, and the long-term girlfriend decides, I can't really do this anymore. I'm not some sort of object that you can just give to someone whenever you feel like it. On top of that, you're married, and I just can't stop thinking about, I don't know, it's just messed up to Teresa. She tries to leave and stand right. It's not like she's leaving him alone. He's got a whole family to go back to, but he's just staring at her. Yeah, okay, if that's what you want. She walks out, and in response, Larry then proceeds to send every single explicit photo and video of her doing intimate things with not just Larry, but all of his business partners, sends every single piece of graphic footage straight to her parents. Just video after picture after video after picture of some of the most graphic sexual encounters. The Gambino crime family was at its height, one of the most powerful American mafia families. Annually, they're bringing in at least $500 million in income. They pretty much had their fingers in every little pot in New York City. They were forcing businesses to pay them a cut of their profits for security services, racketeering, aka pay me to not kill you and I will protect you from me. They dabbled heavily in extorting labor unions, illegal gambling, construction bribes, loan sharking. They, interestingly enough, would hijack massive cargo shipments to the port of New York and steal all of the goods on it to sell on the black market. They were really diversified, but one of the easier ways for them to make money was through pump and dumps, a pump and dump scheme. Here's how it works. First, you find a small, struggling company with a low stock price. The Gambino family, they've got the funds. So they start buying up the shares at the low price of, let's say, $1. At first, they'll start off slow so that nobody notices. But then they'll buy them all up, and once they have controlling interest of this company, they start spreading rumors. You know, my uncle made $15K in 3 days off that stock. Look, you didn't hear it from me, but
That's
that
what they
company,
still do now.
they're going to be doing the next big thing. They're in talks to sign a contract with the Department of Defense, a military contract. You know what that means, right? Money, profits. People start talking about the stock, and then there's this crushing feeling of, well, if I don't buy the stock, I'm going to miss out on getting rich like everybody else.
FOMO.
Random people start buying up shares because it makes sense. They heard information about the company's future. The share prices are steadily going up. This is good. Sometimes if the Gambino family want to take it all the way, they'll even pay off financial stock bloggers, reporters, anyone who can help bump up the share price. Let's say the family goes in at $1 per share. Now, with the hype, the news, the attention, everyone else is scrambling to buy into the next big tech unicorn. Each share is now worth $15. That's when the Gambino family will mass sell all of their shares, dumping everything, walking away with tens of millions of dollars in profits. Because at the end of the day, it's all manufactured hype about the company. None of it is true. Larry's best friend, Bernie Kerik, the New York City police commissioner, he wanted to put an end to the Gambino crime family's reign of terror. And conveniently, his best friend Larry Ray knows a few people on the inside.
He knows everyone.
Yeah, allegedly a few higher-ups of the Gambino family were in attendance for Larry and Teresa's wedding, which means, you know, Larry, I'd like you to meet my good friend Gary Ewer. He's investigating Ari Garofalo's pump and dump schemes from the Gambino family. Oh yeah, I heard about that. You have? FBI agent Gary officially brings Larry in as a confidential informant for the FBI to get inside information on the Gambino crime family. The two, they start meeting 3-4 times a week where with their little coffees in their hand, Larry would go on and rant about what's been going on inside the crime family. I'm telling you, Gary, I'm risking a lot to be out here right now to help the good guys. I get nothing out of this. You know that, don't you?
Wait, so this is actually FBI or?
Actually FBI. Yeah, he was an FBI agent. He actually turned into, well, he wasn't a president then, Donald Trump's bodyguard at one point, Gary.
Why did he decide to work with them, Larry? If he knows he's friends with these, you know.
You'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The FBI agent's like, yeah, we appreciate it. We know it, Larry. Well, I'm scared because now the Gambino family, they're going to put a hit on me. I think they know. Mm-hmm. Gary would request security backup in Larry's house. They equipped Larry's place with a whole new surveillance system that cost $10,000, courtesy of taxpayer money. 3 to 4 times a week, 52 weeks of the year, for multiple years in a row. Damn. Larry would meet up with Gary in his little unmarked car and start rambling on and on about the happenings of the mob world that week, until Gary starts getting a little, I don't know, his senses were going off. It felt weird. Larry never told them any information that could put anyone behind bars or could prevent something from happening. Most of his information about the Gambino crime family, it was after they took a profit.
That boy just yapping. That's exactly what he's doing. He's stalling and wasting time, yo.
Which is also, now that Gary's thinking about it, they should run a check on Larry's finances. Where is he working? I mean, the man never works. He's out here hanging out with the FBI and the mafia. How is that lucrative? Gary slowly, after years, realizes that Larry is not an informant for the FBI. He's an informant for the mob. The FBI is his mob.
I mean, if you want somebody to stall, have a yapper. Larry the yapper.
Mark, he's pretending to work with the FBI to bring back information on what the FBI knows to the Gambino crime family. He's playing both sides. He's making money off the pump and dump.
Is he crazy?
He's crazy. In 2000, Larry is charged with 19 other people with securities fraud, the pump and dump that stole $40 million from investors. But it's fine, because Larry's best friend is the police commissioner of New York City. It's going to be okay. He asks Bernie, to put in a good word for him at the U.S. Attorney's Office. And Kerik, his best friend, the best man at the wedding, who's always signed off on every single email, love you, responds, I would do anything for you. In the event that I am called to testify, I must tell you, my recollection of the events is not consistent with what you remember. This would have a severely negative impact on your credibility. I'm sure you understand. This time he did not sign off, love you, at the end of his email. And Larry's life was now in free fall. In 2000, he gets arrested for the pump and dump scheme. In 2004, his wife Teresa files for divorce and custody, stating that Larry was abusive. 2005, Larry files for bankruptcy. 2005, he loses custody of his daughters. 2007, he's arrested for kidnapping his daughter Talia. And the one person that he blames for all of this is not himself. He blames Bernie Kerik, that so-called scum of a best friend, police commissioner of New York City. And Larry is someone who knows how to hold a grudge. After being released from prison for kidnapping Talia, breaking custody laws. Larry was rearrested for beating his girlfriend. He traps her in her own apartment, holds her hostage, pins her down, and starts strangling her. Larry's technically out on probation for the pump and dump and for the custody thing, so this is a clear violation of that. And the U.S. Marshal's Office, they put a warrant out for his arrest. They come to collect him, and he is ducking his head side to side. He's playing this weird game of dodgeball, and both of his hands are gripping his daughter Talia and whipping her in front of the Marshal's officers' faces. This man is using his daughter as a human shield.
What do you mean?
He's like, don't arrest me. And just using Talia as a human shield.
Oh, actually.
Actually as a human shield. Some of the marshals have children of their own, and let's just say they were not delicate when it came to grabbing Larry out from behind his daughter. They broke his wrist in the process. Yep. Talia's standing there ready to take a bullet for her dad, but she doesn't even know why he's being arrested. She still thinks it's all because of Bernie Carrick and because her dad knows too much about 9/11. When Larry gets out of prison, he joins his daughter at Sarah Lawrence, starts secretly living in the dorms and brainwashing her friends. By this point in the story, everyone has graduated or dropped out, and Larry has a few members that he's super focused on: Isabella, Felicia, and Claudia. Even his daughter Talia is out of the picture most of the time. They bounce from New York City to Larry's stepdad's house in North Carolina, and there is a very strange house in North Carolina. All the neighbors avoid it. There were rumors that the police had to bring out canine dogs to sniff around once, specifically cadaver dogs. That's the one that searches for just one thing: death. They thought the house was just weird. I mean, it has craters all over it. It looks like Mars, the surface of Mars. Just massive holes all over the property lawn. Some of them are so deep, if you were to fill them with water, they would be deeper than a residential swimming pool. Others were so big that you could do laps in them. Just holes dotting all over the property. If you had a satellite image, it would make you itchy. This is where Larry starts forcing everyone in his cult to start doing heavy construction work. For no reason other than he wants to. This is very interesting. He would spend money renting out massive bulldozers, commercial-grade equipment, tractors. Then he would force the members, typically Isabella, Claudia, Felicia, Yalitza, and Santos. Talia would be there, but she's just mainly observing. He would force the members who know absolutely nothing about construction work to dig literal moats on the suburban property for the reason that, I don't know, it's not helping the property value. They're not doing it correctly. It's just leaving crater-sized holes everywhere. The group's time in North Carolina can only be described as a very creative, twisted kind of hell on earth. If someone were to be high on drugs and figure out a way to torture people that is cruel and unusual, this would be that. There's full industrial grade construction equipment, full-scale bulldozers, tractors. They had to dig trenches, tear up the lawn, lay down sod with professional equipment that they have no knowledge and expertise on how to use safely. Their mission was to install a new drainage system in the yard. But in order to do that, they have to accomplish a few things first. One, cut down a massive 25-foot tall tree in the yard in the dark. For some reason, Larry would have them work through the night so less neighbors would see what they're up to. They're in the pitch black outside screaming, "Move! Run!" because the giant tree is coming down. All they have is a singular flashlight. The trunk is probably so thick that you can't even wrap your arms around it when you hug it, but they're trying to cut it down in the pitch darkness in the middle of the night. If someone estimated incorrectly or if someone lost their balance, that tree was going to crush someone to death.
Dungeons.
In the back, there were just these mounds of mud and dirt because they had to dig this trench that goes all the way through the property to let the rainfall funnel off the property. Because the summers in North Carolina, it rains, it pours, there's thunderstorms, but it doesn't matter to Larry. They better be out there working. If they don't have the equipment, Larry would make them get on all fours in the thick mud and just dig. Even while it's pouring rain. Even if they're doubling their body weight just by the heavy, sticky mud that's clinging to them. 12 to 14-hour days, 7 days a week. When they're done for the day, they'd be drenched in sweat, mud, cuts all over their faces and legs, mosquito bites everywhere. They would walk into the house. They're not allowed to sleep, eat, unless Larry okays it. Claudia lost 40 pounds in the first few weeks there. Every single day, Larry would go out there, see the state of the yard, and he would scream at them. He would lose his freaking marbles that they're ruining the property on purpose because they want to kill Larry's stepdad. They want to give him a heart attack, and you want him to...
Larry needs to lose 100, at least, bare minimum.
Die.
But what's the instruction? Just dig holes? That's it?
Yes.
The end?
He wants to tap into the city's well. somehow. I don't know if there was even a well there to be.
You have to locate water. And doing it like that, ain't it?
Be tapped in.
What?
They're just digging holes. It was just the New York City apartment torture, but on steroids. He would have them doing manual labor nonstop. In part 1, we went over how Larry would send the girls off to bars or any other public space to force them to find people to be intimate with. He starts getting more unhinged in North Carolina. He would bring in Felicia into the car, drive on the highway, and stop at the most isolated, creepy rest stop there is. Get out. What? Get out and don't come back until you find someone that's willing to have intimate relations with you, and you better record it. If Felicia didn't listen, she'd be punched in the face, slapped, pulled by her hair, punched in the stomach, and choked. A lot of people have a hard time understanding why these academically gifted, intelligent students would even give Larry the time of day. And of course, a lot of it started with Larry being able to very quickly identify someone's wants. Whatever it was, he would offer it up on a silver platter for these people. And that's how he pulls them in. But he gets them to stay, first through the blackmail videos of them having intimate relations with strangers, with each other, with Larry, videos of them confessing to all sorts of bizarre crimes, property damage, to poisoning Larry. That becomes a big thing this episode. But as for how Larry brainwashes them, all of it comes down to Aderall. Aderall, the ADHD medication, controlled substance, stimulant. Larry would force the members to stay awake for days at a time, force feeding them crushed up Adderall pills. And by hour 48, they're believing whatever Larry's telling them.
So like sleep deprivation.
Through Adderall. Their brain has no defense mechanism because of how exhausted they are. They have no time to rest. They have no time to regulate their hormones, nothing. And not hormones as in like women are so hormonal. Literally, that's when your hormones regulate, is in your sleep. Larry himself took over 100 milligrams of Adderall a day. To give you some context, the normal range for an adult man is around 20 milligrams per day. He would take about 100 to 120 every single day. One Redditor who takes a lot of Adderall, about 120 milligrams, repeatedly said, "It was bad. I gave myself psychosis from that. I was tweaking so hard," if that's the right terminology. I felt like I was on crack. Not that I know what crack feels like, but if you haven't done crack, you know what I mean.
And he's doing that every day?
Every day. And
he's not losing his mind?
I mean, I guess some would argue he's lost his mind, but not to the point where he's not aware of what he's doing to these people.
Right. But he's still like surviving and doing all these things to others.
Yes. And with any drug, especially stimulants like Adderall, what goes up comes down. One Redditor said, when you crash from Adderall like that, it was rough. I was depressed on the way down. I had to call people to comfort me because my dark thoughts were getting to me. I had to distract myself in any way that I could. There's a video of Felicia where she tells Larry up front, "I want to go to bed." But he keeps telling her to sit. He will not let her lay down and sleep. "I just want to go to bed." He walks over to her, grabs her, and slams her down on the ground. And Felicia is screaming, "Stop it, get off of me. I need to restrain you. Please just get off of me. I want to go to bed. You're going to hurt yourself or someone else." That's what Larry says after he slams her onto the ground.
So I'm going back to bed. Goodbye, guys.
Why are we doing
Good
that?
night.
Why are we doing that?
I hear a pill bottle opening and closing.
Spit him out. Spit him?
It's too late. I took Adderall.
How many?
Just a half pill.
Why did you take my medication?
I want to go.
Do not leave this room now. You went to the bathroom and washed your face.
I want to go change my clothes. I don't want to be in here. So excuse me.
Do not leave it. Do not leave the room, Felicia. You're in danger to yourself and others,
I'm
clearly.
not. Excuse
Do
me.
not leave the room.
Excuse me.
Do not leave the room.
I gotta get.
Do not try to initiate physical contact.
I'm not trying to initiate.
Yes, you are.
I'll go around you then. Please, just leave me alone for a little bit.
No.
Please.
Stop.
What? What's the
You're
problem?
unstable and you're violent. Stop.
I'm not unstable. I'm not violent.
You just assaulted me.
I wasn't trying.
You are behaving like a criminal right now.
I just want to be alone right now. I'm sorry that I hurt you. I just want to be alone.
Sometimes the members would just beg Larry to just let them lay down for an hour. I mean, they can't stay awake. They're losing their minds. And Larry would argue, no, I need you to stay awake for a long period of time because when you're really exhausted, that's when you have the raw nerves. It's going to help me help you advance your emotions. They're raw. Your brain is more open to creating new neural pathways when you're tired. The Adderall contributed to the members starting to lose their minds. When you are a judge in New York City, it's safe to assume that you've seen a lot that there is to see. People suing each other for the most frivolous, insane things, witnesses confessing to felonies on the stand for no reason at all. Claudia is sitting in front of a New York City judge, glancing around the courtroom, and she clears her throat. She begins her story. When I was 9 years old, I knew that my entire destiny had already been written for me. The first time I heard his name mentioned, I was 9, maybe even on the younger side. Claudia looks at the judge and tells them that her family has hated Larry Ray for the past 3 generations. It trails all the way back to her grandfather. Even as a child, she heard her grandfather talking about Larry. Larry this, Larry's making trouble, Larry's gone off to do that. Once Claudia was old enough, her parents told her in a very serious conversation, maybe too serious for someone her age, that she would grow up and go to Sarah Lawrence College in New York because she needed to kill Larry Ray and Talia Ray. Her family needed her to do this. It was the only way Bernie Kerik, the New York City former police commissioner, was going to send them money. Each week it was a different mission. Once it was trying to poison Larry with cyanide. Then it was arsenic, then mercury, silver, lead. They were just trying to do everything. Claudia's mom would encourage her. Bernie Kerik is really happy with your performance, Claudia. Keep it up. At the time, Claudia was just doing what her parents told her to do, but she told the judge that's before she got to know Larry. Then she realized what a kind soul Larry is, and for her to do this to him was so heinous, and she just wants him to finally find peace and happiness, and she wants to come clean. The judge is speechless. We call to the stand witness Yalitza Rosario. Yalitza takes Claudia's place on the stand. I'm here because my parents are drug dealers and money launderers who pimped Felicia, my older sister, out when she was a child. My parents have been plotting for us to kill Larry since we were young. I would mix poison into Larry's coffee, and if that didn't work, I went to heroin, fungicide, LSD. At one point, I'd smeared fecal matter onto his bandages because I was hoping he would get an infection and get sepsis from it. My parents promised to pay me $1 million if I could kill Larry Ray. She would turn to the judge. But just like Claudia, I started to get to know the man. And he is just the most loving father figure guardian of the youth man that I have ever met. I mean, just the nicest, most compassionate person ever. Which is why the girls state to the judge that after years of trying to murder Larry Ray, they don't want to do this anymore. They don't want to kill him. They want to take care of him. Larry's staring at them in the courtroom with just tears pooling in his eyes, and the judge's eyeballs are nearly popping out of their eye sockets. Ma'am, you're testifying against an eviction notice. This is all happening during eviction court. They're in court, civil court, for an eviction notice. And they're testifying that for 3 generations, their families have been trying to murder Larry Ray.
Wait, you're talking about the one bedroom that they're getting kicked out?
Yes.
And wait, when was this? This is not year 10.
2017. It was close to year 10. It was near the end. They were in that one bedroom for like 5 years. 6 years.
So they're getting kicked out.
Yes.
Getting sued.
Yes.
Like the landlord was like, get these people out of here.
Mm-hmm.
So they went to court, and these girls are just talking about, no, we try to kill him, and now I love him.
The judge is expecting them to provide evidence of payment of rent or some sort of ownership over the property to prove that they have the right to stay in this apartment in New York City. The girls go up there because they are listed as witnesses, and instead of proving, hey, this is what we did to the place, this is how we fixed it up, this is the money that we paid, they are confessing to trying to poison and murder Larry Ray.
And what will happen next?
The judge does nothing. They get evicted.
The judge is like, nah, this is not my job.
This is above my pay grade. You guys are getting evicted.
Way above the pay grade.
Most people who get out of prison, they cherish every single second that they get once they're free. I mean, it makes them reevaluate how they spend their time. Lee Chen, the Asian man with the ponytail from episode 1, is standing in his 1-bedroom apartment in Manhattan, staring at the group of college kids eating pizza around the dining table, confused about what the hell is going on. He brings Larry to the side. Lee Chen met Larry in prison, which we're not off to a great start, right? But they became buddy-buddy. And naturally, when they got out, Larry told him he was going to be staying in his daughter's dorm room. And now that it's summer break, they got to move.
Test Boost Max or Burn Evolved? Which is better for a guy who wants to burn fat and build muscle? Hey, so I wanted to apologize.
Move off campus.
So
Yeah.
Lee Chen is a prison buddy.
Mm-hmm.
And he got out earlier.
Yes.
And when Larry got out of the prison, he called up Buddy Lee Chen.
Yes.
And Buddy Lee Chen drove him to his daughter's dorm room
Mm-hmm.
for a while. And then
Summer break.
And he's like, let me move into your 1-bedroom apartment.
For a week or two.
And Lee Chen's in there too?
Yes.
Okay.
But it's been a week, and there is no indication that Larry has been looking for a temporary space to live. Instead, all these college kids are here, sleeping in the living room every day, doing push-ups every single morning, and it's fucking weird. Hey, don't you feel like you're wasting your precious time right now? You should be out there living.
Doing some
We got out of
push-ups.
prison.
Lee saying that?
Yeah, to Larry.
Yeah, true.
And with a very serious expression, Larry looks at him. Lee, you and I can only do so much. Right now, I'm building an army.
Oh.
Your Honor, he was building an army of squatters. Lee Chen has been trying for the past 5 years to kick Larry out of his apartment, but he has refused to leave. So for 5 years, Lee Chen would have to pay his mortgage, and Larry would rack up over $7,000 a year in electricity bills, and he would not vacate. He changed the locks, refused to let Lee Chen back in. Lee Chen thought it'd be 2 weeks. It's been 5 years. 5 years, and they tore up the place. Lee said, when I walked into my apartment, Larry had completely changed the appearance. He took down walls, painted the foyer pink, and left electrical wires just hanging in the breeze. It was the most incredible thing I'd seen. Larry never paid me any rent. It's difficult for me to convey to you his coercive ability.
Mind you, they siphoned over $200,000 worth of money. And he has it's like around 80,000 domains or something like that accrue money bi-weekly, monthly, and any other assets that he possibly has. But he got money. I don't know why he wasn't paying whatever type of change he was supposed to pay for the rent, but that's crazy.
Unless you've experienced it yourself. He has this unusual mannerism. He has this habit of not only changing the subject, but talking you to death. For example, I told him, look, you gotta get out of my bedroom. You gotta get these kids out of my home. But then he would change the subject and start talking to me about how my father treated me when I was young. And then it would go on for hours and hours. And every time I even frowned in his presence, he would start berating me that I was infecting people with my negative mood and that I was sabotaging his work. That's what they were in court for when Claudia, Isabella, and Felicia start talking about the Great Poisoning, a conspiracy to poison and kill Larry Ray that went beyond the college students. It went as deep as their own parents, as deep as their own grandparents. Their families had set them up for this. And who set up their parents? Bernie Kerik, the former New York City police commissioner, Rudy Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City and associate of Donald Trump, the former president during the time of 9/11, George W. Bush, and his VP, Dick Cheney. These are the people that want Larry dead. And they're using college kids to do it. I mean, how do you pay back attempted murder?
A what?
How do you pay someone back for trying to murder them? I mean, if you break someone's oven or you scratch someone's pan,
quite substantial,
you
to
find
be
out the
honest.
price on Williams-Sonoma, all-clad, set, stainless steel, tri-ply, $1,800, right? But what about attempted murder? There's no price for life. Larry said money. That's the starting point. A whole lot of fucking money. Larry convinces Claudia to start sex work because that's the only way she can afford to pay him back quickly for emotional distress and fake medical bills.
Wait, was Claudia the person that we talked about from the first episode, the website?
Yes.
It was Claudia.
Claudia.
And Claudia is one of the original roommates.
Yes.
Okay. Wow.
She's actually the one that called Larry a weird bald man with her friend Raven, and then she believed she had schizophrenia. Larry made her believe she had schizophrenia. Claudia had been accepted into Columbia for a PhD program, but Larry forces her to drop that and start making advertisement on sex work websites. Fix the language here. Use better keywords and phrases. What are you doing? You have to mention the handcuffs and the crops and the leash and collar. Do you even think? And what the hell is this picture? It's just a white tank top. It looks trashy. It's horrible. Change it. This is why you're throwing yourself in with the cheap girls. Your prices need to be higher. And you need to look into breast augmentations. They're not good. Larry would tell Claudia specific acts that she would need to do in order to keep men coming back for more, and then she could raise the prices on them. He made her fixated on losing weight and her exercise. The more weight she lost, the more unhappy about the way that she looked. Larry was calling her Oompa Loompa, that she could get so much more for her services if she just lost weight. Geez, how hard is that? Claudia's first client ever as a sex worker is about to arrive. She obviously is nervous, but this is what she needs to do for Larry. She swings open the hotel door and her whole body tenses. I'm sorry, do I know you? She knows this guy. This guy would come into this club that Claudia was forced to work at to make money for Larry, a BDSM club where the workers would engage with customers and have consensual parties. This man was a regular. He had been known as one of the creeps. He would never participate. He would just watch on the side, which is fine. But just his whole energy, every time he came in, all the girls would alert security because even just his presence was off-putting. Claudia's standing at the door of the hotel room. She knows this man, and she knows that this man knows her from the club. But he pushes into the tight hotel room. Nope, never seen you before. Eventually, the two have intimate relations, and he's holding her, pressing her down so forcefully that she cannot move, and he keeps asking her, demanding her, tell me you love me. Claudia can't move, and she doesn't want to say it because, it's weird. If she says it, is he going to freak out and stalk her? I don't know. She decides to just be honest. I'm sorry, I can't say that because I don't even know you. But he keeps repeating over and over, tell me you love me, tell me. This was Claudia's first experience with sex work. She got paid $700 for her first session. It was traumatic, but $700 is a lot of money. Claudia had this whole plan. She was going to keep $500 to help pay for her bills and other life necessities, and then even just funnel back into work, right? She's going to need to spend money on hotel rooms every day to meet more clients. She would need to purchase outfits to wear, body care, and maintenance cost. Her plan is to keep $500, reinvest into the business, and give the remaining $200 to Larry. So it's going to take a while to pay him, but at least she's making progress. This is a sign that she can do it. She can pay him back for trying to kill him. She shows up and hands $200 over. How much was the session? $700, wasn't it? Yeah. He blows up in her face. How can you dare even think about keeping any money at all after you poisoned me and my entire family? He holds her down and forcibly takes the rest of the $700 from her. He would keep every single penny that she would make from each client, and that would be the pattern for the next few years. Claudia would keep almost nothing of the money she made from sex work. In fact, over the course of 2 years, she made Larry over $2.5 million. Whoa. And she kept none of it. One thing she would say about her time as a sex worker was, at least with the clients, I knew that if I asked them to stop, they would stop. I did not think that Larry would stop if I asked. Claudia's life starts rapidly deteriorating. So Claudia is no longer living with Larry. She's living in hotel rooms nonstop, paying him for all this sex work. Felicia is regressing into a child, being forced into diapers, just being smacked around all day. Isabella is physically and sexually being abused, and mentally and emotionally, but on surface level, it doesn't seem as bad because she is the favored one. Now, Claudia's life starts rapidly deteriorating. Every single day, she has to deal with multiple clients that they're never really great positive experiences. One client choked her from behind and kept telling her that he had a gun and she needed to hand over all the money she had. He proceeded to rob her after engaging in intimate relations. Another client, she had to see him often just because he paid her well, and Larry was becoming increasingly more demanding about money. Claudia said it was the worst. Each time he would come in super high on drugs, all he wanted to do is watch explicit videos and force her to perform orally on her knees for 6 hours. 6 hours. It got to the point where she would have to beg him and negotiate with him to even be able to use the restroom. She absolutely hated seeing him, but she had to. Another client was always smoking crack during their sessions. But the most traumatic incident, the one that likely was a big scar for Claudia, She walked into a hotel room to meet with a client, and there was a 1-year-old child on the bed. The man, the father, kept begging her to come into the bathroom so they can do a quickie. Claudia was terrified and disgusted. She starts walking away, and he's just throwing more money at her. 700, fine, let's do 800. I'll pay you 900. It'll be quick, hurry. Claudia ran out of there. Claudia said, I could feel the warmth fade from my heart. I was scared I would become the cruel, godforsaken person Larry wanted me to be. I felt myself growing colder every day. With each lie I told, every time I was forced to prostitute myself, every moment with every client, I felt myself getting more and more numb. I believe Larry wanted to watch me break apart the pieces of myself and give them away, step by step, growing closer to becoming whatever awful kind of human being he was. He wanted to watch me give myself away completely. I knew I was fragmenting. I knew my heart was breaking. I knew the light inside of me was growing dimmer every day. I knew eventually it would get extinguished. Claudia just had this tiny little suitcase. That's it. That was her whole life. She just moved this suitcase around from hotel to hotel, and she would meet with clients 7 days a week. She had no connection with her friends.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them.
It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
It is a free-for-all. We'll get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and center. It's just something that you can't get anywhere else. It's just the rush like no other.
All good movies. Everybody's on this journey and writing their own stories, and that is probably the simplest way I can describe it.
Things continue to change and evolve. It's awesome. I love it. Part of Eve.
Her family, not a single positive human interaction throughout the day. The only interactions she had were with clients and Larry and Isabella when they come to pick up the money. The physical violence had always been pretty bad. Felicia said there would be weeks that he would beat her face so hard that she would have to lay down with ice on her face in order for the bruises to start going down. But it was about to get a whole lot worse. Claudia is going through a range of emotions, moving back and forth between the stages of trauma. I mean, the only time she would feel a little bit better is on the off chance she would meet a client that was kind of nice. They would talk to her. They would buy her little presents, and sometimes they would talk to her about things that don't involve adult activities, just life. And when Claudia would find clients like that, her spirits would lift a tiny little bit. She said it was the only positive social interaction in my life at the time. And by that point, she's got nobody else. And that's it. That's the highlight, her nice clients. But Larry has this way of sniffing out happiness and wanting to extinguish it. He would force her to betray her nice clients when he found out that she had any. He would force Claudia, text them right now, tell them you're going to call all their family members, their wives, their children, and put pictures of them online unless they send you money, blackmail them, threaten to expose what you're doing. The only people that were ever nice to Claudia, she would have to hurt them. Even they would find her disgusting and vile after her threats. It was just another reminder for her that she cannot get close to anybody that she doesn't want to hurt. Not that she is getting close to anyone. I mean, none of her clients even knew her real name. Most of her backstory were just stories that she told lies. She had no real human connection. But there was one client that Claudia could not let go of. His name is Stuart, and Larry is almost staring at Claudia, looking amused. What? Do you have feelings for him or something? Stuart? Claudia freezes because she knows that she wrote about it in her journal. She would journal, meaning Larry could have easily seen it. Did he read it? Did she mention it before? Was it that obvious? If she denies it right now, but he has proof, or he's read the journal, it's not going to be good for her. Claudia's staring at Larry. I mean, a little bit. Now, why would you do that? Larry's calm. Very alarmingly calm. And then his mood starts morphing, shifting. It goes from eerily calm to annoyed to just full-blown physical violence. Larry would start screaming at her. Are you trying to hurt my family? Are you trying to hurt me, aren't you? Take off your clothes. What? Larry would force Claudia to strip naked. And for the next 7 hours, he ties her to a chair. I'm going to waterboard you. Is that what you want? Her hands are tied behind the chair backing. Her legs are tied to the chair legs. She's completely nude. He starts suffocating her with a pillow, but it's taking too much time. He grabs the leash and collar that she has in the room. It's for the clients if they want to explore. And he puts it around her neck, starts choking her until the point that she passes out multiple times in the span of 7 hours. But it's not humiliating or degrading enough for Larry. He drags Claudia up, throws her into the bathroom, and shoves her head in the toilet water. He grabs her and throws her back on the chair, and he gets one of those drugstore plastic bags from Dwayne Reed. And every time Claudia breathes, he would put the plastic bag over her head, and the plastic bag would stick to her mouth and then get stuck. I mean, she can't get it out of her mouth. It starts sticking to her eyes and her nose. He would only stop once she was close to passing out. He would take it off of her and then do it again and again and again. And the whole time he's taunting her. Don't be a faker. You're such a liar. The bag isn't even sealed. You're being overdramatic. You're such a fucking B-list actress. Is that what you want to be, huh? Claudia is in and out of consciousness for hours at this point. And to make her snap out of it, Larry pours cold water all over her and sticks her right in front of the hotel AC. She feels like her whole body is vibrating, shaking, trembling. She can feel herself about to pass out again. And he's just on the side watching with Isabella. Oh, stop it, Claudia. You're such a little faker. The water isn't even cold. It's room temperature. Claudia said, I was suffering. I was suffocating. I was terrified. I was trembling. Like, I couldn't breathe. But you want to. You want to breathe a lot. And it just makes it so much worse. It was terrifying. After 8 hours of torture, where Larry and Isabella took a break in the middle to eat burgers and fries from a diner nearby, Larry and Isabella would just walk out of the hotel room as if nothing had happened. Claudia would be left shivering on the floor, traumatized. And even then, she did not turn on Larry because he had all those videos of her. He had confessional videos where she confesses to felonies, where she's having intimate relations with married men. She's just quietly sobbing, cleaning up the hotel room, and she knew she needed to get to sleep because the next day she'd be back to work. She would have to see 3 to 7 clients every single day for 2 years. Claudia would later say, I was so scared, the only way I could even feel a measure of safety was having money in my hand. Because if she has money, if she has something Larry wants, then he'd keep her alive, right? The day after torturing Claudia, Larry took Isabella shopping and they spent almost $1,000. Larry and Isabella and Talia, the daughter, would actually spend quite a bit of money during the time Claudia was forced to engage in sex work. They were constantly shopping at Bergdorf's, which is a high-end luxury department store, buying Canada Goose jackets, which can easily be around $1,500 each. Just a few of their receipts show that they would spend over $7,000 at Bergdorf's at any given time, just dropping thousands of dollars at once. They would spend $5,000 at a staycation in a luxury hotel in Manhattan, and $3,000 of that was just the nicest champagne from room service.
Wow.
Meanwhile, Claudia is developing, and this is a huge ED content warning here, but during this time, Claudia becomes bulimic, which naturally, according to Larry, was her trying to sabotage his business. She would try to tell him that the stress of the occupation was only making it worse. She was getting worse at her job. She said she was becoming catonic. She was becoming almost comatose with her clients. Whenever a client was on top of her, she would just go blank and just start mouthing off, get off of me, get off of me, get off of me. When they looked at her, she would have to force her face to turn robotic so that she could animate expressions that they wanted. She wasn't asking for much. She just wanted half a day off a week to talk to a therapist so that she could fix it, get better, repair the damage that it's doing to her body mentally and physically, which technically would be good for work, right? Claudia's trying to tell Larry, I mean, obviously I'm not complaining, but my stomach acid has gotten so bad that it's eaten away at my teeth, and that's not good for business, and my fillings have fallen out, and I need to get those fixed, because that's not good for business, right? And just the past few months, I've had seven severe tooth infections. Remember? So just like half a day to fix it. Larry's staring at her. It's not that bad, honestly. There are others who throw up their entire stomach contents, like part of their intestines would come out because of how hard they're vomiting. Is that happening to you? No? Okay then, it's not that bad. See, that's the thing with you, always complaining. Claudia would go back to her hotel room before her next client was due to arrive. Larry's telling her it's not that bad, but she could feel it killing her. I mean, she would walk into her hotel closet, pull out a towel that she had left behind, drag it out into the middle of the room, and the towel was folded, so she would unwrap it, and inside was just a giant pile of leftover snacks and candy. And she would stare at it because it's the only way to cope, but she knows it's killing her. She would binge and then throw it up before the client comes. She would do this almost in between every single client just to try and cope. But by the end of the night, she would just be so utterly exhausted. And she just knew that she had to start all over again tomorrow because her life is quite literally on the line. Also, that Larry Ray can make millions of dollars and buy cashmere sweaters from Loro Piana. Meanwhile, the group start taunting Claudia behind her back. Even Talia participates in all this, by the way. I don't know to what extent she knows about what Larry is having Claudia do. I imagine she knows quite a bit. There are text messages of them giggling about how they can buy a gift for Claudia. The gift in question is a link to a giant tortilla burrito blanket from Amazon. Because she has an ED. Isabella would text Talia, maybe get her something cheese-related just to be sentimental, winky face. They laugh and even suggest a chocolate factory Oompa Loompa costume. Meanwhile, back at the house, Felicia is getting pretty bad. She has fully regressed into an almost childlike state, unable to take care of herself, just going through waves of emotions. She would try to wear her sweatshirts from Columbia and Harvard to remember who she was before she was indebted to this madman, and to remember how independent and powerful and intelligent she was, but he would taunt her and rip them up. And when he picks up on the fact that Felicia was wearing them for emotional support, he would force her to put on her graduation cap and gown, walk around the house while he degraded her, insulting at her, laughing at her. It made Felicia feel, quote, completely humiliated, degraded, debased, like I was nothing, like I wasn't even someone, just worthless.
No.
Hello! Marisa! Hello! Marisa! 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 Marisa!
Give them a chance to answer.
Hello! Let's go inside the house and talk. I don't want to do it in the fucking garage!
Listen to me. Back up, lady. Lady, back up. Back up. Don't violate my space again. Back up, I said. Don't violate my space. Deal with your phone call.
Hello? Hello? Can we go inside the house?
Alicia, focus on talking to her.
Hello? Hello?
Because she doesn't want to. She wants to protect her.
Larry would force Felicia to look at Isabella while he compared them. You saw the videos of Felicia in part 1. She said that she was becoming unkept. She wasn't taking care of herself. She just didn't even have the capacity for hygiene or trying to look attractive at that point. But Isabella took care of herself and would wear a lot of sexy clothing outside when she went out with Larry. He would tell Felicia, why can't you be more like Isabella? Look at her. Felicia would instinctively touch the scar on the top of her lip, and early in their relationship, he had kicked her laptop into her face because she was talking too much. The impact left this scar that he always cruelly pointed out, telling her, this is why you'll never be pretty to me. And it would always stick with Felicia. An email blast is what kickstarts the investigation into Larry Ray's cult. A massive email is sent out to a lot of the students at Sarah Lawrence with a link to Claudia's escort website. She lists her prices, her services, but also uploaded a full confessional video where she admits to poisoning Talia Ray and Lawrence Ray. And in the video, you can clearly tell she's being forced to do this. She's under duress.
Claudia. Yeah. So you're saying you put mercury on where? On the doorknobs in the hospital.
Yeah. Your food.
Other things I touched? Or anybody touched?
Yeah.
So is it possible that you poisoned medical personnel, like doctors and nurses up there?
Yes.
Look, Claudia, take your hands away from your face.
Yes.
The former roommates from Slonim Woods 9, the ones that never joined the cult, Gabe, Max, Juliana, and Raven, they're all plotting ways to get Claudia out of this. This is like 10 years later. They're all grown up, graduated college. They've all moved on with their lives.
The email was sent 10 years later?
Yes.
And they still got it?
They still got it.
But who sent the email?
Through Claudia's Gmail. It was probably Larry.
Oh, to humiliate her.
Claudia, yes.
But it ended up saving her.
Yes.
Wow.
Maybe they would pretend to book a session with her, drag her out of the hotel. No, that's dangerous because what if Larry's there? He's going to recognize them. Or maybe they just call her. But what if she's with Larry at the time and it gets her in even more trouble and then he does something dangerous to her? So they land on reaching out to the Department of Homeland Security, getting in contact with detectives specializing in sex trafficking, and they do that. They're telling the detectives how it happened, how it all started. They're bringing it all the way back to sophomore year. Larry moves in after being jailed for a 9/11 conspiracy. Bush hates him. Long story short, okay, Gorbachev makes an appearance in the story. Oh, they would watch Cosmos on the couch. I think at one point they were squatting in the Upper East Side in this like Asian man who wears suits and has long ponytails house. I don't know. He brainwashed all of them into basically being his sexual slaves. When they're done, the detectives are staring at them and they can almost see one's lip twitch. Because even as they're saying it out loud, it sounds unbelievable. The detectives do not say a single thing. I mean, they just basically get laughed out of there.
No way. They didn't believe them.
No.
Wow.
They're back to square one. Either they can try and find a less skeptical detective or they can try something else. So they decide to reach out to a former classmate of theirs, Ezra, who happens to be an investigative journalist. Ezra and James Walsh of New York Magazine would start working on the piece for Larry Ray. The article would go live April 2019. This is the first time any news of the cult was exposed to the general public. Nobody knew about it. I mean, there were rumors around Sarah Lawrence that like something weird was happening with Talia's dad, but they were rumors. They're college rumors. This is the first time it becomes very real, very serious. Daniel would see it and realize that his friends did not get out soon after him. It went on for almost 6 years after he left. Yalitza would see it from a shelter for those without homes and realize her sister Felicia was still in the cult. Wow. Santos would see it from a shelter for people without homes, but he would defend Larry publicly online. Santos wrote, "Larry has only ever offered his friendship, attention, and care to me. He fed us, never skimping on the quality or healthiness of meals. He offered a listening ear, always making himself available to us no matter the time. He encouraged us to enhance and educate ourselves, constantly suggesting that we read all kinds of books, ranging from philosophy to science. Without a doubt, I owe whatever independence, clarity, and emotional imbalance and resilience I have to Larry and the time I spent with him." It wasn't until Santos was brought into the FBI office, where he's still sitting there defending Larry, the agent tells him, "We believe you. Of course we do. Larry Ray is a good man. But do you mind if we just play you a very quick clip?" The investigator presses play, and it's an audio clip from years ago between Larry and Santos. It's Larry threatening to pulverize Santos with a hammer. His voice is menacing and aggressive. "I swear to God, I'm going to pulverize you and throw you out the window. I will put this hammer through your skull." Santos just says, yeah, no, I understand. "I will kill you and I will break all your bones in your whole body. I swear I will." Santos is sitting there listening to this clip where he just sounds so scared. And in that moment, it clicks for him. That is not normal.
That's when he just realized?
And he looks at the agents. Holy cow. I was in a freaking cult.
Give me my hammer. I'm sorry. Yeah, I swear I'll put you through your skull. Yeah. No, I understand. Oh, I'll break your whole body. I swear I will. No, I know. Find it very simple. You just leap like a frog. Why don't you hold hands, jump together? So cute.
That's work.
How cute that would be if you both jumped.
But Isabella, Claudia, and Felicia are still in deep when the article goes live. I mean, I guess technically Claudia reads the article and she believes every single word that's in there. She wants out, but what is the article going to do for her? Is it going to protect her from Larry? Then Claudia's phone rings. It's Stuart. She hasn't heard from him in a really long time. They had to stop seeing each other because Larry. "I'm sorry I haven't been in touch, Claudia, but I read an article and I want to help you leave.
No way.
I have a hotel for you in Philadelphia. Go there now." Claudia buys the first train ticket she can to leave New York City and head to Philly. The whole ride there, Claudia is looking over her shoulder. She doesn't know if she's scared of Larry, the FBI, the CIA, the Gambino crime family coming after her, Bernie Carrick. She doesn't know. For the past 10 years, she's been told all these different stories. She doesn't even know what to believe anymore, who the bad guy is. When she finally arrives in Philadelphia, she turns off her phone. The only people that have contact with her for a little while are doctors, therapists, Stewart, and the attorneys that Stewart helped pay for to go up against Larry Ray. But she's still getting bombarded with text messages from Larry, and one of them reads, "You said you would never run and hide, and I have no understanding as to why you are doing so now. In my experience, the truth has always been important to you, and proper regard for the truth has always helped you. You asked me to promise to never abandon you, and I have not." Claudia does not respond. Soon after, she gets a text message from Isabella. The message reads, "You poisoned me, and your history of hurting innocent people has finally come back to you. Your actions are not evil. They are vile. You are vile. You poisoned 5 innocent people, but claim you are the victim? That it was you who experienced violence at the hand of any one of the people that you victimized?" The sheer length and overindulgence and languid hyperbole of that article reads like one of your conference papers. Isabella is accusing her of working with the journal. You were the perpetrator behind the New York Magazine article. You will be the same in prison as you are now, a fat, lonely nobody who lives to serve the needs of others. You are not evil, Claudia. You are a criminal. I know that all your victims will breathe a sigh of relief when you are put right where you belong. The next time I see you, you will be in a jumpsuit. You and you alone. And now all Larry has are Isabella and Felicia. Talia has already started her new life as a paralegal in a different state.
Talia, the daughter?
Yeah, she's
Is
just
a paralegal?
She's just living her best life. Well, okay, I don't want to say she's living her best life because she was brainwashed since she was a kid. But I think at the time she was living a better life than Felicia or Claudia.
Yeah.
She's making tens of thousands of dollars were wired to her from Claudia's work.
Wait, she's taking the money from...
She's taking, yeah, Larry would give her a lot of money.
Wow.
So that's why I'm saying a lot of netizens debate, when is the line for Talia and Isabella to become perpetrators? That's not a decision I think I can make, but it is definitely discourse that I've seen out there. Also, side note, the thing with cults, though, a lot of cult experts do say that there's almost no cult where the victims don't become perpetrators at one point. April 2018, they move into a man named Scott Muller's house in New Jersey, just like they did with Lee Chen. It was supposed to be for a week, but they end up staying for 3 years before Larry is arrested in that house. They start doing yard work at Scott's house too, by the way, and they just got full-size bulldozers ripping up the carpet. I mean, the whole thing is an absolute mess. The property looked insane. A friend of Scott said, what started out as them planting 20 trees, a year later, there was like a 20 by 10 foot deep hole in the backyard. All the trees are gone. All the grass is torn up. Some of the trees were planted, but not many. And Scott had to rent commercial grade equipment to do this. The running joke was, they better be burying bodies in the backyard. They had a dump truck, an excavator, a backhoe, external generator, concrete mixer, and then you would show up and Isabella is on the backhoe just naked. Butt naked, doing construction work. So naturally, a lot of middle-aged guys start showing up. What? They said, those girls, Isabella and Felicia, they did whatever Larry wanted. Larry would sit there and say things like, do you guys need anything? Can Isabella help you with anything? February 11th, 2020, Larry is arrested on 9 counts of extortion, conspiracy, forced labor, trafficking, and money laundering. Isabella and Felicia were in the house with him when the FBI came. The FBI confiscated about 12 terabytes of data from the house. A lot of them were videos, pictures, and written letters by the cult members. After Larry was taken into custody, the two of them, Isabella and Felicia, they stay in the house determined to fix things, to get Larry out, to get the truth out there. Isabella would say, if Lawrence were here in front of me right now, I would tell him how sorry I am that he's going through this and that he's being put through this and that it's not fucking fair, and tell him that no matter what happens or doesn't happen, in no way am I straying from the truth because I know what happened and I know that he didn't do those things he's being accused of. When I think about Lawrence, I mean, my heart is breaking. He's in prison innocently. It feels like a Twilight Zone, really. Isabella has zero contact with her mom, her former friends, and family. She just has Larry. And she says, Larry is someone I trust completely in all different contexts. Personally, sexually, just in whatever context you can think of, I trust him. And I care for him very deeply. Which is alarming because Larry would tell people that Felicia was his common-law wife and Isabella was basically like his daughter. He said he, quote, assumed guardianship over her. Felicia was on the same page as Isabella when he was arrested. She argued that the padlock on their fridge, even in this house, is so that strangers can't come in and put poison in their food. She also stated, I haven't worked as a practicing doctor since 2012 because I was poisoned. I'm sure they're going to try and blame Larry and for me not practicing, but really, he was always my support system. People go to the house to interview them and it's abysmal. The house is horrendous. And she says, oh yeah, the grass was taken up multiple times because we didn't put it down correctly. Isabella and I worked with Larry, worked through the day, worked through the night, into the morning, and he would take it all back again, the grass, if it wasn't done correctly. But he just always had this can-do attitude. That's why the Marine Corps called on him routinely. That's also why NATO called on him routinely. Or that's like Gorbachev. That's why they were so close. They worked together so well. Because Larry's like, okay, you need something done? I'll figure it out. He was always very encouraging. Had it not been for Larry, my husband, I don't know where I'd be. I love him very much. He is the best. No matter what people say, I don't care. They don't know him. I do. They say Larry Ray brainwashed me or whatever it is they say. They ask my parents and I'm like, I haven't spoken to them in years, so many, many years. And for good reason. They participated in poisoning me, my parents. They participated in hurting me and my family, this is my family. I'm a victim of poisoning. And of Claudia and Santos and Yalitza and Bernie Carrick and my parents, that's who I'm a victim of. I'm not a victim of Lawrence. I'm prepared to do everything I can to make sure that the right thing happens here. I will not stop until everyone knows the truth and justice is served. Pseudologia fantastica, that is what the defense claimed Larry was diagnosed with. Otherwise known...
What is it?
It's otherwise known as pathological lying. That's what they claim Larry has, along with narcissistic personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder. The whole trial was a mess. Larry would claim that all of this was happening because he too was a victim. His grandfather assaulted him as a child. His grandma would beat him with a cat o' nine tails, which is like a whip with 9 knotted cords at the end, mainly used to flog people. Larry claims that sometimes whenever he did something that angered his grandma, anything at all, she would grab him by the collar and kick him out of the house and make him sleep on the porch. They said his poisoning fixation conspiracy is rooted in the fact that Larry's mom would sneak laxatives into muffins and cupcakes, remember? So he's not being paranoid for no reason. This is what they're arguing in court. To which prosecutors would argue, his abuse that he claims he suffered through bears a striking resemblance to the conduct underlying the offenses he now stands convicted of. His whole defense is just all over the place. They try to argue that the New York Magazine article, the one that kickstarted the investigation, is messed up because the title is Stolen Kids of Sarah Lawrence, but they argue the alleged victims weren't even kids, they were adults. Also, the defense argues, for the past several years, the press has villainized Mr. Ray. The cascade of unflattering photographs and stories demonizing Mr. Ray has begun before his arrest and has continued long after this trial ended. He also argues that Felicia was doing everything, harming herself, recording these videos with strangers willingly, ruining her life to compete with Isabella for Larry's love. At one part, the defense has the audacity to say, and I quote, "This isn't a crime. It's not sexual abuse. It's not forced labor." When the prosecution was puzzled and bamboozled on why Larry continued to live with his alleged poisoners that he was accusing of trying to murder him, why would he have dinners with them? Why would he live under the same roof as them? You know, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't fall under a reasonable line of logic, does it? Mm-hmm. The defense argued, you know that saying? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer? As for the poisoning, there was no conclusive evidence to suggest that any of them were poisoned. But there were pages upon pages of evidence that Larry trafficked Claudia and made millions of dollars off of her. None of that was used for medical expenses related to poisoning. None of it was used to purchase medicine or medical equipment or find specialists for poisoning. Most of it was spent on living expenses, food, fancy hotels, fancy restaurants, and a lot of shopping. Larry would bring Isabella to eat at the nicest places, buy the nicest clothing. He also received $300,000 from the Rosario parents and another $40,000 from Santos personally.
Wow.
Blue documentary called Stolen Youth, and it's really fascinating because while they're filming, they interview Felicia. The first time they go to see her, she's in the weird New Jersey house with the giant holes everywhere, and she's explaining, oh, Larry loves me, Larry's the love of my life, and we're pulling up the grass because Larry is such a dedicated man, that's why NATO loves him. And the next time they interview her, a few weeks later, she's slowly questioning what's real and what's a lie. Then the next time they see her, she's going to therapy and realizes that Larry has fully brainwashed her. Felicia would state, I would say that I regressed. I became more childlike to deal with what was going on around me. Little by little, Larry had taken over my mind, and I didn't even know how he did it. He made me feel like there were truly people after me, people were coming to hurt me, and that people had hurt me in the past. She said, some parts are complete blanks. I mean, some of the video clips I see, I don't even remember those things happening to me. It's admirable, I mean, very fascinating how Felicia is putting together the pieces of her life because she was gaslit to a huge degree. And when she first got out, it was very hard for her to distinguish what was Larry's lie and what is reality. And being an intelligent medical student, she created this system. She has a stack of files. Each one are labeled with a year. Each one, she has written down all the facts that she knows are true from that year.
So she's rebuilding her memory?
Yes, trying to distinguish between what's a lie, what's a fact.
Wow.
That's been helping her realize that he brainwashed her into believing so many things that aren't true. She said with Larry, it was always the same pattern. He would throw her on the ground, leave her there to rot, and then he would be the one to pick her up later. Or her hair. Hair is a big thing for Dominican women. Felicia said, with Larry, I was so out of it. My hair was a ball, like a bird's nest. He watched me grow this knot and then did nothing. And then he was like, okay, now I will rescue you. And he combed out all the knots himself. He would say things like, see how I take care of you? I spent a whole week taking those knots out of your hair. That's how much I love you.
No, that doesn't give you the right to hurt anyone else, and no one else deserves to be hurt because of your problems.
I don't want to hurt anybody anymore. I know. I just want to get better.
Felicia is now free from Larry land. That's what she calls it. But her school loans were defaulted on. Her credit is ruined. Getting her life back on track, even with those impressive degrees, is going to be a huge challenge. Even just going to public restrooms gives her panic attacks because Larry would force her to have intimate relations in public restrooms with strangers. But Isabella would not get away. Daniel said, observing Isabella's dynamic in the group with Larry, there was a clear blurring between father and daughter, boyfriend and girlfriend. I mean, Isabella was so desperate to be Larry's person. She would constantly ask Larry about what they were and if they can make it official. She would ask him, when can we finally tell people about our relationship? We don't have one, so there's nothing to tell. There'd be times where even receiving Larry's love, she seemed so thankful. Larry would tell her, Isabella, I love you. I care a great deal about you. Yeah? Yeah, I'm proud of you, Isabella. You did good. And because she refuses to testify against Lawrence Ray, she becomes charged as a co-conspirator. It does appear that the fact that her voice can be heard or she's holding the camera when a lot of the abusive incidents take place, it seems like that also played a huge factor, to which Isabella initially stated, I'm faced with the decision to either cooperate with the prosecution's efforts, which is based on these completely false allegations, or risk being charged along with Lawrence as a co-conspirator, and risk myself up to life in prison if convicted. She chose not to testify against Lawrence. Meanwhile, Larry's out here doing the absolute most during the trial. If there is a testimony or video clip of the victims that he doesn't like the way it presents him, he fakes a seizure. He was ushered out of the courthouse twice on a stretcher with an oxygen mask on with his tongue hanging out. An assistant professor of neurology at Cornell wrote to the judge after an evaluation of Larry's state, and they wrote, I believe that Larry's behaviors, or at least some of them, may be a result of malingering. What is malingering? Falsifying or exaggerating a condition for personal gain. Lying.
Yeah.
There is one name that will not be brought up during trial, but it is the only member of the cult that would lose their lives, due in part because of Larry Ray. Iban was Talia's ex-boyfriend and practically an adopted member of the family. When he started dating Talia in high school, Larry immediately took him under his wing. Larry was not the protective dad over his honey girl. He was actually the cool dad. And he would call Iban, son this, son that. And at some point, it starts feeling like Iban is more dedicated to Larry than he is Talia. So much so that even after the two break up, Iban is always around, following Larry around like this little lost chick. To Iban, Larry is a father figure, and he would listen to whatever Larry told him to do. That's why he drops out of college, joins the Marines on the advice of Larry. I mean, it almost kills him. He is instantly deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan. He did 2 tours. Right when he gets there, most of his friends would die in front of him. He gets back home with severe PTSD. He's very open about it, which in a way helps him heal. He was accepted into Columbia University, where he helped conduct studies on PTSD for combat veterans. He was actually really good at articulating feelings that veterans have and putting it into words. He would write in blogs, while veterans may have the benefit of returning to a sea of goodwill, like the store's goodwill because they're for the veterans, many times we're left without a paddle or bearing and in dire need of both. He was finding his own recovery by helping other veterans. Fellow veterans said, "Oh, Iban, he's the type who will see your need for a shirt before you even recognize it. Then he'll take off his own shirt and insist that you take it." And then both of his parents died, one after the other. And the only person there was freshly out of prison, Larry Ray, to help pick up the pieces of Iban. So remember how Larry shows up with...
Oh, 3 people?
Yeah, it's Larry, the Asian man, Lee Chen, and a Marine. It's Iban.
And then where did he go?
From that point, Iban is just Larry's bodyguard, military escort, if you will. Iban slept on the floor most of the time. He was hanging around Larry. He was described as a faithful servant, but it didn't matter. He would get punched in the face. If he fell asleep when Larry didn't want him to, he would wake up Iban by sticking a spatula on his chest, a cold spatula, and scream, "Time to die!" Iban has severe PTSD.
Oh my gosh. So Iban was there for the whole 10 years?
Yeah, most of them.
Oh my gosh.
And once Iban would start panicking, Larry would laugh. "I'm kidding, let's make some eggs." When Larry was arrested, Iban fully believed this was part of the government's conspiracy against Larry. Iban himself believed he had been poisoned. The stress of believing he had been poisoned, the PTSD, the situation of him being completely shut off from any other veterans or anyone that can help him because of Larry, all of that takes a massive toll. One of Iban's close friends, William, said, the night that Larry was arrested, he was so happy because Iban was no longer going to be under his control, but he was so concerned. The level of devotion Iban had to Larry was inexplainable. It was Larry's world, and Iban was just happy to be living in it. And now with Larry gone, Iban was missing his whole purpose. His friend said he just sits around waiting to be told what to do. May 2020, like 2 months, February, March, April, May, a few months after Larry is arrested, Iban attempts self-exit by harm. But when that doesn't work, he leaves his house and walks onto the highway and lays down on the pavement until he was hit by a car. Williams said, "Personally, I blame Larry for his death."
Yeah, of course.
The prosecutors argued this wasn't just about money. They said Larry extracted millions of dollars in extortion and sex trafficking proceeds, but the money was never enough, and at times it was besides the point. The defendant displayed an insatiable desire to make his victims pay in both body and spirit. Claudia said, "It was as if he was experimenting on our very souls, like lab mice. His evil withered us. It ate our spirits." January 20th, 2023, 63-year-old Larry was sentenced to 60 years in prison, essentially a life sentence for someone his age. Bernie Carrick, his arch nemesis, came out and said, "He has victimized everyone he's ever been in contact with. It's completely bizarre, and hopefully this will be the end of his reign of terror, so to speak, and they'll put him away for life because he doesn't deserve to be in society." During his sentencing, Larry shared a statement. He said, "In all this horrible things people are saying about me, I just wish they knew what good I have done in my life for this country. And I'm never going to get recognition for that." Isabella would plead guilty to 1 count of money laundering. Felicia said, and Felicia is the subject in most of the videos where Isabella is the one holding the camera. "When I first met Izzy, she had a very well-formed moral compass. As time went on with Larry, it wasn't goodness anymore. Her true North Star became Larry. He could say the sky was red, the sky is purple. It wouldn't matter. If he said it, it was true. It was as if God himself had said it. She wanted to be a psychiatrist, a child psychiatrist, no less. She wanted to help people. I would hear her be like, I can't do this anymore. I can't live like this anymore. And she would get so sad. They would have these fights. They would argue. Then Larry would talk her through it, and they would just go back to how they were. That's what's so scary, because someone who's truly a good person lost their own sense of self, their own sense of right and wrong. That just speaks to how evil Larry is, that he was able to fully destroy someone. Felicia was asked if she wanted Isabella to go to jail. And she said, "I don't want her to go because she's going to use being in jail and being prosecuted as a reason to be angry, as a shield. And she's not going to actually confront the real situation. But if she doesn't go, she has to live with what she did on her own. I pray that she starts to care about herself enough to honor herself and honor the truth of what happened to her and to the rest of us. Isabella would be sentenced to 4.5 years in federal prison as a co-conspirator, which has been a really big topic of conversation. Where is the line between victim and perpetrator? Because it's clear Isabella would not have done any of this had it not been for Larry Ray. The prosecutors even stated themselves that there were a ton of videos of Isabella engaging in, quote, degrading sex acts at Mr. Ray's direction. There are videos of Larry grabbing Isabella, fistfuls of her hair, and shaking her head back and forth in anger. He's straight up beating her in other clips. She was cut off from her entire family. She would sometimes call her dad to ask for money, but that was it. I mean, she was acting fully under Larry's behalf. But nevertheless, prosecutors passionately went after Isabella, stating in front of the jurors, you did not need to retrieve the intimate toy that was used to torture Daniel. You did not need to accompany Felicia and ensure that she engaged in intimate acts with strangers. You did not need to execute those orders. You could have stepped away. You did not need to collect every cent from Claudia or participate in her torture. One netizen commented, America is such a backward place where victimizing the victim is still the thing to do. I don't know how this man manipulated these people, but he did. And he had a very powerful psychological hold on them. And I just cannot fathom how people can see Isabella as anything other than a victim who needs psychological counseling and help not to be placed in prison. Claudia wrote a letter to the judge stating, what I want is to see Isabella heal, process, move on, and live a good, happy life. I do not blame her for any of this. Any of what happened, or even the things she said and did to me.
Wow.
And it's crazy because Isabella said, at times I think about the future. If we get through this, Talia, Larry, and me watching TV, and Talia with her kids and I'm with mine. Things like that. You know, that's the what if. Things like that make me feel better.
Like while she was in prison?
Before her guilty plea.
Oh.
Since her guilty plea, she has publicly condemned Larry Ray for his actions. But I don't know if she means it. Claudia has reunited with her friends and family and has remained pretty private since. In 2021, Daniel published an incredibly devastating memoir called Slanham Woods 9, which was an invaluable resource for this case. Yulitsia graduated from Columbia. She is pursuing her career in the arts. Santos started a new job. Felicia is working as a management consultant and plans to return to medicine one day. Isabella and Larry are in jail, which leaves us with one person left. Talia Ray, Larry's daughter. She is another person that a lot of people have mixed feelings about because there are videos of her laughing at what's happening to her friends. She was under Larry Ray's influence the longest and she was his child, but there's evidence that she was profiting off of Claudia's work, spending tens of thousands of dollars on luxury goods. She introduced her friends to her father, but again, this is after years and years of her father getting in her mind, turning her against her own mom. Prosecutors do refer to her as a co-conspirator, though she was never formally charged. But someone close to Talia states, she was his soldier. Talia is a really loving person, and she is the biggest victim of all. Last she was heard of publicly, there were reports that she was working at a bookstore in North Carolina and is active in the state Democratic Party. What are your thoughts on Talia and Isabella? There is an audio clip of Talia when she's very young. She sounds maybe 6, and Larry asks her, remember what I always say to you? What? Remember what I always say to you? The truth always wins. That's right. I just hope Talia knows the truth now. Felicia hadn't seen her family in over 5 years, and even when she gets out of the cult, she's terrified to reach out to them. I mean, their family's so broken after this, but she does. She reaches out to her mom first, and then Santos, and then she shows up at Yulitia's door and she knocks. Hi, it's me, Fel. And there's this brief silence before Yulitia says, I'm sorry, I can't open the door. I miss you. And they're both just standing on the opposite side of the door. I love you and I miss you too, Felicia. I miss you a lot, Yulitia. I'm here for you. Yeah, I know. But I know we can't talk. We can't really talk. But I'm really happy. I love you so much, Yulitsia, and I'm happy to hear your voice. I've been dreaming about you every night. I get it if you want to talk to your lawyers first and ask them if we can talk. I don't think it's a good idea, Felicia. Sorry, not right now. Okay, I just love you so much, and I'm so sorry. And they just both start sobbing through the door, apologizing and telling each other that they love each other. And then the next time Felicia and Santos would come, and Yalitza would finally look through the peephole, and she said when she saw both of her siblings together, all of those nerves of, is this gonna be okay? Is this gonna be triggering? They were gone. She said, they love me and I love them. That's the most important thing. And now it's like, I know who I am. I have my people. Now let's go forward. And that is the story of the Sarah Lawrence cult. What are your thoughts? I can't believe this was happening just with such, I mean, when you think of cults, you think of they get a isolated place they want to, you know, be in the rural areas. They make like a station, if you will. Yeah. This is just happening in Manhattan.
Exactly.
With college students from Harvard, Columbia, Sarah Lawrence. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Please stay safe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Amazon partners with Seattle Food Banks to donate and deliver meals.
Bada bing, bada boo.
It was supposed to be a cute little road trip. Isabella and 12-year-old Assunta are in the back seat. Fun for the girls. I'll just have them tell stories. Why don't we all share a story, girls? It'll be fun. Get your brain juices flowing. It's a hot weekend day in the middle of July. So both of these girls, they're ready to hit the water. Come on, everyone. Tell stories. They can be real, fake, something you read, your imagination. Use your creativity. Assunta says she'll start. She's sitting in the back, she's staring out the window, and she begins her story. There once was a little girl who fell asleep in her bed. And late at night, when everybody else had gone to sleep, the lights were off, and even the neighbor's noisy dog was quiet. There was this man, he was wearing all black and a mask and latex gloves. He breaks into the apartment. He drags the little girl off her bed. He put his hands around her neck and he starts strangling her, and then she can't breathe, and then she's trying to scream, but she can't because he has his hands around her neck and he won't get up, and she's in so much pain and she's gonna die. Isabella's mom glances in her rearview mirror. There are tears streaming down Assunta's face. Her voice was getting shakier and shakier, and now she's just full on sobbing. Sweetie, it's okay. Are you all right? Did something happen? Is this a true story? Yes. Someone tried to kill me. And now Isabella's mom is on the side of the road on the phone with Assunta's mother, a prominent attorney in the area, Rosario. Yes, it is true. Someone did try to kill my daughter. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Rosario. Did you go to the police? Did they find the masked man? No, I did not go to the police. As a lawyer, I do know that doing such a thing would be utterly pointless. The two moms end up hanging up, but Isabella's mom is even more confused now. Why didn't Assunta's mom go to the police? I mean, that is so odd. Who is this masked man? Does that mean that they're still out and about? Why would they want to kill a random 12-year-old girl? There were so many unanswered questions. And even more so when 2 months later, the masked man would try again to kill 12-year-old Assunta. And this time, they would succeed. And every single person in Assunta's life would become a suspect, including her two wealthy adoptive parents, the first Spanish couple in the area to adopt a Chinese baby. And now she's dead. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Palestine Children's Relief Fund. They are volunteer-based and provide free medical care and humanitarian aid to thousands of injured and ill children in the Middle East. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. We would also like to thank our listeners for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Now, a quick few disclaimers for today's case. There will be mentions of CP as well as CA and CSA. Some names have been changed for anonymity and a few statements have been condensed for time. This case actually takes place in Spain. We worked with our Spanish translators to help gather the details, but there is also an English translated book called The Murder of Assunta Yang Fang, and it's written by Mark Guskin. It was an invaluable source for today's episode. He's a journalist, boots on the ground, following the story. He worked closely with both sides. He worked with the prosecution, the defense, as well as the judge, as well as 2 civil guards that were involved in this case. I did try my best to navigate around any bias in any of the sources in this case. I also do want to mention that there is a Netflix show on this that was not our primary source, though I did watch it. It's a dramatized version of events, and I actually watched it before I did any research. And I was so confused after it. So hopefully this video will help if that was the case for you, though you don't need to watch it to understand what's going on in here. Now, one last disclaimer. Like all cases, I have no skin in the game. I'm not here to promote one theory over the other. The more I was learning about this case, the more I was second guessing everything I thought I knew about this case. It's one of those situations where I can confidently tell you, after weeks of spending so much time in this, trying to dig up everything that we can, we feel more confused the more we know. All theories have been gathered from the internet, and they are just theories. They are not representative of my thoughts or feelings. So with that being said, let's get into it. Either you're born with it or you're not. I mean, that's unfortunately just the way it is, and that is what Gail, the ballet teacher, is telling Assunta. Her hips are just not of that of a professional dancer. It's not something that you did wrong, Assunta. It's just luck. You either have it or you don't. A lot of ballet dancers, they've got shallow hip sockets, which helps them move their legs in a wider range of motion, and it is just what it is. Gail would have understood if 12-year-old Assunta stopped showing up for class. But she genuinely just really likes ballet. And for that, Gail felt a little bit protective over her. Things were really, really rough for Assunta recently. So 2 years ago, both of Assunta's grandparents, they died. 7 months apart from each other. Just mysteriously died. Her parents are recently divorced. They lived within a few minute walking distance from each other, but still, there's such a hard shift in family dynamics. Assunta's mom has primary custody, but who knows if she can even take care of Assunta? Teachers doubt if Rosario, the mom, can even boil an egg. And yesterday, Assunta was called out of class for hay fever. It's been a rough few months.
The mother is the famous lawyer, right?
Yeah, the attorney. She's never even really boiled an egg is what people suspect. She's kind of a mess. Yeah. Okay. But now Assunta is walking in through the door to class. Hey, are you feeling okay? I heard you had hay fever yesterday. Assunta looks out of it. She looks sleepy. What? I didn't have hay fever. I don't know what they made me take. Nobody wants to tell me the truth anymore. I was asleep for hours and hours and hours. Gail watches Assunta just stumble away as if she's sleepwalking. And that is so strange. September 21st, 2013, a couple walk into the police station in Santiago, Spain. Most people in town, they know this couple well. It's the wife, Rosario Porto. So Rosario Porto is an attorney, but her dad, when he was alive, he was one of the most well-known attorneys in the area. And Assunta's grandma, so Rosario's mom, she was a member of the Academy of Fine Arts in Galicia. She was a professor in the fine arts of the University of Santiago, one of the oldest institutions in Spain. It was founded in like 1495. So Rosario's parents are a big deal. Rosario's a big deal, and Assunta is her daughter. Now, the husband, Alfonso, Assunta's father, he's a freelance journalist, and it does appear that his biggest accomplishment in life was marrying into Rosario's family. Nevertheless, very privileged family, very elite. They have an adopted daughter, Assunta. The police know this, that she's adopted because, well, Assunta is Chinese. And the couple did interviews about adoptions after they first came home with Asunta, and she was like one of the very first Chinese adoptees in the whole region. Everybody knew her as the daughter of a prestigious lawyer family, the genius daughter of a wealthy couple. The wealthy couple are now standing in the police station. Please help. Our daughter, Asunta, is missing. Later, one of the parents would turn to an officer and say, I think she's dead. But I just hope my daughter wasn't essayed too. What an odd thing to say when your 12-year-old daughter has gone missing for just 3 hours. What do you mean you think she's dead? And what do you mean you hope she wasn't essayed too? 12 years ago, June 2001, Rosario, the successful attorney, is sitting on a plane. She's shaking a bottle of pills into her hand. She grabs her water bottle. Her husband, Alfonso, is helping her open it up, and she's swallowing the pills. It's to help calm her nerves. Lorazepam. This is the most nerve-wracking plane ride that they've ever had to sit through. What if I'm not going to be a good mom? What if I don't connect with anyone? Oh my God, what if we're not fit parents? What if they don't give us a kid? Alfonso is calming her down. They're both in their 30s. They've seen enough about life, okay? Of course they're going to be good parents. They've got the money, the resources, the connections, the support. This is the right thing to do. They're going to start a family now. Rosario suffers from lupus, so the physical toll on her body if she were to get pregnant would have been incredible. It just didn't make sense for her, especially when there are kids out there that need loving families. That's what she's saying. That's why the two of them are on this shaky plane all the way to China to adopt. And of course, all their friends are like, why China? That's very specific, you know? Well, Spain has so much red tape when it comes to adoptions. There's strict regulations and laws, so many hoops that you have to jump through, and there's not a lot of children up for adoption with the birth rates that are at this point plummeting. You'd have to be waitlisted and investigated for years. There's no guarantee that you'll even be able to start a family soon, and a lot of the times they might even give you a child that's not a baby. Meanwhile, at this point in the early 2000s, and this is going to kind of sound wild, but it was insane how relaxed the situation was. Back then, if you had $10,000 and a plane ticket to China, you could probably have a baby in your arms in as little as 2 to 3 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, it was pretty relaxed.
Back in the days.
Back in the day. Not anymore. Oh, right. It's very difficult now. And 95% of the time, you'd be coming home with a baby girl in your arms. Really? Because of the one-child policy in China at the time.
Oh, right.
There were way less boys up for adoption, and even if they were very difficult to adopt. So when they get to this little orphanage, the couple, Rosario and Alfonso, they don't really know what to expect. Do you just know if one of the children there is fated to be your child, like be a part of the rest of your life? Are there signs? They walk into a room full of kids, and from the very first contact, Rosario falls in love with a tiny, underweight, small, frail-looking 9-year-old baby. Her name is Fang Yang. She was born September 30th, 2000, in the Henan province. Fang Yang? Her grandparents were her caretakers, but they recently passed away. She was the one. Rosario could feel it. I mean, this is her baby. It took 2 weeks in China for them to adopt Fang Yang, and by the time that the three of them were boarding the flight back to Spain, Fang Yang's paperwork would read, Asunta Fang Yang Bastera Porto. So it's a mixture of, they named her Asunta, then they kept her Chinese name, then they added Alfonso's last name, and then Rosario's last name, which is common in Spain, to have both your parents' last names.
So what's the first name? Asunta?
Asunta, yeah.
Asunta.
Now, I do want to preface, this is not how I feel about adoptions. But Rosario and Alfonso, they felt like they're rescuing a baby. They're rescuing baby Asunta and giving her a life that she would never have in that orphanage. They had heard all kinds of stories about the horrendous conditions abandoned babies and children have to live through. And when they grow up and they become 6, 7, nobody wants to adopt them anymore. What kind of life do you think they'll live? That's not a life. That's hell. And that's what Rosario and Alfonso are saving Asunta from. A life of hell. Asunta was adopted 3 months before her first birthday, and she would be killed 1 week before her 13th birthday. September 22nd, 2013, early hours, around maybe 1:15 a.m., a few hours after Asunta had been reported missing, a man named Alfredo is in the car. He really should not be driving. I mean, he really shouldn't have gone to the brothel either and spent all of his money, but you live and you learn. His justification for himself and not anybody else, because what? His justification is, I'm only a little bit drunk. And from the brothel to his house, it's a straight shot in the wooded street, back road, 1:15 a.m. It's a dirt track. There's almost nobody else out on the road. It's literally a straight drive home 1 mile. He's in the driver's side. His friend is sitting next to him. It's a full moon that night. So this wooded area is kind of eerily bright. There's these tall oak trees on both sides of the dirt pavement, and they're just shadows all over the road. Alfredo glances out to his window, and he says, what was that? His friend is like, what are you talking about? It looks like if a scarecrow had been punched and toppled over onto the ground. It was weird. He puts his car in reverse, just in the middle of this dirt road, reverses, turns a bit so that his headlights are shining into the woods, and it looks like a scarecrow just laying there in the branches, just 6 feet off the road. Alfredo glances at his friend. His friend is looking at him. Are they drunk? Is this real? Are they too drunk for this right now? They both slowly open their doors and get out because, I don't know, this is just so creepy, but they need to investigate. And all the hairs on their neck stand up. Alfredo said it felt like they were being watched. That's the only way to describe it, like someone was hiding in the woods looking at them. As he's walking towards what he thinks and probably hopes is just a scarecrow, he's whipping his head around because, again, nobody else is on this road. There's not a single car, so why does it feel like he's being watched? He starts walking towards the woods, crunching on the branches, and he finds a little girl laying in the woods, just on a bed of pine needles. She's wearing gray sweatpants with mud stains all over them. She has the matching top on. One arm is half inside and the shirt is pulled up above her stomach. She's barefoot. Her left arm is laying across her chest. There are wet stains around her private area and near the neckline of her shirt. There are pieces of orange cord. You would tie someone up with it, rope. They'd been cut up. It looked like they had been used to tie the girl's arms and legs, but now they're cut and laying next to her body. They slowly reach out, hands are shaking, and they try to feel for her pulse. Nothing. The 12-year-old girl is dead. Alfredo starts freaking out. I mean, he's not even supposed to be driving. Actually, he has a suspended license because of a DUI, and obviously not the best thing to be worried about right now, but this is going to sound crazy. We got to drive back to the brothel and then walk into the car, drive to the brothel, park the car, and start booking it through the woods. They're running through the woods.
Well, at least he's like still trying to report the finding, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, right? Now, this is just Alfredo's word, and he's drunk, but he said that his blood ran cold because remember how the girl's arm had been laying across her chest? Mm-hmm. It was now by her side. Alfredo felt either she moved it, which he knew she couldn't have because he personally checked for a pulse, or somebody had been watching them, and somebody had moved her arm.
Oh my God, someone was in the field.
There. Alfredo's friend makes the call. We found a little girl, and we think she's dead. Her eyes are white, there's blood on her nose, she's wet herself, and she's here laying next to a gutter. The little girl was Assunta. Assunta was found 2.5 miles away from her mom's vacation home, dead, just 8 days before her 13th birthday. Everything about this case is about to start getting wild. I mean, who would want to kill a 12-year-old girl? And why did a series of pictures taken by her family go viral after her death? There's a series of photographs of 12-year-old Assunta laying in bed. She's wrapped tightly in a blanket, almost like a baby swaddle. In some of the pictures, her eyes are wide open. It doesn't feel like she's being forced to take the pictures, but it definitely doesn't look like she wants to be there. In one photo, there's a man's hand in frame resting on what would probably be her thigh. In some of the photos, Assunta's eyes are closed, like she's pretending to be asleep or dead, or maybe she is asleep, I don't know. In another set, she's got her teddy bear laying next to her and she's swaddled so tight in this blanket that it doesn't look like she can move. And her eyes are wide open. After her death, netizens have been looking into these pictures and some believe that her pupils look dilated, as if she's been drugged.
Wait, you're saying someone swaddled her, like in a blanket?
Just like almost burritoed her in this blanket. And these are pictures that were taken months, perhaps even like a year or two before her death, and they start going viral after her death.
And the photo was, where was it found?
Just on her phone.
On her phone?
Yes.
So somebody took it with her phone?
Yes.
And somebody else swaddled her because you can't swaddle yourself.
No, somebody else did. There's a man's hand in the photograph. It does appear to be her dad's, perhaps. It's very questionable. It's a strange photo, but the most alarming photo that goes viral after Asunta's death is of 12-year-old Asunta in her ballet costume. The costume itself, I imagine, is not suggestive. I saw the photo. I'm not going to post it on here or even on Spotify. I don't feel it's appropriate. Apparently, everyone in the recital had to wear this ballet costume, but she is wearing fishnet tights, a pair of shorts, a tank top, and that's not even what people are arguing. It's not even the outfit. She does have heavy makeup on, but she is sitting on an armchair sideways. So her back is leaned against one arm and her legs are wide open, draped over the other arm of the armchair. And she's looking at the camera, but her face is in a daze. So that with the outfit, her legs being kind of open and the heavy makeup and the fishnet stockings, her staring at the camera, almost looking drugged. It was very odd. So when these photos go viral, everyone is trying to put the pieces together of what is going on, why was she found in the woods, and also to make things even more puzzling and sinister. One of the first things a forensic tech would point out to the investigators is that Asunta had a strange substance on her shirt when she was found dead. Possible semen stains. September 21st, 2013. Asunta is missing. She has not been found dead yet, and the parents are walking the police through the day of what happened and when they last saw her. I mean, it was just really a normal day. Truly, nothing stands out.
Wait, this is the day they reported she was missing?
Yes, so they found her within like 3 hours after reporting her missing.
Oh, so this is back to when they first reported her missing. Okay.
Right when they walk into the police station.
Okay.
And they're explaining, truly, it was just a normal day. I mean, nothing stands out. For lunch, we had scrambled eggs and mushrooms at Alfonso's place because, remember, the parents are divorced. So they were at the dad's house, ate scrambled eggs, played a round of cards. And after lunch, Rosario and Asunta decide to head back to Rosario, the mom's place, which is quite literally down the block. It's like a 2-minute walk. Asunta says, "Can I go first? Because The Simpsons, my favorite TV show, is about to be on and I don't want to miss a single second of it." She runs back first. It's still bright outside. It's a 2-minute walk. She gets home, watches the show, and Rosario comes in maybe 8 minutes after. After they finish The Simpsons, Asunta goes to her room and she's got all of her books laid out on the floor. That's her favorite way to do homework. And this is dumb.
You got a clogged drain? Let the gobbler get it.
Right? And Rosario knows that she shouldn't have, and she knows, but Rosario decides to go to her vacation home, which is about a 30-minute drive, and grab swimsuits. They're going to have a beach day with the family tomorrow, and their swimsuits were in the vacation home, so instead of going tomorrow before the beach, like this would be easier, probably less traffic anyway, and it's only 20 minutes away. The family vacation home in Tehe is up for sale for $900,000 when all of this is taking place. The family really never went there. The maintenance to upkeep it was getting unreasonable. The place is massive. It's got a private swimming pool, a tennis court. It feels like a full-scale resort. And Rosario decides, okay, I'm just going to run in right now, grab that, maybe do a few small errands. I mean, it's going to be fine. It's going to be super quick. Asunta wants to stay home and do homework anyway. Is it the smartest thing to do? Probably not, but Asunta is responsible and she's home and she's gonna be safe. Rosario tells the police that she leaves the house at around 7 p.m., runs her errands, rushes home 2.5 hours later, 9:30 p.m., walks in through the door, Asunta is gone. I mean, this is just so unlike her. She's very disciplined, very follow the rules kind of girl. She's not the type to wander off, sneak off, go hang out with friends. Rosario's initial thought was, maybe Asunta went back to her dad's for whatever reason. She calls Alfonso and he tells her he has not heard from Asunta since they left. He's been at home reading a book. They both start slowly panicking at this point. They call a few of her friends. Nobody has seen or heard from her, which means she must have been home. The last person to see her was Rosario when she left for the vacation home. But now that she thinks about it, maybe she didn't lock the door because Asunta was home and it didn't feel necessary. Maybe Asunta would have locked the door. The investigators, they want to go search both the parents' places. They want to go look for clues, search the streets for Asunta. But just before they head out, Alfonso, the dad, turns to Rosario. You should probably tell them about July 4th. Well, what happened July 4th? This is September 21st, so this is maybe 2 months ahead. What do you mean, what happened July 4th? July 4th was a strange night indeed. Rosario tells the police. A few months ago, Asunta and I went home at night, just the two of us. She always wanted to open the door with her own keys, so I went in to disconnect the alarm, and I went running in to disconnect it. She's got to go in, turn off the alarm before, within a certain number of seconds, otherwise it's going to start ringing. She rushes in, Assunta follows in after, but she left her keys in the door. I've got a little sign on the door that says lock the door at night. I'm very absent-minded. I'm a bit of a disaster, too trusting. My handbag has been stolen 3 times. I always assume the good in everybody. It was a school holiday and we were at a fair, and my daughter did various summer courses, one for violin, one for singing, and one for, I don't remember. It was the trio at the high school for music studies or something. Well, different things like the piano, the violin. We both went to bed that night. I'm like my father. I sleep very deeply. The police are confused. What is going on? So, okay, to clarify, Rosario rushes in to disconnect the alarm. Assunta follows in after and closes the door behind her. But what neither of them knew at the time, so Rosario claims, is that Assunta had forgotten the key in the keyhole. She left it in there. Okay? Precisely. Neither of them noticed. They just went about their nights. Assunta went to her room to sleep, and Rosario went to lay down, and she's messaging her friends on WhatsApp. She sends a message at 1:50 a.m., telling her friend that she just feels so much better recently. The medicine for her mental health, her anxiety, it's working, and her depression is disappearing, which is great news. And hopefully things will get better next week, and they can grab coffee. Rosario has her phone in her hand when she slowly falls asleep, drifts away. I always say sleeping like a log saves me, though, because I don't sleep a lot, but when I do, I'm like a log. At around maybe 2:30 or 3 o'clock, I heard Assunta calling for help. My bedroom is right next to hers. All the lights were off at night. We like to sleep with the blinds right down and even close the doors as we don't like the light. But as Assunta is scared, I got her one of those little lights from IKEA so she can go to the toilet at night. I got up and I saw her in the dark with just the IKEA light with a man holding her down from above. She's on the ground. I jump on top of this man and he threw me backwards and then he ran away. I hit the door as he ran out the front. What Assunta and I remember about this man is that he was wearing rubber gloves and he was dressed all in black. He was strongly built and quite short, around 5'2" maybe. Wait, slow down, bring it back. So Rosario is telling the investigators that in the middle of the night, she wakes up, her eyes are wide, Assunta is screaming. She runs into Assunta's room. Assunta is on the floor and there is a man bent over, hands around her neck. When the man realizes that Assunta's not home alone, because why would she be? She's 12. He pushes Rosario, physically knocks her down, runs out, and the only thing that either of them remember about this man is that he's masked, wearing gloves, super short, and dressed in black. She continues. Assunta was saying, "Mom, he was trying to kill me," and I said, "Should I call the police or shouldn't I call the police?" This jerk, Alfonso, didn't answer. I thought about calling a friend, but it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Assunta had left her keys in the door and the guy didn't take them, so all I did was I took her to my bed with me and tried to calm her down. Wait, you didn't call anyone after what happened? Oh, that's right. I did call Alfonso, but he didn't pick up. Because like I said, this one's a jerk.
Crazy that she didn't call the police after that. What?
Later, Alfonso would say that Rosario never called him that night. In the middle of the night, to which Rosario laughed. I must have been so nervous that I accidentally dialed myself. Which is just an odd story. Wouldn't you get a busy tone if you call yourself?
I didn't know you could call yourself.
Yeah, you just get a busy tone. I tried. Like a beep, beep. The next morning, Alfonso comes over and the two of them helped Assunta calm down and told her not to talk about it with anyone. Just let it go. Don't worry too much about it. Assunta didn't. She took a selfie where you can see red marks on her neck like someone tried to strangle her and sent it to a close friend of hers. She sent it with a text message. "I'm really nervous. Someone tried to kill me at 4:30 today." Wait, who tried to kill you? I'll call you tomorrow and tell you, but you can't tell anyone about it.
Wait, she said 4:30?
Yeah, 4:30 in the morning.
Is that what the mom said?
Mom said 2:30. Already a discrepancy. The friend texts, "Call? Please, yes. If not, I can't trust you." They tried to kill you? Shh. Tomorrow I have free calls. But Assunta never called her friend, and her friend never mentioned it again. Rosario never even brought it up until Assunta had the incident in the car with her friend Isabella and Isabella's mom. That's when Rosario went to report the incident to the police.
No way.
But she told the police just like she knew they couldn't do anything about it. Rosario said that she just assumed it was maybe a contractor that had done some work in the house a while back, probably remembered the layout and knew that there was a safe in Asunta's room.
That's some crazy reporting.
Alfonso interrupts the middle of the story before they're finishing up their final statement. Do you guys mind if I head out? Now, side note, I know in the Netflix series, they state that he wanted to check the stairs because Asunta always used the stairs to get to his place and maybe something happened in the stairwell. I couldn't 1,000% verify that detail with certainty, so I don't know if that was just dramatized. But regardless, the only important thing to note is that Alfonso leaves before the statement is finished and signed, leaving Rosario alone with the police. At the time, the police didn't really think much of it. They let him go because honestly, the police just wave him off because they've got so many questions right now. Why didn't you immediately call the police July 4th? Break-ins are rarely solved and nothing was missing. Asunta is a very fearful girl. I did not want her to feel unsafe in her own home. Wait, what? There's still so many questions. Why was there a safe in Asunta's room to begin with? Also, this was 2 months ago. Could Rosario really leave her at home alone again to run errands? I mean, wouldn't she be shaken up if the perpetrator had never been caught? Mm-hmm. And really, at the precise night that they leave a key in the door, a former contractor knew that's exactly the night to come in. But more importantly, even if they had left their key in the doorknob that night, and even if a contractor had showed up to the building to do something horrendous, they would still need a key to get through the main door of the building, a separate key. There were no signs of a break-in anywhere in the building, and nobody let anyone unknown in, meaning whoever did this had to have a key to the main door of the building.
And if you know someone can get into your house one time, that means they can get in again.
Exactly.
How are you just chilling, not even changing the lock, calling the police, doing all these things?
Leaving your daughter home alone again?
Exactly.
Before Asunta went missing, there was really nothing in her life that seemed even slightly out of the ordinary. Well, at least not initially. The family lived in what people call Santiago's VIP zone. So the upper elites, they live here. And the family, they got a whole floor to themselves. Their apartment is decked out in blue, green, yellow, overwhelming colors, okay? Or at least this one. They've got multiple properties, all thanks to Rosario's very wealthy parents. And Rosario would decorate this apartment with like the most colorful rugs from all over the world. She had an obsession with it. And she would invite all of the ladies over to chit-chat, have tea. And mainly she invited them over so that they could listen to her talk. We were so scared when we first got Asunta. I mean, she was so frail. And every little sickness, every little fever, we had the doctors rush into our home. But thankfully, all of them were just childhood ailments, the common cold. And now look at her, so incredibly healthy. It truly is such a blessing. I wouldn't go as far to say that Rosario was a trendsetter, but she was very vocal about Asunta's adoption, and she would keep encouraging other families in the area to adopt. By 2004, Spain was ranked number 2 in the world for foreign adoptions, number 1 being the US. And Rosario would make appearances on local TV networks to talk about her experience adopting, and she would just give out such motherly wisdom. And just like biological birth, adoption is for life. I wholeheartedly recommend adoption, provided that you want to be a mother or a father. People were impressed. I mean, not only is this successful attorney starting a family against all odds, but her child is basically a genius. Skipped a grade. That's apparently not Asunta's doing at all. Everyone's like, wow, Rosario did this. Okay, she deserves praise. We had the entire apartment soundproof so that Asunta can play violin and piano without disturbing anyone. Isn't that right, Asunta? Asunta's just sitting on the side, smiling, nodding, while her mom goes down the list of extracurricular classes she's taking. Well, there's English, French, Chinese lessons. Oh, but at school she takes German. Asunta, sweetie, put your hair on the left behind your ear. You look horrible. What was I saying? Ah, yes, she already obviously speaks Spanish and Galician, and on the weekends, she wakes up at 7 a.m. She's got Chinese lessons from 8 to 10 a.m., and then it's ballet. Oh, ballet. 5 times a week, 10:15 a.m. to 12:30. Let's see, then we have French until lunchtime, and then afterwards, she does private piano. My daughter really has the hands of a pianist, if you've seen, she really does. Violin. Well, only one of them I do because you like it.
Wait, is this on TV, on news reporting? What is this on?
No, this is in the apartment with all of Asunta's mom's friends.
Oh.
And Asunta just snaps. She's like, well, I only do one of them because you like it. And the whole room goes silent.
How old was she?
Maybe this is like a year or two before she goes missing. She's very young. Oh. It feels a little resentful, like an outburst, but it could also just be a kid being a kid. Rosario turns to her friends. Gifted children, well handled, they are a good thing, but they can pose to be a problem. It's fascinating. Rosario would push Assunta to do more, to do better. But then when Assunta does it all, she sits there just fretting, so stressed out about how gifted Assunta is and how she can handle such a gifted child. And I don't know how Assunta felt about it. Some say she was grateful to have such attentive parents and she was very close to her mom. Others say maybe she was too scared to express her real feelings. But there is a poem Assunta wrote about her mom. It reads, "My mother is greedy, but not beautiful. She is short, but not nice. She sings horrible and cooks with salt. She runs worse, but drinks better. Not at all flexible, but very old. She doesn't know how to talk, but she does know how to tell me off. She knows how to shout, but not how to talk nonsense."
And did she write that?
In her little journal.
Whoa.
So it's a very complicated family relationship, and it's probably made even more complicated by the fact that Rosario starts talking to a psychiatrist before Assunta is even in the picture. It said that Rosario would always have these cycles of anxiety and depression. She struggled a lot with her mental health as well as her lupus diagnosis, and I don't know how to put it nicely, but people could tell that she's trying really hard to hide her mental health problems from the world. But it was pretty obvious. Like, she just seemed unwell. In 2009, when Assunta is 9 years old, that's when the cycle gets really bad. They hit rock bottom. Rosario ends up staying 2 nights in a private psychiatric hospital where she told doctors she felt like she wanted to self-exit. She felt zero emotions, completely indifferent to everyone and everything, when normally she claims she's a very passionate woman. She can't stop her mind. She feels like it's on a high-speed whirl of thoughts, and the main one feels like she is in competition with her own mother. Yeah, which, I will say though, people say that Rosario's mom has a personality of a lawnmower. She just runs over people. Yeah. Rosario would state that her mother was charmingly awful. And the psychiatrist would note that whenever Assunta, Rosario's daughter, was brought up, Rosario would become very irritable. And she stated that her daughter was becoming so much of a bother, so overwhelming. Rosario is discharged within 2 days, but she will continue taking her medications and struggling with her mental health. And from the public perception of the couple at this point, it seems like Rosario, the mom, is mentally very unstable, and Alfonso is quietly holding it down for the family. He's taking care of his wife. He's making sure she's taking her meds. He's watching after their daughter. And now, September 22nd, 2013, after Assunta's body is found, one of the first places the police want to search is the vacation home in Tehe. Naturally, it makes sense. This is where Assunta's mom said that she went to go pick up the swimsuits, and it's also only 2.5 miles from where Assunta's body is found. Where Assunta was supposed to be at home doing homework is a 20-minute drive. This 2.5 mile is like what? A 3-minute drive?
Yeah.
They bring Rosario in to the vacation home. Don't touch anything since there could be important evidence here. Right when they step inside, she tells them, "I gotta go upstairs and use the restroom. None of the toilets downstairs are working." And she just books it up the stairs. The police officer said Rosario starts running upstairs, bursting through the rooms of the restroom, and we're thinking, okay, clearly something's not right here. So they chase up after her, they book it into the room, and they find Rosario not on the toilet, bent over the restroom trash can like a little gremlin digging for gold. "Move aside. Don't touch anything. Step aside." She turns, and inside the wastebasket, they see orange cord. Orange cord, like the one found near Assunta's body.
Oh my gosh.
They find a face mask and tissues that appear to be wet. They stare at Rosario, and she looks very nervous. They run the autopsies on Assunta, and the cause of death for Assunta was asphyxiation. It's speculated that her cause of death was suffocation by a, quote, soft and flexible object, that her nose and mouth had been covered, which resulted in her suffocating. But even more alarming than that was Assunta's toxicology results come back. Her blood and urine samples, and this is where it gets so strange. She was found to have highly toxic levels of lorazepam in her system. 27 lorazepam pills. A high dosage for an adult would be 3 pills. She had 27 pills in her 12-year-old body. She hadn't just been drugged that night. Her hair test showed that she had been drugged with lorazepam for the past 3 months. But
like that amount of...
not as high, but pretty bad.
Whoa. What happens when you take like a heavy dose?
You don't remember anything. You basically have amnesia. You're sleepwalking. You are out of it. You are unconscious. You can't control your movements, muscle movements. You're sleeping the whole time. You're just unconscious.
What is the pill usually for?
Anti-anxiety. Oh, we'll get there. Now, since her cause of death was asphyxiation and not overdose, that suggests that Assunta was drugged and then smothered, which who is giving a 12-year-old that much lorazepam for the past 3 months to begin with? Lorazepam, like I said, is typically used to treat anxiety disorders, insomnia, because it just knocks you out. I mean, sometimes it's just used to even sedate people. So for those reasons, it's highly addictive. It's treated like a controlled substance in the US. Assunta did not have a prescription for it, nor would most doctors prescribe anything long-term like lorazepam to a 12-year-old. So why does it show that she's been taking it for 3 months? And why does it show that she had 27 in her system the night that she died? And is it also a coincidence that lorazepam is the exact medication Rosario, Assunta's mom, has been prescribed for her anxiety attacks? After Assunta's body is found, police start pulling CCTV footage from local businesses to see if they can somehow track Assunta's whereabouts, because her mom stated that she was home in Santiago. Then she ends up in a neighboring beach town. What's going on? How did she get there? Police are able to pull CCTV footage from a gas station en route to the vacation home. So they're tracking the route from the Santiago apartment to the vacation home. And they play back all the frames until they spot Rosario's car. A green Mercedes, just like she said she would have been on the way to the vacation home. Only, there is another figure inside the car, in the passenger seat, a small little Asian girl, Assunta. Remember, Assunta's supposed to be at home doing her homework. Rosario went to the vacation home alone, so she claims, which is why it's surprising that Assunta's body is found near the vacation home in the woods. So what's going on? Well, now Rosario's got a new story to share with the police. Rosario is staring at the footage. It's the nerves, the pills, and the shame, really. Rosario said that she felt ashamed that her daughter had gone missing under her watch, but she can explain all of this. Assunta wanted to go to the country home with her mom initially, but once they got to the vacation home, Assunta didn't even want to go inside. She just wanted to stay in the car. And Rosario said Assunta starts feeling ill to the point where she keeps insisting that her mom U-turn all the way back and drive her back to Santiago so that she can finish her homework and go to sleep. It was weird, but she listened to her daughter. She drives all the way back to Santiago, drops her off on the street, on the block where their apartment is, and let Assunta walk, because I guess it's like instead of turning into the block, she's like, okay, just get out now. Which is a little odd, but she's saying it's a 3-minute walk. It's not that big of a deal.
Wait, that makes no sense. Isn't the mom just there to pick up something?
Yes, she picks up the swimsuits and then she says she wants to go run a few more errands.
Oh, okay, so she drops her off.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do we have a camera?
No. Nothing. And she says that's the part she was really ashamed about. The whole thing of just dropping off her sick daughter on the street and just expecting that no predator would come in the 3-minute walk that it would take to go home. She drops Assunta off and then spends the rest of her night trying to run errands, but none of it was a success. Her story goes, after dropping Assunta off on the street near the apartment, she does not recall exactly where, she drives back to the vacation home, picks up the swimsuits, gets in her car, drives all the way back to the store to buy something for Assunta's ballet class, like a Pilates ball. But when she gets near the store, she doesn't even go into the store, she says. She realizes, oh my God, I forgot my purse in the vacation home. So she goes back to the vacation home, grabs her purse, gets into the car. And at this point, she's like, it's too late to go to the store and buy the Pilates ball, so I'm not going to go. Instead, she decides she's going to drive towards the gas station. But when she drives towards the gas station, she realizes on the way there, not stopped there, on the way there, I don't have my rewards card. I don't have my discount card for the gas. So I'm not going to pump gas if I don't need to pump gas if I can't even get a discount card for it. I left that in Santiago. It's such a mess, right? Conveniently, there's no CCTV footage of her entering any store or gas station because she never got to. So then she drives home. That's her new version of events. Now, the police also claim that they searched all the routes that Rosario told them that she took, and the only definitive one where they could find Rosario in the car was with Assunta going to the vacation home together. Everything else is just Rosario's word. And this is already her second version of events, which makes no sense. I mean, forget all the small, I don't know about that moments. Would a caring mom really just leave her daughter on the street when she's not even feeling well? When the authorities asked her why she lied about something like this, she said, well, I was just so nervous, so incredibly nervous that I said everything wrong. I couldn't believe what was happening to me, and I wasn't wearing a watch. I only had my mobile with me, and my phone had run out of battery, and I must look really careless, but I'm not. You must understand, I have so many things to worry about. But regardless, there's so much about Rosario, the mom, and her stories that just don't make sense. Even the whole story about the latex man is just not adding up. Why did she not go to the police until Isabella's mom called her? That is not normal behavior. When investigators find the initial officers who took the report, they said it was weird. Oh yeah, it was weird. She seemed like she could not care less about what happened that night to her child. She sounded very cold, even arrogant, very much, I'm a lawyer. I know what I'm doing. She told the police, there's nothing you guys can even do about it. I'm a lawyer, I know. There were no fingerprints because the man was wearing gloves, so I didn't get a good look at his face. No distinguishing features. I mean, there were no clues on who the masked man would be, so how are you going to find him? The whole thing was so odd. Even just the coincidence of this incident is odd. The night that they left the key in the door is the precise moment that someone came in. I mean, what are the chances of that? It's just weird. Even more odd is that the initial police, they went to investigate and one of the neighbors came forward, Olga. She lives downstairs and she said, oh, July 4th, I remember that night. Let me tell you something. If someone breaks into a house, a masked man, I would know, okay? I remember hearing them scream that night, Assunta and Rosario. I remember going up, knocking on the door to see if everything was all right. Rosario opens up the door and tells me, it's okay, don't worry, it's just the kid. Whatever that means. But I hear a little girl saying, Mommy, is it the burglars again? And I thought, burglars? I don't think so. My dogs bark at anyone they don't recognize that steps foot into this building. They can sniff it.
This is crazy.
Yeah, listen, I'm not sure how credible a neighbor's dog is, even when they're not testifying because they can't. It's a dog. The police took this as is. Either the attacker is someone that is already inside the apartment, which is unlikely since Rosario and Assunta saw a third person, or the attack never happened, which is also unlikely because Assunta sent pictures with markings around her neck and she was clearly shaken up. Or the attacker was someone familiar to the neighbor's dogs. Who would that be? 2 days after Assunta was found, September 24th, her parents held a funeral for their daughter. This would be the third funeral in recent years that Rosario would be, even at a crematorium. First it was her mom, then it was her dad who died 7 months later, and then Assunta. Some said Rosario was the picture of grief. Others said, no, she wasn't. She was taking selfies with the coffin. It was weird. But halfway through the funeral, Rosario just vanishes, disappears. Nobody even notices it for a while. Rosario had been arrested at her daughter's funeral for the suspicion of killing her daughter. But why would Rosario kill her own daughter? Some people say it actually starts 9 months before Assunta's death, January 2013. There is a saying, or there should be a saying, don't go looking for things that you cannot handle. Why go looking for trouble? That's exactly what Alfonso, Assunta's dad, is doing, going through his wife's emails. I mean, he knows what he's going to find in there, right? He knows what he's going to do when he finds it, but he can't stop himself. He can't help it. He has to see it. And sure enough, he finds hot, heavy messages between his wife, Rosario, the mother of his child, and a realtor, a real estate agent. And not just any real estate agent. His name is Manuel Garcia. Not a class act by Alfonso's definition. His whole demeanor is just vulgar. That's the best way to describe him. That's what Alfonso said. Vulgar. To give you a context of how much of a class act this man is, while he's clearly having an affair with Rosario, knowing she's married, has a child, he himself is married, and his wife is pregnant. She's pregnant. What does he do? Does this man up and tell his wife the truth and promise to fix things? Does he end it with his wife to go live with Rosario or vice versa? No, he essentially tells Rosario that the thing between them is just, and he's never going to leave his wife and kids. So let's just have... But do you still want to go to Morocco on fake business trips to do it? That's what they're doing, okay? Now, even though he straight up told Rosario that he is never going to leave his family for her, she's still going and having these secret rendezvous sessions with this man, betraying her family. And it is now time for Alfonso to confront her and put an end to all of this. There are two versions of how this all went down. Alfonso states he immediately packed his bags and went to his relatives on the countryside to clear his mind. He only came back 3 weeks later for Assunta, for their kid. Rosario says, no, he kicked a freaking hole in the door, got physically aggressive, and told me, you're not leaving me. She claimed he refused to get out of the apartment. She had to call for backup. 3 of her girlfriends came, had to drag him out the apartment, and they didn't know that he slipped the key to Rosario's other apartment in his pocket and started staying there. So Rosario had to kick him out twice. Even after Alfonso catches Rosario cheating, they're disagreeing on the divorce. It appears Rosario wants a divorce. Alfonso does not. Listen, Alfonso's a character. He doesn't really have a lot going on for himself. His whole personality is he really likes being rich, but he's not particularly good at anything that would warrant being rich. He briefly tried to be a radio host. I don't know if tried is even the right word. He was so dull, he refused to have any inflections in his voice. A former colleague of his said, "Oh no, this man was like a dead mosquito." Yeah, that's how he talks. He wasn't even good on paper. When he was working for the company, his colleagues hated him because he would just get so distracted. He would submit half-finished articles, and yet somehow he has this air of superiority about him. He had a perpetually pinched nose, and it was always looking down on everybody. He was so annoying with his obsession with class and conduct. Nice people would say, Alfonso is very bland, a bit of a loser. That's a bit on a high horse, but that's it. Rosario said, he's excessively a Puritan, antisocial, emotionless, and unpredictable. She told her friend she had zero enthusiasm for this man anymore. She's done with him, the underachieving house husband of hers. Manuel, on the other hand, the man she's having an affair with, he's self-assured, energetic, successful, especially now with Alfonso out the house and effectively cut off from Rosario's money. His life is falling apart. He's got no intention of getting a job. He's got no intention of getting it together. He's just sour, salty. He no longer has the prestige. Alfonso claims he only got a not so grand apartment nearby so that he could be close to Asunta and see her grow up. He just wants to be a father figure. But people who knew him said, no, he came back hoping Rosario would take him back in. Asunta didn't even seem that shaken up when her parents were divorced. So this is what everybody says. Asunta is very close to her mom. She never really mentions her dad ever. Like, he just exists, but not really. When they told her about the divorce, she just quietly asked, if I'm going with mom, who will cook? Honestly, a valid question. Forward thinking, if you ask me. Alfonso is the one doing most of the house tasks, cooking, cleaning. It's unclear if Asunta is shaken up by the divorce, if at all. So there is an email from Alfonso to Rosario during the divorce, and in the email he writes to her, "Hello, Charo. We are linked together forever. Of course we are, as you are Asunta's mother. But don't forget, and I don't mean this with any reproach, that this will be the limit of your presence in my present life, and will probably be in the future as well." It's like he's trying to say we're not dating anymore, but it's clear he wants her back and is reminding her we are forever linked together by Asunta. So a lot of people theorize maybe Rosario felt like the only way to fully be free from Alfonso and start a new life is get rid of their only shared connection, Asunta. Rosario did tell psychiatrists that she was overwhelmed by Asunta. She was in the process of renovating another apartment. People speculate that she was hoping that her lover, Emmanuel, would leave his family and move in with her. So maybe she does something very extreme. And the dates are very interesting. According to multiple different reports, July 4th, Rosario broke up with Manuel Garcia because Alfonso forced her to. He's like, I'm not going to help you with Asunta and taking care of Asunta unless you break up with him. So she breaks up with him. They're divorced at this point. That night, Asunta is attacked.
Attacked by?
We don't know. September 21st. Rosario spends all day having intimate relations with Manuel, the other man, on his boat.
The day that Asunta was missing?
And
the
dies.
Day that right, and the day that she went to her vacation home?
Yes. Earlier that day, she spent a good chunk before lunch spending time on the boat.
Okay.
And then that same night, Asunta was killed. Is it just a coincidence that every time she has maybe these deep conversations with her mister, Asunta almost dies? It's weird. But there are some disputes to this theory. First, Manuel Garcia made it super clear to Rosario that he's not going to leave his family for her. It doesn't matter if Rosario is married, divorced, with a child, without a child, he's going to stick with his family. If anything, having Asunta killed and being the center focus of the town is only going to make her more baggage for Manuel, right? It's not necessarily a easy relationship unless Rosario believes that he likes her enough to stick with her because she's going through such a hard time. That he's going to pick the woman that needs him the most, which would be her, because how do you How do you comfort someone who just lost their child? And maybe to the public's eyes, it's more acceptable that they found star-crossed, forbidden love after she experiences one of the biggest levels of trauma a parent can go through. But it's still kind of a loose thread. Second of all, another dispute is there really is no tie between Alfonso and Assunta. Yes, he is her father. Yes, he is involved in her life, but Rosario does not need him to be. She has full custody. She has more than enough funds to get a nanny for Assunta, to send her to study abroad, to do whatever she wants with Assunta. This is not a situation where she needs Alfonso to take care of Assunta. And then on top of that, a third dispute is, how would Rosario leave possible semen stains on her daughter's shirt? This is the one thing that Rosario's lawyer will debate heavily, is the fact that Assunta had possible semen on her shirt. There's no way that Rosario can produce that kind of biological fluid, meaning someone who can must be the killer, or at least must be involved.
Did they test who the semen belongs to?
Yes, of course, there was the possibility that Rosario's affair partner, Manuel Garcia, was involved, but he was ruled out pretty quickly. He had no motive to want Assunta dead. He genuinely only saw Rosario as a woman he slept with. He had no intention of being with her romantically, leaving his wife for her. They did his DNA test, found nowhere on Assunta. I have been obsessed with watching C-dramas recently, and there is no better way to unwind after a long day than to play a show and really immerse myself in a whole new world while being entertained by the most honestly unhinged plot lines. But the worst part about watching shows in a foreign language is that you miss out on so many jokes and subtitles that subtitles cannot pick up on. So for me, it's so frustrating to feel like I'm missing a whole layer of the plot, because my husband is always like, no, let me re-explain this joke because it's a play on words. It means this, it means that. And it's just, that's not in the subtitle. That's why every evening before I watch my C-dramas, I use Rosetta Stone to teach me Chinese. And then when I watch the show, I get to revise all the new words I learned. And I love that Rosetta Stone teaches you words that you can immediately use. It's very applicable. I use Rosetta Stone because it is one of the most trusted language learning programs. It's available on desktop too, but I prefer using the app so I can use it anywhere. It's the only language app that I've been able to stick to using consistently. It doesn't ask you to memorize vocabulary lists or grammar rules because the whole learning process is supposed to be intuitive, and it works. With Rosetta, you learn to speak, listen, and think in your target language, and it's designed to feel like you're naturally picking up the language. The material comes in these bite-sized lessons that you can complete in less than 10 minutes, where first you learn the words, then the phrases, and then whole sentences. And my favorite feature is Rosetta's true accent feature that gives you feedback on your pronunciation, which is what I struggle with the most. The app is really convenient to use, and you can even download lessons offline. So if you're learning Italian, for example, you could brush up on your vocabulary while on a flight to Italy. You could also learn French, Korean, Japanese, Arabic, or one of the other 25 languages that Rosetta Stone offers. The best part is, if you sign up now, you can get access to all the languages Rosetta Stone has to offer for the rest of your life for 50% off. Don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. For a very limited time, our listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today. The person whose DNA was found on Assunta, even more bizarre. A man named Ramiro. It's our first time bringing him up because this man is completely random. He's a Colombian citizen living in Madrid, which is a 6-hour drive from Santiago. They were able to match his DNA to Assunta because Ramiro is already in the system. He's already under investigation for SA. Some sources say the victim was a minor. Others say she wasn't. I'm not too sure. But he was being investigated for SA, and his DNA was found on Assunta. Now, this is where things get weird. Police show up to his house in Madrid to question him. Ramiro starts frantically defending himself. I've never even been to Galicia. I don't know who this girl is. What does she have to do with me? In fact, I want the other SA charge to be looked into. None of this is fair. Which, side note, I think the other SA charge is rather legit, so, but anyway, he's just arguing his connection with Assunta doesn't make sense. He doesn't know her. He had no opportunity to run into her. She hadn't been in Madrid recently. He was never in Galicia. I mean, why would he do this? He's just gonna drive to Galicia one random day and decide to do something like this? And Ramiro had an alleged airtight alibi for the night of September 21st. He was 6 hours away in Madrid eating dinner in a public restaurant with his sister and his fiance. Technically, it could be faked, his alibi.
Wait, his semen was found?
Yes, on her shirt.
What? Okay.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would Ramiro fake his alibi, go to Galicia? He doesn't, at least to anybody's knowledge, ever even had a chance meeting with Assunta. So the theory would be that he drove 6 hours to Galicia with the intent of kidnapping a little girl, either broke into Rosario's place without leaving a trace or kidnapped Assunta in broad daylight. But that still doesn't explain that she was drugged for 3 months prior. And what about the July 4th incident? Like, none of this is making sense. So then how did his DNA get on Assunta? The only possible answer is contamination in the lab. It is stated that the same scissors used to cut the condom that Ramiro had used and given to the lab for the initial SA allegation were the same scissors used to cut the samples off of Assunta's shirt.
What about the semen stand?
That's another debate. We don't even know if they are semen now. They looked liquidy, they looked like semen, and when they cut it, they found traces of semen. So they're like 6 little droplets, and only 2 of them had semen DNA, which belonged to Ramiro. The others don't. So it's a question of, well, how did the others, if they're cut with the same scissors, how did they not get DNA? And these scissors, they were cut 4 weeks apart. So a lot of people even question, if the scissors had the DNA on there, wouldn't they be dried and incapable of transferring 4 weeks later?
Right.
It's just very bizarre. But what's even more bizarre is that everybody was sitting there scratching their heads in the police station going, that's so weird, because we thought the semen stains would belong to Alfonso, Assunta's dad. Both Rosario and Alfonso, they were not acting normal since the day they walked into the police station to report Assunta missing. Again, there are no parameters on how someone should behave when they're panicked and stressed out, but some reactions are just weird. There's no better way to put it, okay? All the tiny little things add up. The parents were asked to provide a physical description when they reported Assunta missing. They said, Assunta speaks with a Galician accent, and she has very large hands, and her fingernails are severely unkempt. Which is a bizarre description to give. When the police came to inform the parents that they found Assunta's body, mind you, this is just a few hours after she had been reported missing. It's not like she had been gone for weeks or even a day. They opened the door to the apartment. Rosario looks like she just woke up from a nap. Your daughter went missing just a few hours ago? How can you sleep? Rosario would later claim, I did not take a nap. But I don't know, police said that she didn't look panicked. She looked kind of out of it. Then the morning after Assunta's body is found, this should be when the shock and grief are at the thickest, right? No, Alfonso calls his old newspaper, the one that he used to work at, and he asks them to not run this story.
Whoa.
And if they do, can they at least not name Rosario and Alfonso? But the newspaper's thinking this is so dumb because this is a nationwide story now. All of Spain is already talking about it. It's like if CNN is blasting the case and Alfonso takes the time to call a local newspaper to tell them not to talk about it.
Wait, the second day, this is national news?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She was adopted from China and they were kind of a big deal. They're a wealthy family. Oh. People are already picking up on it. I wouldn't say that it's like viral. Every single person's talking about it, but a lot of major news networks are picking up on it.
Okay.
Now, after Assunta's body is found, Alfonso even texts Rosario something very odd. The coroners say there was no aggression. This, coupled with his weird statement before her body was found where he said, I think my daughter is dead. I just hope she wasn't essayed before she died.
He said that?
He said that. And
wait,
now,
when did he say that exactly?
Before they found the body.
Oh, a couple hours?
Yeah.
After
no, she's been missing for like 2 hours. And he is like, I think she's dead, but I hope she wasn't essayed. And the police are like, that is weird. Your daughter's been missing for what, 2 hours? Like, who thinks like that? What kind of parent even says, I think she's dead?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the psychology behind that. That's like against normal parents' thinking, right? That's opposite of what parents think.
People think he was trying to plant seeds.
What do you mean?
Like if she was essayed, if there were signs of essay, that the police are like, oh wow, whoever killed her must have essayed her. It's weird, I don't know. At the funeral, both of them were seen taking selfies with the coffin, and at first the focus of the investigation was on Rosario since she lied multiple times to the authorities and she's technically the last person to see her daughter alive. But the authorities are hung up on the semen stains and the fact that Assunta is a full 5 inches taller than Rosario. Rosario, the mom, is super short. She's 4 feet 8 inches tall. Investigators did not believe that Rosario could have done this alone by herself, lift and dispose of Asunta's body on her own, because she was found 6 feet off the road, no drag marks. Which means someone had picked her up and placed her down, and they just did not think Rosario was capable of that. So who helped her? Interestingly enough, police found that after Rosario is arrested for Asunta's murder, Alfonso sends her another text message on WhatsApp. She doesn't read it because she's in jail, but it reads, "I love you. I've been thinking of you all day. More than anything else, I'll never forget that you are the love of my life. Keep calm, everything will work out, and soon we'll be back together again. I'll be waiting for you, my beloved." What does that even mean? I mean, it's hardly the appropriate response to have to your ex-wife being taken in for the murder of your one and only child. So both Rosario and Alfonso conveniently also had dead phones during Asunta's murder time. Alfonso said that after everybody left his house after playing cards and eating scrambled eggs, he went to read a book. So he turned his phone off for the night until he was done reading.
Wow, they're just so
Weird.
sus.
Rosario said her phone ran out of battery while she was running errands, which is also convenient, so neither of their movements can be tracked through cell towers now. Investigators searched the entirety of Alfonso's tiny apartment, which is allegedly part of student housing, so it was really small, and they could not find his phone or his laptop, leading people to speculate, did he run and get rid of those things? Remember, he left the police station? Did he run and get rid of those things? And if he did, why? Now, the most damning piece of evidence, like how the CCTV was damning for Rosario of Asunta being in the car, for Alfonso, the most damning piece of evidence was the fact that records show for the past 10 weeks of Asunta's life, Alfonso had been slowly obtaining lorazepam pills, over 170 pills. Asunta had 27 in her system at the time of death. Some of the pills were purchased legally with a prescription. Well, okay, the only legal method in which Alfonso procured lorazepam pills was through Rosario's prescription. He would take his ex-wife's prescription and say, I gotta pick it up. But that wasn't enough. Alfonso goes to his doctor and starts lying that he suddenly has anxiety attacks and gets a prescription for lorazepam and starts picking that up. Additionally, he just starts illegally purchasing lorazepam as well. So Spain at the time was not as strict on drugs as in, I guess, pharmacies in the US would be. Well, pharmacies in the US are strict. I would say sometimes the doctors are not strict at prescribing, but you get it. In the US, if you go into a pharmacy and you tell them that, hey, I just picked up lorazepam, a controlled substance, but I just lost it. I'm going to need another round. My sister's a pharmacist. You'd be surprised at how often people try to do this. You're not getting more lorazepam. You're just not. That's crazy, okay?
That is crazy. You can just tell them you lost it.
In Spain, it was a bit more common at the time.
Oh, that's his method?
That's how he's illegally getting him. One of his pharmacists was a close friend of his, and he would just say, hey, I went to a hotel, I brought my little pill case, and then I lost it, and I think the housekeepers threw it out, and so now I got no more lorazepam. Could you just refill it for me? And you would just get twice as much lorazepam for one prescription. So the first time Alfonso purchased lorazepam was on July 5th. The night after the attempted murder of Asunta, when a masked man broke into the home, which is a fascinating timeline if you ask me, and we'll get more into it later. The day after Rosario's arrest, Alfonso is arrested. So now both of Asunta's parents are under suspicion of killing her. Now, Asunta's teachers would say, I don't know if this is a good or bad thing, but Asunta's dad always treated her like a friend. Which I know it sounds kind of nice and kind of cute, but he literally treated her like they were classmates. Like he was a 12-year-old boy and she's a 12-year-old girl. Which, again, we don't know if it's a good thing, but Asunta is doing well, so we didn't think much of it. She was typically one of the most dedicated, focused kids in the class. And from what they can tell as her teachers, she seemed really happy and talented and disciplined and like she enjoys most of the extracurriculars that she does. She is very stimulated by these things until 2 months before her death. So from that point forward, Asunta's teachers never really knew what they were going to get with her, whether it was going to be the real Asunta or somebody else. July 9th, 2013, Asunta's violin teacher, Alina, says Asunta is stumbling in, and Alfonso, the dad, is following in after her. Oh, sir, is your daughter all right? She's drugged. Drugged? She did not like that word. What do you mean drugged? She's undergoing medication for allergies. It's the antihistamines. They're clearly too strong for her. So basically insinuating Assunta is on some sort of Benadryl. You know how Benadryl makes you super drowsy and kind of confused, and it's making her act strangely. But he assures her, nothing to worry about. It's a very normal reaction to the drugs. Alfonso leaves, and Alina thinks this is so weird. I mean, she's never heard any sort of allergies from Assunta. She's never complained about it, but she tries to focus on the class. And the whole time she keeps glancing at Assunta, she seems drunk. She seems not focused, like she can't even control herself. It honestly looks like she's sleepwalking. Assunta, are you all right? Yes. Alina just stares because Assunta is making weird gestures with her hands. Like her motor skills seem off. Everything seems off. When the class is finally over, Rosario, Assunta's mom, comes to pick her up, and Alina rushes out to tell the mom. And she's trying to explain to Rosario how strange Assunta's been behaving, and it's so unlike her. Yes, you're absolutely right. This is not normal at all for my daughter to be like this. I'm going to have to switch her to a new medication, it seems. But thank you for letting me know. I'm going to take her to the hospital if you'll excuse me. Alina watched her drive off, and it's just weird. Rosario never took her to the hospital.
And they're so blatant too.
Yes.
Right? In front of everyone.
Yeah. They don't hide it. And the next day, Assunta would show up completely normal, playing the violin like she always does. And maybe Alina thought, okay, I'm thinking way too deep into it because Assunta is just, she's fine, right? And Assunta's so clever. She's very mature and curious. She wants to know everything. She's never distracted. She's laser focused on what she needs to do. And interestingly enough, she's very private for a 12-year-old. She doesn't really talk about her family life or her home life until one day in July. A week or so after this initial incident, Assunta is practically falling asleep in class and she can't keep up. Again, not a normal thing. Assunta, what is going on? Are you not focused? You don't want to be here? It's not that. My parents have been making me take this really bitter white powder, and it just makes me so drowsy and sleepy.
Whoa.
Neither of the parents were that well liked by the teachers. Even Rosario. Teachers said Rosario's attitude was always, I'm going to tell all of you what my daughter is like, and all of you are going to tell me I'm right. And especially after the divorce, Rosario got even weirder. She would keep asking, calling, is the divorce distracting my daughter from performing? Or sometimes she would go on these long-winded rants about how she was going to sell property to make $3 million and that Alfonso only wants to get back with her because he's out of money. It was just weird. She was not very likable and clearly a bit of a strange mom. But what's very different, I think, is that's one thing. Drugging Assunta is a different thing.
Yeah.
So the teachers think maybe it's some sort of vitamin or supplement that she's being forced to take that she doesn't like. One of Assunta's teachers, Maria, had heard from the others that Assunta had been off in these moments, but she wouldn't see her in July, near the end of July. Assunta walks into her class and she looks like she's going to faint. Her eyes are barely open, and during the class break, Maria goes over to the other teachers. I think something's going on with Assunta. Oh yeah, she's fine. She's just had hay fever recently, and I think she's weak from her allergy medications. I don't know if she told one of the teachers last week that her parents want to kill her. Are you sure? I mean, it could be the meds, though. I took some allergy meds once. I was knocked out like a zombie. I don't remember anything I said. But it really didn't make sense. Lots of kids in their class had hay fever. None of them reacted to the medicine like this. And if your child is looking like they just had 12 beers at a bar, you would probably do something about it, no?
Mm-hmm.
Maria tries to investigate. She walks back into her class. Okay, class, we're gonna pick up our instruments and play one of our favorite songs. This is a song that Assunta knows from start to finish. She knows it by memory. But right now, Maria is staring at Assunta and she's forgetting keys. It's like she can't control her muscle movements. She's getting everything wrong. Her posture is strange. Assunta has been taking ballet since she's 6. One of the most noticeable effects is that she has incredible posture. But she's slouching, she's slumped, she looks like she's about to faint. Okay, stop class. Assunta, did you eat breakfast? I don't remember. You don't remember. Every word Assunta is saying sounds like it's being forced out of her system. Her mouth sounds like it's dry, which is a symptom of lorazepam, including other drugs. Maria rushes Assunta into the teacher's lounge, and now all the teachers are standing around Assunta, who's slumped over in this chair. One of them, half-jokingly, pulls up a few fingers. How many fingers am I holding right now? I can't see. I'm really dizzy. My mom gave me some gross white powder to take. She got it from a woman on the street who came to the door in the apartment, and I can't really remember the name. I think it's the doctor.
Wow.
That day, Alfonso comes to pick up Assunta, and Maria's trying to tenderly explain the situation to him. I mean, I get that she's had hay fever all weekend. I mean, we heard, and I know that generally speaking with antihistamines, allergy medication, we do not give her antihistamines. Wait, what? The other teacher, we are not those kinds of people. The other teacher said that all we gave her was a nasal spray. Maria's so confused because you don't act this way from a nasal spray. Like, Benadryl is one thing. Nasal spray? What is he? None of this is making any sense anymore. And it feels like the parents are ever changing their stories. I mean, no kid should feel like this on nasal spray. But again, the teachers appear to be the only ones that are worried. Alfonso doesn't even address the rest of the conversation. He just glances at Assunta, who's so out of it she can barely stand. Didn't you come with a cardigan? Did you forget it in class? Go run and grab your jacket. He seems to not care that she's practically holding on the wall to fetch her jacket. The teachers are very conflicted at this point on what to do, but the next day, Assunta would come to class completely normal. So from that point forward, they had no idea if she's coming to class sleepwalking or if she's totally fine. But the last time she called out of class was Wednesday, just a few days before her murder. Rosaria had written a note for the teachers that Assunta could not make it because she was reacting badly to some medications. But none of this is making sense. I mean, so both of the parents decided to kill their daughter, or Rosario did, and then Alfonso is helping her cover it up? Or is there something else that's going on? Interestingly enough, Alfonso and Rosario also never actually grow apart after the divorce. Alfonso moves a few minutes away. Alfonso's helping Rosario with her health. She would have bouts of depression and lupus flare-ups, and he would take care of her and Assunta. In return, Rosario would help him out financially. There was this arrangement, but it seemed that Alfonso was always the one that wanted more. He wanted to get the family back together. June 2013, 3 months before Assunta's death, Rosario is hospitalized for a nervous breakdown. Alfonso drops everything, rushes to his ex-wife's bedside, and when she's discharged a week later, he's basically setting up camp in her home again. I mean, a part of him was excited that his ex-wife was mentally dying, because that meant that she would need more attention, more care, and then they could go back to being together, and then things would go back to normal. This is why she promised that she would stop seeing Manuel after the health scare. She lied. She would see him again the night before the murder of Assunta and the day. Now, she would go on a little escapade with him on the boat. She would later say to Alfonso, "You're kind of like my brother. Like, we don't even do it anymore." He could not satisfy her like Manuel Garcia could. So what if Alfonso had enough and he decides, I have to hurt Rosario more than she can hurt me? Alfonso is in charge of most of Rosario's medications. On top of that, Rosario does heavily depend on Alfonso, or at least she says she does. She would even say, "It was Alfonso or death. He fed me lunch and dinner, and I was getting worse and worse mentally, and I didn't feel like doing anything. My best friend told me it feels like you're falling into depression head first." Some netizens came up with this new theory that Alfonso knew Rosario was not all there at this point. She's mentally very frail, forgetful, can easily be framed for murder. So that's what he does. He gone girls Rosario. The orange cord in the bathroom was just so suspicious. Why would someone leave it there? Also, how would she know the cord is there to begin with?
Yeah.
But additionally, most teachers believe that Assunta was always acting strangest when she stayed over at her dad's. The next day, she would always seem drugged. Did Alfonso kill Assunta, his only daughter, to get revenge on his ex-wife? I mean, it feels very extreme, considering that all his ex-wife did was leave him for a married man. But some people, they will do that. And I know that some people are just not cut out for revenge, but it seems that Alfonso is. Apparently, this was a huge fight between Alfonso, but he tried calling Manuel's pregnant wife to tell her the truth about her husband, which I don't know if I can categorically consider it revenge, but it is said it did not come from a place of, let me help Manuel's wife see the truth, but more so, I'm going to ruin this man's life because he ruined mine. But if that's the case, that would mean that he's the one that broke in July 4th. Wouldn't Rosario have recognized him even if he had been wearing a mask, or was she so out of it at this point? And it still doesn't explain away all of her other different versions of stories when she gets caught in her lies. Her story is never adding up, it's ever changing. Even the masked man story, she went from saying that Assunta left the key in the lock outside to later telling another officer that she's the one that left the keys outside. She constantly keeps contradicting herself, changing details.
Yeah, just the fact that she didn't report it to the police, knowing someone broke into your house, that alone is sus enough.
So the investigators, they go back to the theory that Rosario, for whatever reason, killed Assunta or made the choice to, and Alfonso was helping either during or after the fact for whatever reason. But why? Why would Alfonso agree to that? Why would he do something to help Rosario go be with Manuel, to be freed of him? It's speculated that if Rosario committed murder, maybe Alfonso did something worse than murder to Assunta. After the parents are arrested, they're conveniently put in 2 jail cells right next to each other. The police are secretly recording their jailhouse conversations, trying to see if they say anything damning, if something crazy is going to come out of this. And this part is wild because later news outlets, they recreate conversations and they pick and choose certain phrases and words, effectively Frankensteining and constructing a sentence that never happened, which sways public opinion, obviously.
What does that mean? Like
they would edit sentences and phrases together to make it sound like they're having a very specific type of conversation that they were not having in jail.
You can do that?
No, but they did it. And this was before the trial. And the full transcripts are actually included in the book by Mark Guskin. And I have shortened a few, but none of it alters the overall message of what they're talking about. Rosario sounds very emotional in prison. She's frantic. She's jumping from calm to hysterical to depressed to anxious. Alfonso, the whole time, flat, monotone, dead mosquitoing this. It sounds like he's in line waiting for his lunch order. Don't worry, everything will work out fine, and we'll go back home. Don't worry. Who could be doing this to us? I don't know, baby. That's why we have to stay calm. Not to worry. Don't worry about anything, because everything's gonna work out, okay? Okay. I love you and you love me. That's the most important thing, right? But the problem is that they have to, I don't know, get some rest. I want to go home. Do you know how horrible this is? What? If you could see how horrible this is, I want to go home. I know, but don't worry. Everything's fine. No, it isn't. We'll go home. Don't worry. Alfonso the whole time calls her baby, and the words he says are oftentimes loving, but his tone is just so cold, and it has no feeling. It seems like everything he says is shallow and meaningless. Who could be doing this damage to us? To me, Alfonso. I don't know, darling. I really don't know. I don't know who wants to do this to us. It's such a cruel trick. But sooner or later, he'll be found out. Of course he will. Of course he'll be found out. I don't have any doubts about that. But why are we here? They must have a whole load of clues. Do you know what I mean? Well, yes. But these are measures that they have to take, and it is how it is. We have to put up with it, and that's that. And maybe tomorrow we'll get out on parole or something of that sort. And then there's going to be a trial, Alfonso? Well, there might not have to be. If they find the one who did it, there won't. And they'll find him. Don't you worry. They'll find him. And so there won't be a trial. There will be one for him, but not for us. He'll spend the rest of his life in prison. But don't you worry, my darling. Don't worry. And then Alfonso briefly warns Rosario. Don't say anything you shouldn't, because they could be recording us. Yes, well, what am I going to say that I shouldn't, Alfonso? I know. Nothing, of course. Nothing, darling. But anything we say or do, you've seen it. They can take it as... Yes, but your dirty imagination is going to cause us lots of problems. What?
Wait, what? Your dirty imagination?
Your dirty imagination is going to cause us lots of problems. Exactly.
What does that mean?
We don't know. The word dirty...
Do you like metal? Do you like video games? Brawl Stars and Dragon Force are teaming up for the release of the new legendary brawler, Draco. Say Draco! For the release of the new legendary brawler, Draco.
Brawl Stars is collaborating with Dragon Force for the release of the new brawler, Draco. Download Brawl Stars and get Draco now!
In this situation is most commonly used to describe someone who is sexually hot or sexually feverish. I guess you could say someone has a dirty mind and not have any sexual connotation, but it wouldn't be the right word. I wonder if it's more like naughty is a better translation, more commonly used in a sexual context. So what could they possibly be talking about? When Alfonso left the police station the night that they reported Assunta missing, he ran off, leaving Rosario alone with the investigators. It's suspected that he went home to hide his laptop and phone. He knew that the police are going to go to both of their apartments to search for clues, to search for Assunta, and the only missing pieces were Assunta at the time, Alfonso's phone, and laptop. 2 months later, when Alfonso is in prison, his attorney reaches out to let the investigators know, hey, Alfonso's apartment lease is going to end soon. It's probably a good time to search the apartment for a laptop. The police show up and the laptop is just sitting on the hallway table. They said it was honestly pretty disrespectful, like the way that it was placed. They're not even trying to make it slick. Someone had just replaced the laptop back.
So Alfonso took it away, and who put it back?
They don't know. Could be a family friend, could be a family member. Alfonso's family member could be the attorney. It's really, nobody knows. But the hard drive had not even just been wiped, not even just deleted, but completely swapped out for a new hard drive. It is widely believed that Alfonso left the police station after they reported Assunta missing, hid his computer and phone, conveniently hid it, and then authorities believe that more than 500,000 files were deleted. I don't know how they got this metadata.
500,000 files?
Yeah. Whether it's, I don't know, but what classifies as a file, right? I don't know if that means 500,000 pictures and photos and videos, or if it means just anything. But somehow authorities were still able to pull a list of things that were deeply disturbing from his laptop. One, he had a ton of Asian friends on Facebook. They were just random Asian girls from all over the world with no connection, meaning they did not know him in person. I'm not saying he just had a lot of Asian friends. No, he had lots of Asian Facebook friends, and they mainly posted erotic content on Facebook. It was never specified or investigated if the girls were underage, but a lot of the officers said that they looked very underage. Alfonso additionally frequented a ton of explicit websites where he searched specifically for young Asian girls. But that was said to have been one of his many searches. I would say most netizens are really disturbed by this, but other netizens argue it's nothing to be proud of. Yeah, but just because your daughter is Asian and you're searching for Asian women doesn't mean that you're harming your daughter. I mean, I guess in theory, right? But it's just not leaving a good taste in anybody's mouth. To make things even more disturbing, a young woman walks into the police station and reports that Alfonso was a regular client of hers. She works at the local brothel and stated that Alfonso would come, and she alleges a few things about Alfonso's sexual interest. One, he really, really likes girls that dress purposely underage, that appear very much underage. None of them are underage, they're all of age, but he picks the ones that look and dress and talk the youngest. He would tell everybody that he is a lawyer, and apparently Rosario, his wife, knew that he was always going in there and would even help him pay for it. Now, the police investigate, and I don't know how much of the allegations they're able to confirm, but they don't really do much beyond verifying that everyone working at the brothel is of age, because I guess the rest are not really crimes. I guess it's not really a crime to pick someone who looks underage. So they didn't find the need to investigate any further. They found the photos of Assunta were actually on Assunta's phone. So, you know, the pictures of her in her ballet outfit that goes viral, the pictures of her swaddled in the blanket looking disassociating that goes viral, they were found on Assunta's phone, not on Alfonso's laptop. There have been reports that they were either found on his laptop or on Rosario's phone, but it does appear that they were found on Assunta's phone. But it's still weird because somebody else took those pictures.
Yeah.
It's just a mess. Now, meanwhile, Rosario's phone records show that she was searching for things like how to give a good blowjob, as well as searching online for shops likely for her affair with Manuel. And everyone had assumed, always, that Rosario was the one calling the shots. She's got a bigger personality. She's the one with the money. She's very fickle. Alfonso just kind of blends into the background. But one of the jailhouse tapes would reveal that is not the case. Alfonso in private is quite an aggressive guy. He would yell, "Silence!" at Rosario whenever he felt like she was yapping too much. The police who listened to the tape said it was so strange. It was such a surprise for us because they took turns being dominant. People that knew the couple said, you would think that Rosario is the demanding little woman and Alfonso is the little mouse that goes and does everything she says, but he was quite condescending to Rosario. He had a very nasty side to him. The court would ultimately deem the jailhouse tapes inadmissible during the trial, but it is stated by investigators that Alfonso would lash out and abuse Rosario physically 3 to 4 times a year on average. He was very violent with her. So in a way, the only thing that people can come back to is it seems like they're both covering for each other. Let's say Alfonso is covering for Rosario because of a dirty little secret. Why would Rosario cover for him? Let's get into the theories, because there are conversations of if one or more of the parents are more heavily involved. So there's a few theories where they're both equally involved. There's a few theories where Rosario is mainly involved and Alfonso does cleanup, or vice versa. So let's get into all of them. Have you heard of pet child theory? It's a concept, it's not academically recognized, but it is a theory that some adoptive parents treat their adopted children more like pets than children. They use their adoptive children as a source of affection and cuteness, and once they are no longer being delivered to that, they discard them like a sickly pet. They want like a dog, a cute dog that snuggles with you, stays cute all the time, does not have a teenage rebellion phase, does not drain you of all your resources. They just want a pet. And sometimes the children are just used for the parents' emotional needs, and their needs for attachment and security are never addressed. So this is a theory that a lot of netizens bring up with this case, that after Rosario and Alfonso agreed to divorce, they realized that they have a pet in between them, a Santa. But now they are no longer together. They no longer need a shared pet. She's part of their previous family when they were together. Now it's time to get rid of her and move on. It's almost like, why keep a dog so sad?
Right.
I don't believe in that.
Doesn't seem like they really, really care about her.
Exactly. A lot of netizens point to Rosario's narcissism to also help support this theory, because you really have to be a narcissist to even think like this. This is a literal child you're talking about, and she raised her since she was, what, almost a year old? Rosario is an only child, and she definitely acts like it. Rosario had the privilege of being able to study abroad in the UK and France briefly, which I thought she'd be all for. Rosario seems a tad bit snobby. Imagine how insufferable Rosario would be with a French accent. But Rosario ends up coming home early from France, and she said she hated it. She said, nobody knew who I was. Here in Santiago, as my father was a faculty member, they treated me with greater consideration. AKA, my daddy's not powerful in France, so nobody treated me like a princess, and I want to come home. She came back home early and just decided to work under her dad. He gets her a fancy position. She would tell people that she studied at the London High School of Law, which doesn't exist. So, what? Which, by the way, none of this is an implication that she was the only one that killed, but she's definitely not a likable person. Now, there is speculation amongst netizens that Rosario didn't like being outshined by a Santa.
How so?
She would fret about how Asanta is so gifted, but then she would push Asanta to do more. It's almost like Rosario was conflicted with herself. She loved Asanta's achievements because it was a reflection of her parenting, and people would praise her for it. But then she also would get very upset when Asanta does so much better than she ever did as a child. And another thing to back this up was Rosario's parents love Asanta. They are obsessed with her. They think she is the golden child.
Isn't there some kind of thing? Like there are some parents are actually jealous of their kids?
It's so bizarre. It seems like that could be the situation here. Even when Rosario is brought back to the vacation home, and this is after she's been arrested, it was an absolute media circus. Cameras on every street corner, and this is a very serious moment. She's caught smiling. Allegedly, she tries to justify it, and she said that I was talking to a police officer about passion fruit. I have passion fruit trees in my garden, and I had to tell them that you have to cut the fruit open and eat it with a spoon. You gotta spoon the flesh out. I don't know what's so funny about that. But she smiled and laughed for whatever reason. She was also asked to participate in a documentary about the case, and she wrote a long-winded letter to the producers, and some parts read, I believe that the circumstances surrounding the death of my daughter are of no interest to anyone, unfortunately, other than those directly affected. But if the pain of this terrible loss is not sufficient, I have had to witness, in my astonishment, ugly, fierce, and absurd sensationalism. And precisely because of my innocence can only be proven and ratified in court, I intend to stay very far away from the mass media. I have no intention of taking part in this media circus.
What is she complaining?
She's saying the media, like, why is this concerning the media? My daughter's death is impacting me the most, okay? Like, why is everybody talking about it online? A lot of netizens state that her behavior is giving raging narcissist, which I don't think is armchair diagnosing. Court psychologists would later deem Rosario a narcissistic and depressive personality. So yes, maybe she really saw Asanta as part of her family life, and since she no longer was married to Alfonso, she no longer needed Asanta anymore. But that doesn't answer the question of why would Alfonso help his ex-wife murder their daughter and get away with it? Why would he help? Some speculate that it's to tie him to Rosario forever. She would never be able to cut him out financially, emotionally, mentally. He's got her dirty little secret wrapped up, ready to come out. One investigator that questioned the couple said, I think they really wanted to project this image as the perfect family. If Rosario wants something, she thinks she can just buy it. And if she doesn't want it, she thinks she can just get rid of it. And Alfonso was there to just satisfy her whims. The investigators believe that the couple got tired of the child they, quote, bought a decade earlier. So they tried to kill her July 4th, 2 months before her murder. Alfonso was the masked man. He tried to kill Assunta, but she woke up. She didn't know for sure if it was her dad or not because he was masked and she was likely drugged at this point or confused. So the couple did everything they could to make sure that she did not tell anybody about it. But now they need to get rid of her quickly, which could even explain why she was telling teachers that nobody tells her the truth. Maybe she brought up suspicions that, hey, was that dad that night? And everybody just gaslit her. But she's thinking, no, I know what I remember. Alfonso gives her one final big dose of lorazepam sprinkled into her scrambled eggs and mushrooms, which is the last thing found in her stomach in the autopsy, and they kill her. The theory goes that day, all three of them were in the car headed to the vacation home. Rosario's driving, Assunta is seen in the passenger seat, and Alfonso is laying down in the backseat of the car. Alfonso's major defense lied on the fact that he claimed he was home when Assunta was killed. And unlike Rosario, who has CCTV footage of her lies, nobody could really debunk Alfonso's story.
And you say his phone was off.
Yes. Until a 15-year-old girl comes forward and she claims that she saw Alfonso the day of Assunta's murder and he was with Assunta. She said she was walking home with her boyfriend when she saw Assunta and her father, Alfonso, from behind, waiting to cross the road. The witness knew it was Assunta and her dad because, well, there's not a lot of Chinese girls in town, but also the two of them, they took French class together. She took French class with Assunta, so she knows her. It suggested that Assunta and Alfonso were walking to go meet Rosario in her car so they could head to the vacation home together. Now, this was a heavy theory from the prosecutors and the judge. I will say in Spain, the legal process is very confusing. There are judges involved in the pretrial investigations. They're known as examining judges. So in America, it'd be similar to a detective, like the head lead detective. The problem being that sometimes the pretrial judge that is involved in the investigation and speaks to the defendants is also the judge later on. So that can pose to be quite difficult. There are mixed feelings about the judge on this case. Some netizens believe, to put it nicely, the judge just wants to be famous. He would go on these big talk shows and talk about Assunta's case afterwards. He wrote a book that was kind of about Assunta, but not about Assunta. It was like a novel. And he said it's not about Assunta, but he released it around the time of the hype of Assunta's, the virality of the case. And a lot of netizens believe it's very clear. He does not care for justice. He wants fame and he wants an easy case to get him that fame. Others argue.
How so? Why would netizens think that?
He is a very aggressive man. He is not unbiased at all. He went into this case day one believing that the parents were guilty. Now, I think that he's not a great, admirable person. And he is, like I said, a very biased man, in my opinion. I will say the Netflix show does really put the judge in a crazy light, though. I'm sure there might be a lot of truth to it that I wasn't able to uncover, though, because I don't know why else they would do that. I do think that the judge clearly had it out for them since day one. But apparently there's this whole scene in the show, Netflix, where he opens the curtains to let the press photograph Rosario, who's testifying. And it made her very uncomfortable. But in the real version of events, she tells him, hey, there's people out there taking pictures of me. And he walks over and he actually closes the curtains, from what I can tell. So, I don't know. Regardless, it's pretty clear he thought that she was guilty from day one, which is not a fair process. The judge even said, these two, the parents, are probably the most selfish people I've ever met. The mom is like a spoiled child, and the dad thinks he's superior to the rest of the world. So netizens are really split. Interestingly, many international netizens believe that this case is a gross miscarriage of justice, regardless of the parents' guilt. And a lot of other netizens believe that they killed their kid. Sorry, the judges weren't nice about it. I will say that the trial and investigation was super messy. Confidential, crucial parts of the investigation constantly being leaked to the press. They would just run anything. So regardless of how you feel about the parents, one or the other or both, it was not a clean-cut investigation that was done by the books, which leads to a lot of netizens not trusting the investigators and coming up with their own theories. I don't particularly have a hill that I would like to stand on, but here are some of the most popular ones, which again, another disclaimer, these are not my theories. I don't have more skin in the game in one or the other. And the thing with theories is, I think they can be debated. I think they can be talked about, and I think they can be true, but I don't think that these would fly in the court of law. Like, these are not theories that you would debate in court. It just wouldn't pass. The theory of inheritance. This starts with a rumor by a family member, the cousin of Rosario's dad. so Rosario's uncle of sorts, or I guess Asunta's great uncle of sorts, they claimed that every single penny that Rosario's parents had been given to Asunta and not Rosario. Asunta was the sole inheritor, and the only way for Rosario to cash in on her parents' legacy, all the jewels, property, assets, was for her to kill her own daughter, because then it would go to the next of kin regardless of her will being in place. Which I will say makes a lot of sense until it gets debunked. Apparently there was easy paperwork that shows Rosario, and Rosario alone, is the sole inheritor for all of her family's assets. Additionally, even if everything was left in Asunta's name, she's 12. The person in charge of her estate would have been her guardian, Rosario. I feel like Rosario would have spent the next 6 years trying to figure out how to drain it from Asunta's fund, or I don't know, wait a few years before killing her to make it less suspicious. Not saying Rosario is innocent, I'm just not sure this is the motive. Others say maybe Rosario didn't kill Asunta for the inheritance because the money never went to Asunta, but she killed Asunta because her parents loved Asunta more than they loved Rosario. There were rumors that Rosario herself was adopted. She always justified her parents' lukewarm affection for her as being a result of not being a biological kid, but she was their biological kid. So that was also quickly debunked. In addition, it does seem like Rosario was loved and spoiled by her parents as long as she did exactly what they wanted her to do, which leads us to our next theory. Rosario is a serial killer.
Whoa.
Rosario killed her parents and Asunta found out. Now Rosario has to kill her daughter. In 2011, 2 people near Rosario died. First, her mom, the one she told psychiatrists she feels like she's in constant competition with. Her mom was a presumably healthy 78-year-old woman, died suddenly in bed. Then 7 months later, her dad died suddenly in bed. Now, this was probably really, really rough on Asunta. She is the precious granddaughter. Her grandparents really loved her. They spoiled her. And there is an email from Alfonso to Rosario during the divorce. This email could be something, it could be nothing. But it reads, I'm not going to lie to you, but I can say to you what happened and what you did is repulsive. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but that's what I feel. And so that's what I want you to know. I don't know if the future will bring us back together or not, but for the time being, in the short term, and even in the medium term, I don't think that I want to go anywhere near your mother's bedroom. Some people said this could be about Rosario cheating and perhaps she did it in her mother's bedroom with Manuel. Or some people think maybe he's talking about something else, since Rosario's mom was found dead in her bed. And the only reason he's not turning her in is because he's getting money. Another email from Alfonso to Rosario reads, I have all your most intimate secrets, and one of these days I will make them public. Again, could be about her dislikes in bed or her likes in bed, or it could be about murder. Asunta had a WordPress, a blog. There's not much on there except one creepy short story, and some netizens believe it's about her grandparents. The short story by Asunta reads, and this was posted September 2012, exactly a year before she was killed, about a few months after her grandfather died. Once upon a time, there was a happy family, a man, a woman, and a son. One day, the woman was assassinated. The man had to take retaliation on the person who killed his wife, but he died as well, because he tried to take retaliation, but the bad man killed John, the husband. His body is in Alameda Park, and his spirit too. He hopes his wife's spirit can come to him. Every day he sits on the branches. And people said Asunta has a tendency to tell stories about her own life, pretending like it happened to somebody else. Remember how she told her friend about the masked man incident? Some netizens speculate, is she doing that here? Then we have the next theory. And again, these theories are not mutually exclusive. The truth could really be a mixture of all these theories. We don't know. Is that Alfonso is a pedophile. He was drugging Asunta with lorazepam or other drugs to take pictures of her unconscious or to abuse her in other ways. Slowly, she starts gaining memories of these assaults, and he decides he has to kill her before she connects the dots or decides to do something about it. Because remember, she kept saying, nobody tells me the truth. Maybe she suspected, hey, am I getting drugged and is something happening to me at night when I'm getting drugged? Maybe she kept those photos as evidence in her phone. There's a lot of small things in this theory. Her ballet teacher testified that she had lent Asunta a ballet costume for a performance, and she never got the skirt back. She got everything back but the skirt. She tried to email Alfonso, the dad, but he was just very rude and saying the skirt is not missing. He refused to give the skirt back. Which again, maybe is nothing. And it's just the weird that Alfonso would make comments to the police 3 hours after his daughter goes missing that she was probably dead, but he could only hope that she wasn't essayed. It's like he's trying to plant a seed. Additionally, they found Alfonso's DNA in Asunta's underwear. It was not his biological fluid, thank God, but it was another unidentified DNA marker, meaning it could have been his DNA when he was folding and putting away laundry. But we don't know, especially because Asunta kept all of her underwear and clothes at her mom's place. Of course, the search history and Facebook friends of Alfonso does not help with him having all these Asian women as friends. Apparently, when investigators searched his home, they also found large amounts of semen all over the floor, on his underwear, on his shorts, on his walls. He had a penchant for furiously self-pleasuring himself, which again is not a crime. But the night before, it stated that Asunta slept over at her dad's place. Now, we don't know when that was from, but it's just not a crime in and of itself, unless he was doing something illegal or looking at illegal material, but still very creepy. Now, I do want to say that the book states, like a quick sentence, that Alfonso was confirmed to have watched explicit material involving children, the essay of children. I couldn't find it explicitly stated in other sources, so I'm not sure. I guess, we don't know. Now, there's two versions of this theory. One, where Rosario didn't know until Asunta was dead that Alfonso killed her. Or that Rosario knew that Alfonso was essaying their daughter, and now Asunta is realizing the truth, and she believed the only way that they could continue to live on as wealthy, privileged people with their image is to kill Asunta. They have to kill Asunta together because she knows that her dad is doing this. The theory rests on the idea that Rosario would rather have a dead daughter than an ex-husband that assaulted their daughter. One thing that confirms this theory a bit is in the jailhouse cell conversations. Rosario keeps asking, do people support us, Alfonso? It seems like she cares a lot about what other people think. And the whole thing with the interviews and the way that she talks about Asunta's achievements, it just seems like she's very obsessed with her image, even though everybody knows she's just not well. She also has a victim mentality where she asked, what could I have done for life to be so hard to me in prison? Yeah. Rosario would defend Alfonso and state that whoever has a problem with the ballet pictures, me, honestly, she said, you guys are the problem. You are the ones with the dirty mind. But she uses that same word. Dirty.
Dirty mind.
Dirty imagination, dirty mind.
Mm.
But I do want to disclaim there is no outright razor-sharp evidence that he did physically essay her, at least not that we could find. I personally think it's very suspicious, and I would not feel comfortable with any adult doing that to any child. The next theory is Alfonso's great revenge. Rosario doesn't know what's going on in this theory. She's innocent, or more innocent than other ones. Some netizens point to jailhouse conversations where Rosario seems genuinely distraught, confused, chaotic, and Alfonso just seems calm. Rosario's crying, and take this with a grain of salt because at this point they both state that they believe they're being recorded. So this could be all show. But she screams, I can't live without her. I just got better for her, Alfonso. I know, calm down, calm down, calm down. And I thought I could I thought I was hurting her feelings, seeing a mother being so useless, so broken, but I just couldn't cope with so many of the things. Indicating that Rosario truly cared for Asunta, and Alfonso knew the best way to hurt her was to hurt Asunta. Another point netizens bring up is in the jailhouse calls. There is a part where Rosario asks Alfonso if he went out at all. Netizens argue she could be doing this to make them both look innocent, but she does seem very serious. Let me ask you something, Alfonso. You didn't go out the whole afternoon? No, not at all. You have my word of honor. I didn't go out. Are you sure? You have my word of honor. And I know that Asunta wrote a strange poem about Rosario, but she also wrote other ones. One is just titled Charo, which is an abbreviation of Rosario, and it reads, my mom is called Charo and her hair is short. She is thin and her hair is black, and she is beautiful. She does my ribbons for me, and she is a good person. She loves me a lot. But there are a lot of plot holes to this one, like all the other shady stuff Rosario did, and just the fact that Rosario must have known that Asunta was being drugged, no? Her teacher straight up told her about it.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have the next theory. Rosario has a mental break and Alfonso is guilty of pedophilia. So they just kind of support each other and they don't rat each other out. Rosario has a mental breakdown, snaps, kills Asunta without much premeditation. But that doesn't explain the 3 months of her being drugged. So that's when Alfonso comes in. He's been drugging Asunta for the past 3 months because she keeps remembering things about previous assaults, perhaps. And Rosario ends up killing Asunta because she is overwhelmed, and Alfonso can do nothing once he's arrested because the truth is he did something worse than murder, which is allegedly, routinely, methodically essay his daughter. Now, Assunta did write a poem once, and it reads, "Her smile is brilliant as the sun, her mouth deep and beautiful. She loved the light green and white cabbage, and also bright white cocaine."
Whoa.
So this is about a woman who is struggling with cocaine addiction, and Assunta is 12, so people believe perhaps her mom was struggling with more than just, anxiety. But it's not a perfect theory for a lot of other reasons. Then we get into the next theory. The parents wanted to drug Assunta to make her easier to handle, but they accidentally overdosed her on drugs, and now they have to appear like a stranger killed her, which would explain the orange cord. The orange cord is a very strange part of this story because it was used to tie Assunta up, but then it's cut and placed next to her body in the woods. Why? Who goes the extra mile of cutting it? Because that's more DNA you could leave. That's more evidence you could leave. And if you cut it, why wouldn't you just take it with you? It's just very bizarre. So maybe they're trying to make the crime scene look like a bizarre murder. So it's an accidental overdose, but they try to make it look like a murder. So they do all these bizarre things like with the orange cord, but it just feels really dumb and careless because why would they leave the same orange cord in the vacation home restroom? Also, the thing with this theory is that it could be argued that Assunta is 12 and known to be very responsible. I don't think that even if she was left home alone, she would do all these crazy things. It's not like she's 5 and could accidentally burn the house down. Some people think that maybe they were drugging her so that Rosario could go hang out with her Mr. Manuel Garcia, but others argue it wasn't necessary to keep Assunta asleep while her parents were out because, there's so much evidence of Rosario going on week-long business trips with Manuel. It doesn't seem like she needed to drug Assunta to keep her calm so that she could go hang out with her man. Additionally, the autopsy states that she did not just overdose, she was asphyxiated, and 27 is a lot for an accidental overdose. So the next theory is that strangers killed Assunta. Alfonso said the orange twine was used by the gardeners of the property, trying to open the door for somebody else being involved. Now, side note, they are unable to say if that orange cord from the bathroom is the same orange cord that was found near Assunta. There is the possibility that it is. The chemical composition is the same, but they can't match like the thread fibers of where it was cut. And it's a pretty common cord that's used in Spain. So they don't really know, but the whole theory with strangers doing this, there's no motive, and the lorazepam for the past 3 months doesn't make any sense. Then we have the last theory. The parents are innocent. This is probably the least favored theory, but Rosario's psychiatrist believes memory gaps, aka changes in her story to the police, are most likely from her dependence on lorazepam. They showed studies that prove long-term high dosage of lorazepam can lead to amnesia and confusion, and the stress of her missing daughter likely added to it all. As for the photos, some people believe that it's just an unflattering photo of Assunta in the ballet costume. They say that she's just exhausted after a recital. She's not drugged. Her parents wanted to take a picture of her and she didn't want to, so she's being a grumpy teenager and she just looks at the camera annoyed. One comment about Alfonso's explicit video choices read, "The dad's dirty secret was he was into porn, particularly Asian videos. Again, not that weird, nothing to be proud of, but it's not murderous."
But what about the 3 months of drugs? What about the weird break-ins and the lies, just all of it?
So their theory rests on that the drugs that Assunta is 12 and she seems to be writing about cocaine usage. Perhaps she was drugging herself and getting into her mother's lorazepam. I don't like this theory for the sole purpose of then explain why Alfonso was purchasing so much lorazepam right before her death. Like the coincidence doesn't make sense. And if you are a parent and Rosario is losing her mind and she's like, I don't know where my lorazepam is going. Yeah. You have a kid. I'm not going to go and get more lorazepam. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try to investigate who is taking this lorazepam. Where is this lorazepam going? I'd put it under lock and key.
Wait, did they explain themselves?
They said, we don't know what that's about. We never gave her lorazepam. That's what they said.
Oh, okay. So then, that just makes them sound more sus because they would have said, oh, no, I think she took it because...
Yeah.
I bought all of those and it keep going missing. So I think
that would be I agree. And then with the whole break-in thing, people are saying their biggest fault is they care too much about what people think about them.
That's
bizarre.
That's against human behavior. Someone broke into your house and you're like, let's not let people find out.
Yeah. None of our Spanish researchers told us any cultural context of that being a weird thing.
Yeah.
So maybe they are innocent of murder, just because I never say never, right? But one netizen comment reads, hard to say based on the available evidence, but the fact that they drugged the child was irrefutable, and that alone was appalling enough for them to deserve the sentence that they got. all the
What
theories.
sentence did they get though?
Oh, we're going to get there.
Oh, okay.
All the theories get very confusing and messy, made even more confusing by the fact that October 30th, 2015, the court found the parents guilty and sentenced them to 18 years in prison. So in Spain at the time, you could not get more than, I believe, 20 years because it was inhumane. But now they've
Wow.
extended it. You are going to get life for killing a child.
Oh, wow.
Both tried to appeal their convictions, which was overturned. And then November 18th, 2020, one of them was found dead in their cell. Rosario was found with a fabric belt around her neck. She was unresponsive, and this was her third attempt. Some netizens believe it was genuine remorse or guilt that killed her for what she did or didn't do. Other netizens say it's just that she was unable to live with the consequences of her own actions. So this whole case, I mean, there's just so many unanswered questions, aside from the obvious ones, right? There are also the small random questions of where did her shoes go? Why was she found barefoot? If all of her shoes are accounted for in the house, then wouldn't that answer something? Why would they keep a safe in a 12-year-old girl's room? Because they were like, they broke in to get the safe in Asunta's room July 4th. Why are they drugging her? Why did Rosario get an obituary for Assunta every single year on the anniversary of her death? Is it genuine sadness over her daughter, or is it narcissism? It read, Assunta Yang Fang, in memoriam, I will always love you, Mom. Meanwhile, Alfonso is still in prison defending his innocence. He said to a former colleague and reporter, a friend of his, what was really hard, what was torture, was losing Assunta. You can put up with everything else I tell you. I get by. Of course, I'd prefer to be free on the outside, but it's not so bad. Lots of things have happened and I have suffered. You know, people are disgusting, like all those repulsive people who gathered in the street to call me a murderer. I can't even stand to think of it. Those people and others who are on television and in the media talking about me as if they knew me well, as if they knew something about my life, they don't have the slightest idea. It is madness. He later said this before Rosario died. When I regain my freedom, I have the firm intention of disappearing. No one will ever hear from me again, not even Rosario. I have only one reason to stay alive, which is none other than to be a free man again and reunite with my little girl. Never before. In fact, I've already thought about how and where. I just don't know when, but everything comes eventually. Insinuating he's going to self-exit to join Assunta. After Rosario was found dead, he wrote his plans to die as well so he could be next to his little bird, Rosario, whom he loved so much. Alfonso is due to be released in 2033. But he is eligible to leave prison for a few hours a day for work and personal appointments starting in 2025. I don't think he's going to get approved, but we'll see. Adoptions from China have gotten much more regulated, much more intense, and for a while, China did not let many families from Spain adopt after the Assunta case. Whether it's a coincidence or not, it just seems like the numbers really depleted.
Wow.
After Assunta's death, there were a lot of talks in the media about her being this protege child, this genius, a kid that could have grown up to save the world one day. And the author of the book asked one of the teachers very quietly and very politely, is it true or are they exaggerating it after her death because, you know, everyone lights up the room once they're gone? And the teacher smiled at him and said, it's all true. She really was an incredible girl. And that is the case of Assunta. Let me know your thoughts. Did you watch the Netflix documentary? Because I feel like they went into maybe 2 of the popular theories. There's like 50 theories. There's so many theories. What are your thoughts? What do you think makes the most sense? And do you think it matters how corrupt maybe the judge and the prosecutors were versus how guilty the parents seem? Is there a correlation? Does that mean they should get a retrial? Or do you think, no, like it's so clear they're guilty, it doesn't matter regardless? Let me know your thoughts. And be safe, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Let's talk about the events of March 29th, 2020. This takes place in South Korea almost exactly like 3 years ago at this point. It's a little bit past midnight, and there are 8 teenagers they're barely teenagers. They're 13 years old. Most of them are. So imagine 8 13-year-olds just booking it, running for their lives in South Korea. Like, you know, when you run so fast, your heart starts to pump out of your chest. You feel like you can hear your heartbeat in your ears. That's how fast these kids were running. They're literally running for their life. That's how desperate they are. Whenever they think, okay, surely we're safe now, they would turn around and they would see another one of their friends had been thrown onto the ground, taken down. It started with 8. Then there were 7. Then there were 6, 5, 4, 3. It seemed like the city of Daejeon, which is where they were in, it's the 5th largest city in South Korea. It's so big, it's so populated, but not a single person wanted to help them while they're desperately running for their lives.
Where are they running? On the street?
Yeah. They run like their lives depend on it because maybe it does. One of the girls, Pora, 13 years old, she could feel her legs starting to give out. There was like shooting pains going up each of them. Every step she took, it felt like someone was shooting her up the palm of her foot. She thought, you know what? Fine. I can't do this anymore. I'm just going to let him catch me. I'm going to let this guy who's chasing me down catch me because whatever he's got in store for me has got to be less painful than what I'm experiencing right now. So she slows down. She puts her hands on her knees and she's panting. She's trying to catch her breath, okay? And he comes up behind her. She looks up and says, oh God, that was really, really tough. She let out a little smirk. She was thrown onto the ground, handcuffed, and placed under arrest. In today's case, these 8 13-year-olds, these 8 teenagers, they are not the prey being chased down by a big bad predator. They are the predators. These 8 kids had just murdered a delivery driver in cold blood. The infuriating part is they're gonna get away with it. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. With that being said, this was a viral case in South Korea. There is a lot of online discourse about this on whether or not the laws are protecting people or knowingly putting citizens in even more danger. There were petitions made aimed towards the Blue House, aka the White House of South Korea, begging politicians to do something. There's incredibly damaging text messages between teenagers. The killers were texting each other after they killed someone. And it's just what they're saying, you're going to lose your mind. Now, there are a lot of people involved and about 8 main killers, if you will. Technically, you can find some of their names online because normally South Korea is really crazy about releasing even adult criminals' names, adult people's names. But with children, it's absolutely out of this world. But this case is so bad. People were doxing these killers left, right, and center. I'm not going to give you guys their names because I don't really think it matters to this case, but they're easily findable online. So with that being said, let's get into it. Lee Kun worked as a delivery driver in Korea, which sounds like the type of industry where you never really get to know each other. Like, I think if you think of a DoorDash driver in the US, you kind of work for yourself. You don't really get to know other drivers. In Korea, it's a little bit different. There are a handful of popular restaurants in the area. There's a handful of full-time drivers. They all know each other. A lot of them can recognize all of them, like the restaurant owners. They can recognize their favorite delivery drivers even through their big motorcycle helmets. And Lee-kun, he was one of them. He was just always very polite, hardworking, like very detail-oriented. And a lot of these restaurant owners are thinking, it's really hard to find these traits in an 18-year-old boy these days. He's 18. On particularly busy days, you can see Kun walking in the restaurant, grabbing a food order, while with the other hand, he's quickly scarfing down a snack from the convenience store. So he doesn't even stop to eat meals. He doesn't have a lunch break. He just eats whenever he can, in between deliveries, just on the go. If the restaurant owners ever thought about telling a kid, a young man, hey, maybe you should take it easy and go have fun, it was Kun. Like, that's who they wanted to tell. But they all knew that he was supporting his mom. So he would go off on another delivery again. Now, March 29th, it's midnight. Kun is picking up a pizza order. He's got a snack in one hand. There's CCTV footage of him inside of this pizza shop eating a snack as he's going to the back to pick up the order. They ask, almost done for the day? Any plans? Yeah, it's my last delivery. No special plans. I think I'm going to ask my friend if she wants to go eat something yummy with me afterwards. He smiles. He grabs the pizza and he leaves for his last delivery for the night. This is just past midnight at a relatively lively intersection in Korea. So it's a 4-way intersection. It's actually the Daejeon intersection, and Daejeon is the 5th biggest city in Korea. So regardless of time, there's still going to be a good amount of people on the road. Now, for everyone waiting at this intersection for their light to turn green, they're just going about their lives. I imagine in this moment, it would feel like time would stop, or at least for a brief second even. Some saw bits and parts of what happened while they're waiting in their car. Some saw the black car run the red light and book it as fast as they can across the intersection. Some saw the black pieces of plastic and metal just flying through the air to the other side of the street. And some people just saw a limp body laying on the ground. There was like a pool of blood all over the intersection. And every single person parked there, it didn't even matter if they had music on, they had all heard it. Even if they hadn't seen it, they heard it. It was such an ear-piercing thud. Everyone had this pit in their stomach, because when you hear something like that, it is too loud to be a fender bender. It is too loud to be like a small accident. Someone needs help ASAP.
교차로 중앙에서 차량과 오토바이 쓰러진 오토바이 파편이 반대편 현장에 쓰러진 오토바이.
So there is a car going straight and a motorcycle was trying to go straight. The car ran a red light. They literally pedaled to the metal, booked it up.
That seemed
for that red light.
really fast, the car.
So fast. So there is a four-way intersection, and let's say the motorcycle is heading north. I don't know if this is the actual like compass direction, but just to give you an idea. Motorcycle is trying to head north. There is a black car to the motorcycle's left that's trying to go right. So they're going to be perpendicular. Now, the motorcycle has the right of way. So they start inching towards the middle of the intersection, and the black car on the left, they have a red light, but they just decide to book it. Like 0 to 60, book it. Run the red light, and at the cross section, they slam into each other. And you just see motorcycle parts, tires flying in the air. A lot of people see a limp body just on the side of the road. And just to give you an idea of how bad it is, emergency services, let me explain it the way that they did, because they know what these motorcycles looks like. They know what these accidents look like. They say you take one look at this motorcycle, and they thought to themselves, it would be a miracle if the driver survived. There are tires apart all over the street. There are black plastic chunks. I mean, to give you an idea, you all know what a motorcycle looks like. There's like the thick, bulky, plasticky parts that make up the front, the seats. Even under the seats, there's like little layers of plastic. But underneath, it's almost like a rudimentary bike. The motorcycle they found on the street that day, it had been basically obliterated upon impact. All the plastic had basically blown off, and the bike was bare. It looked more like a bicycle than a motorcycle. This is what this version of a motorcycle is supposed to look like and this is what it looks after the. And there was just so much blood everywhere. Paramedics, they rushed to the only body at the scene.
By the way, the black car just
kept going.
Just like didn't even stop for a second, right?
No. So the paramedics rushed to the only body at the scene, the only vehicle at the scene, and they start performing CPR. It looked like a young male. There was no sign of a pulse. They couldn't hear any breathing. They rushed him to the hospital, but as they were lifting him onto the stretcher, one of the emergency responders said, I think we all knew, because his body felt broken inside and out. Like every part of him felt crushed and broken. They rushed him to the nearest hospital, where the doctors looked at the clock and they called the time of death. This man's name was Kun. He had lived exactly 18 years and 97 days before he had been killed. I don't want to say to even call him a man, because that sounds like he's not man enough, and that's not what I'm insinuating, but this is basically a child still. They had just turned 18. Kun's family members, they were alerted, and his mom rushes to the hospital. She said that she just remembers thinking, please don't let it be my son, please don't let it be my son, please let it be my mistake. And she sees this boy laying there, and his lips are so pale, his body is so cold, and there was no denying it anymore. This was definitely her son. There was nothing she could do in this moment. She said, what am I supposed to do? She tried to be a mom. So she sat down. She held his hand. She tried to close his eyes. So his eyes wouldn't close. It said that Kun had died so suddenly that there was no time for him to close his eyes. And since they hadn't been closed by the paramedics or any of the bystanders there, rigor mortis had set in, and his eyelids were now too stiff to stay closed. So every time she tried to close his eyelids, they would pop back open, and then she just kept trying. She said that she wasn't going to leave until he closed his eyes, until she put her baby to rest one last time. She talked to him, and she said, it's okay. Kun, it's okay. Oma is here now. It's okay. It's okay to close your eyes. And I'm not sure if this is customary in other cultures, but for Koreans, growing up, whenever you hurt yourself or get a little bit of like a boo-boo, like you fall down at the park and you get a scrape on your knee, I just remember my mom would blow on the wounds. Do you guys do that in China?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
so.
sure medically it does nothing to help the healing, but they just go, like, 괜찮아, 엄마, like, 엄마 손에 약손, which means mommy's hands are medicine hands, and they blow on your wounds. And I remember it helped me feel so much better when I was a kid, so maybe it does work mentally. Kun's mom spent an hour just blowing on his wounds and scars. And I think it was slowly dawning on her that she was never going to have another photo to put into his photo albums. She was never going to have another moment with her son ever again. This was it. And she remembered just 3 months ago, it was the most exciting time in Kun's life. January of 2020, Kun had run home. He was so excited. He's practically bubbling. And he's like, Mom, I got an ID. I got an ID. So in South Korea, you get an ID once you turn 20 in Korean age. But in the US age, it's 18. So Kun is 18. He gets an ID and it allows you to drink, drive, vote. And it's very symbolic of becoming an adult. And he's like, I can vote now. I'm officially an adult mom. And since I'm an adult mom, I promise I'm going to be your guardian now. I'm going to take care of you. He promised he was going to graduate university and make sure that his mom never worked another day in her life. He promised to take her on vacations, and one day he was like, I'm going to buy you whatever you want. I'm going to buy you all the most delicious meats. Like, you're never going to have to stress about anything ever again because you got me. So I'm going to take care of you. And these were not just empty words, fleeting words of a teenager. Kun got a job as a delivery driver to help his family pay for his college tuition and to help with the bills. And his mom would just think to herself, how did I get so lucky? She said she named him Kun because in Hanja, his name means strong. So anytime he was working, all the fellow delivery drivers and the restaurant owners, they would think, there he goes again. Like, he was one of the hardest delivery workers. He did about 60 deliveries in a day. And technically, the city is small, so it's easier to get from one place to another, but this guy never took a break for himself. He just kept thinking about his family, and he just kept going. And it just broke her heart knowing that now she is holding his cold body in her arms one last time. After like an hour, finally his eyes close, and she promises her son, I'm going to take care of it. I'm not going to make you feel injustice when you're in heaven. She was determined to catch whoever did this to her son. And the problem was, catching them is the easy part. Punishing them would prove to be nearly impossible. So first, let's talk about the accident. This, like I said, is a four-way intersection, and Kun was headed straight. He had the right of way when a car on his left comes in, crashing into him from the side. This is clearly an accident caused by the car on the left that ran the red light. And then they just left him there, bleeding out on the side of the road. They didn't even stop. The crash was so bad, all of the airbags deployed, but they still kept driving. They kept on driving. They did not stop. The police very quickly tracked down the people in the car because eventually the car would not go. The car slowed to a stop and it refused to keep driving because it was completely totaled. The airbags had deployed. It was really bad. The people in the car, there were 8 people in this sedan.
So
8
there's
13-year-olds.
How's that possible? So there's 6 people
in the back,
squeezing in the back?
Yeah. They abandoned the car on the street because the car clearly looked like it had been a part of the deadly accident. It clearly wouldn't drive anymore. All of the airbags were out, and they get out on foot and start booking it. They run for their lives, but ultimately they were arrested. The police also tracked down the registered car owner, so the owner of the car. And he was a resident of Seoul, and he was in Seoul at the time of the crash, which is confusing because Seoul is about 65 miles away from Daejeon. So why is your car in Daejeon? Like, do you know any of the people that were in the car? Are they related to you? And he's like, my car was stolen 2 nights ago. Wait, what? So the owner of the car gave a pretty detailed interview about the series of events. He said, I usually finish work around 9 p.m. I come home, park my car in the usual spot in the parking lot. It's my favorite spot. Then I walk into my apartment building. Now, for some reason, in the middle of the night, I woke up at around 3 a.m., I think I was a little bit hungry. So I'm like, maybe I should go to the 편의점, the convenience store, grab a bite to eat, then I get a little food coma, I'm gonna go back to sleep. I was going to walk, but I have to go through the parking lot to get to the 편의점, and I just quickly glance at my little parking spot, and it's empty. My car is gone. I immediately call the police that night, and I'm like, my car is stolen, what do I do? They're like, we'll let you know when we find your car. A full day passes. The next day, no call, no updates on the stolen car. I go to sleep that night. I wake up and I hope, okay, maybe today the police are going to find my car. And they did. Around 3 p.m. that afternoon, they called to tell me that in the middle of the night last night, my car was used to kill someone. He continues. They said that some kids stole my car and got into an accident. There was a victim who died from the accident. When I heard that my car was used as a device for killing someone, my heart was beating so fast. My hands and my body were shaking. I was speechless. And I was speechless to learn that they said it was 8 kids around the age of 13 years old. Were they like 7th graders? I just couldn't believe that middle schoolers would steal my car and kill another person. He said, I was surprised on how middle school students were able to even drive my car. I mean, what kind of kid that age even dares to commit these types of crimes? It's kind of insane. It's ballsy. I can't even imagine doing something like that in high school, let alone middle school. The police end up catching 6 of the 8 killers the same night of the accident. They were arrested right away, which is exciting, right? But they were very quickly released because of something called the criminal age of responsibility in South Korea. Korea's criminal law, Article 9, states the acts of minors under the age of 14 years old are not punishable by law. So
like anything?
Anything. I mean, this is probably the worst. This is murder. I don't know how it gets worse than murder. Maybe torture and murder, but in extreme cases, you can get 2 years in a youth detention center, but that's very rare, almost unheard of. So basically, anything. These killers were released before the car owner even knew what happened to his car. That's how insane this is. They were released even though the police see them. They know that they have a history of committing crime after crime. These 13-year-olds, they know the law. They know that they will not be responsible since they're not 14 yet, and they use it to their advantage. March 28th, around 1:30 a.m., just about 24 hours before the murder, 8 kids steal a car in Seoul. This is the first car they steal because they're going to steal another car immediately after the murder. So they steal car number 1. This is the car that's going to be used in the accident, the deadly accident. They drive around the city for 24 hours. They're like hanging out, going to bars, like doing all of these illegal festivities. And 24 hours later, March 29th, 2020, at around 12 a.m., they end up in Daejeon and they kill Kun. Now, from there, they all start running. 6 of the teenagers were caught that night on foot. 2 were not. 2 kids, 2 of the guys, they were not caught. They ran to a nearby town and stole another car at 4 a.m. This is going to infuriate you. There is CCTV of them, like footage of them stealing the second car. And
how do they steal cars? I don't get it.
Okay, so I don't want anyone to victim blame because it's just different cultures. So a lot of people in Korea don't really lock their car doors either.
And key?
Yeah, some people leave their keys. And I don't know if this is true in this particular situation or true in general, but a lot of parking lots are double parked. So you got cars parked behind each other and you're trapped.
Blocking.
So sometimes people have an attendant and you leave your key in the car. And sometimes the attendant is gone. Sometimes there is no attendant. Did you know in Korea, sometimes cars are put on neutral? And so if you're,
you can move it?
So you push the car out of your way so you can leave.
Wow, that's so interesting.
So the parking culture is there, and typically with theft, especially car theft, it's not that common. Korea is filled with CCTV. Yeah. It's really hard to get away with stealing, let alone a purse, but a full vehicle.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's pretty intense.
Yeah,
so,
they really these kids probably just really don't care.
Yeah, like no adult would commit this crime because they would go to prison and it would be so easy to catch them. But these kids literally know that they will not be punished, so they don't care about getting caught. So after they use a stolen car to murder an innocent person, they steal another one. And in the CCTV footage, you can see them walking with their hands in their pockets, leisurely, as if they own this world, as if they own this parking lot. They find an unlocked car. The owner would later say that his car key ran out of battery, so he was unable to lock it before he went into the house. I'm not really sure what the reasoning was, but it doesn't really matter. It's still theft. Just because it's unlocked doesn't mean anything. The teenagers find it. They open the doors, start rummaging through the car. They're throwing out all of the owner's documents, insurance papers, just throwing them around the parking lot. They take the car and they leave. The teenagers find the unlocked car. They open the doors, start rummaging through the car, and they just throw out every single document in there. Just insurance papers, anything belonging to the rightful owner of the car. They're throwing it out straight into the parking lot. They take the car and they leave. Now, the owner realizes the very next morning that his car was stolen and he alerts the police. By then, the 2 teens that had stolen the car drove it all the way back to Seoul and the car was eventually found. Now, the black box that every car in South Korea is legally required to have, which is basically an external camera or audio recorder, it was ripped out. The last 2 perpetrators were found, arrested, and very quickly released. So all 8 of them have been found, arrested, identified, and released. I cannot imagine how infuriating this is for Kun's mom and all of his loved ones, knowing that the police know who the killers are, know where they live, know what they look like, know what school they go to, and they're just like, okay, well, there's nothing we can do about it. Just to show you how angering this law is, these kids had gotten into trouble with the law multiple times prior to the murder, if not days before the murder. So just a few weeks before the murder, a few members of the group robbed a Korean barbecue restaurant. They were found rummaging through the cash register, taking anything of value after restaurant hours. They previously stole multiple other vehicles. Then they would take those stolen vehicles to gas stations around town and rob the gas stations. There's at least 3 gas stations that we know of that they were caught robbing. Oh, I have footage of them robbing one particular gas station. In the US, each gas station pump, you can only take credit or debit card. If you want to pay in cash, you have to go inside, pay the attendant the cash. In Korea, I believe you can do it at each specific pump, meaning that there is like a little cash box inside. It's locked, but I guess it's easily breakable, because that's what these kids are after.
구미에서 있었던 절도 사고는 그러나 한 명을 제외하곤 이들 모두 촉법 소년 미만이었기 때문에 경찰 조사 후
We know of 3, there could easily be more. But these kids, they would steal cash, alcohol, whatever they wanted. They would steal alcohol from restaurants. They would wreck restaurants, tear them apart, trash them, throw out their safes. Again, this is all happening a month prior to Kun's murder. And these idiots are not criminal masterminds. They were basically caught each and every single time. There's literal CCTV of them stealing the cash box inside of the gas station stall. They even have pictures of them posing on stolen cars. So they would steal a car and post a picture on social media of them and this stolen car, but they would keep the license plate number. Like, that's how ballsy they are. They're smoking cigarettes, sitting on the hood of this car, pretending like they're in some sort of music video, and it's just bizarre. They truly do not care about getting caught. Can you imagine someone stealing a car and then posing on it, showing the full license plate number and posting it on Facebook? Like, that is not normal. So yeah, they were caught for all of their crimes, but the police would catch and release them like they're on a fishing trip. There's even a selfie that a couple of them took at a police station. One of them is smoking a cigarette. The other ones are holding up a peace sign. They're posing, and it's captioned, Kumi Police Station, Escape Plan in Progress. I mean, at this point, they are being protected by the law rather than being punished for their crimes. This is the most mind-boggling thing in so long. I mean, they know it. They're proud of it. They know that they're not going to get in trouble. Even just 4 days before the death of Kun, one of the perpetrators stole a car, got into a car accident. Thankfully, nobody was injured or fatally wounded, but there were articles and headlines talking about this accident, talking about how a minor had stolen a car and crashed it. The criminal, the minor, decides to repost the article on social media and laugh about how he broke the law. It was making headlines, and guess what? Nothing happened to him. He captioned the repost, 갔다 온다, and it kind of translates to be right back, almost poking at the fun that if he commits a crime, he goes to the police station and is immediately released. Like, 갔다 온다, like, I'll be right back. That's what you say when you are going to the supermarket to pick up eggs. Like, 갔다 온다. Even his comments are out of this world. It's a bunch of middle school kids giggling. Others are commenting, fine, you caught me, it was me. Some are laughing like, oh my God, this is crazy. LOLOL. You're a star. LOL, you're so popular. This is so funny. You're just out here filming your own Fast and the Furious. He even responded to that comment saying, Fast and Furious? Yeah, I hit like 125 miles per hour. And again, if you've been to Seoul, it's like LA, it's like New York. Have you ever really thought about hitting 125, not even on a freeway? I mean, even on a freeway, most times that's illegal. But in a city? 4 days later, Kun would be murdered. And even after a man is now dead, a son is now gone, the police let these kids go. Do these killers show remorse? Do they change? Because that's what the law is supposed to be for, right? The kids under 14 have no ability to critically think. So they need guidance to know what's right and what's wrong. And they're getting this guidance and learning from literally murdering someone. So one of the perpetrators posts on social media, after today's accident where someone died, I will never drive another car again. I don't even know how to feel about that. You know when you get food poisoning from eating oysters and you're like, oh, I'm never going to eat another oyster ever again. Like that's the energy of this post. His friends commented, oh, we f***ed up. I guess he starts getting some comments of classmates being pissed off at what he did or saying this post isn't funny because he gets very pissed off and he starts responding to these people. First of all, I wasn't the one driving. Second of all, we didn't purposely kill the guy. People need to know something before they open their mouths. It gets worse. Even though the police are clearly not doing anything about it, the public starts hearing about this case, and slowly the identities of these perpetrators are basically getting out. So their social media accounts are getting out. Most of it was due to their fellow classmates being so disgusted by their actions that they would post about them to out them, which, like, good for them. After the murder, some of the teens were actively posting on social media showing zero remorse. One posted a selfie and said, "Please wait for me if I go to jail." Another one said, "One selfie before I go to jail." Another wrote, "I'm going to go to prison, so write me a lot of letters." No, really, I'm going to go to jail, so you better write me. And don't say you guys don't have enough time to write me letters. Just write me a letter and send it to me.
Wow, they really think it's a joke, huh?
Yeah. Another one wrote, "Please write me letters. Let's all be healthy and see you guys after a month. Love you all, my friends." Heart emoji. A few of the other perpetrators were outed because they had incredibly despicable conversations with fellow students. One perpetrator texted her friend, "I killed someone. In Daejeon, I got into an accident and a man died." The friend responded, question mark? What are you rambling about? Are you being serious right now? Yep. They said, yup. Where are you? Right now? Home. At the Daejeon intersection, I got into a car accident. We were all taken into the police station minus the girls. The friend that the perpetrator was texting ended up screenshotting these texts and posting it on social media because they said they were disgusted at the perpetrator's lack of remorse. I mean, even the yup, like just all of it was so gross. The way they even conversed about what happened was so disrespectful. I'm so like it's not about you. When the perpetrator found out, they texted this friend back saying, "Hey, you R word. Your friend is on the news and you're sharing our text saying it's crazy, huh? This is really not normal. It is crazy. Like, you are crazy." Sorry. What? You think I killed that guy because I really wanted to, huh? But you better not tell your other friends that I'm part of this. Don't even freaking dare. I think everybody already knows it's you. No, they don't. They don't know it's me and redacted. Another killer and his classmates' text messages were also revealed. The classmate texted one of the killers, "Why don't you guys say sorry after murdering someone?" The perpetrator said, "What? You want me to apologize to you? How about to the victim? We're taking care of it on our own, so mind your own business. But you call yourself my friend, but you abandoned me in my time of need?" The classmate responds, "Who wants to be friends with a murderer?" And he responds, "내가 죽였냐?" And I wish you spoke Korean right now, honey, because, okay, for those of you who speak Korean, you're going to understand just that phrase itself. But for those that don't speak Korean, I'm going to try to break it down as best as possible. Now, it does loosely translates to, did I kill him? But it's not that simple. So there's at least 3 ways of saying, did I kill him in Korean? The most proper way is 내가 죽였다고요? Which is honorifics. Maybe the proper way, if a police officer was like, oh, you killed him, then I'd be like, oh, sir, like, are you asking if I killed them? That's kind of how you're doing it. Then you have the non-honorific way of saying it, which is 내가 죽였어? Which is comparable to did I kill him? So when you read that in Korean through text message, you could read it as did I kill him? Did I kill him? Wait, did I kill him? Did I kill him? So there's a variety of ways to interpret it. But when you write it with 냐 at the end, 내가 죽였냐? There is no other tone than what? Did I kill him? That is the only way it's read in Korean. Like no one can say that as like 내가 죽였냐? Like it doesn't work. It's 내가 죽였냐? That's the only way. So the fact that he's typing it like this, even after murdering someone, like someone is dead, it is so telling. His classmate responds, even if you weren't able to fully mature in your head, shouldn't you be able to think with your so-called brain? But I almost died too. You really crossed the line. Forget friendship. Friendship aside, you crossed the line. Yes, that is why I'm taking time to reflect. I hope you regret what you did. I am regretting and reflecting, but I'm just pissed off that everyone is blaming and cursing us on Facebook. Did you eat something bad? I don't see a single hint of reflection from you. If I were you, I would just be quiet after all of this is said and done. But instead, you guys are going on Instagram Live, laughing, having fun like nothing's ever happened. I don't know if you guys will go to jail or not, but I hope that you guys will never make the same mistakes after this. Even you should know not to cross this line. I'm really ashamed that I ever called you my friend. Don't contact me again. And you know what? Yeah, you deserve to be criticized online. A hit and run, driving without a driver's license? The perpetrator responds, I mean, yeah, fine. You can curse about it if you want to. I mean, even if you think about it objectively, you don't think it's too much? But that still doesn't make me a murderer. If you're not a murderer, isn't just being a bystander to this at fault too? Bystanding is also at fault, but why did you call me a murderer then if I'm not? Who said you're a murderer? You did! Well, I guess you're similar to a murderer. You were in the same car. No, well, murder means a man who killed a man. These text messages were also released to the public, but there's more. One of the girls that was in the group that was at the scene, she texted a classmate that kept confronting her about what she did, and she texted that classmate, don't f with me. The classmate responded, sure, murderer. And she responds, you better stop f***ing around before I run your mom over too. Or do you not even have a mom? So I don't know if there were allegations that her mom had left or if she's being raised by a single dad, but it seems like extra personal. Side note, when these text messages were released, most of the perpetrators' names were blurred, but other classmates and students started outing them. A lot of their social media has been made public and since then been deleted, but regardless, these text messages being released showed everyone, the public, it proved that these perpetrators, these so-called kids that we need to protect, they don't have remorse. They never even privately apologize to the victim's mother. And I'm not saying that they should go and put on a full freaking show. I would never even think that they would do that. But I would imagine that their parents would drag them there and force them to apologize. Kun's mom was interviewed and she said, I can't even see my child anymore. Yesterday, I cried all night long. Today, I'll probably cry all day too. I'm never going to forget my son. Nobody contacted me. Normally, perpetrators at least say things like, I'm sorry, or my apologies. But I never even heard those words. So their promise and their text messages to their friends that they're going to apologize and reflect, all lies. They never apologize. One of them allegedly even had other things in mind. So this is said to be a text message conversation between one of the killers and a fellow classmate. The killer allegedly texted her nonstop about how he wanted, which people were shocked for a number of reasons. Someone is dead because of you, and also the fact that this is a 13-year-old talking in this manner, in this aggressively pushy way. We have no idea if this girl is a classmate, a friend, a girlfriend, but it doesn't matter because he's clearly making her uncomfortable. He texts her after the murder, let's do it. Not like immediately after, but this is what he's thinking about. No, I don't want to. Oh, come on, redacted name. She doesn't respond. Hey, full name. Yes, let's do it. I don't feel like it. I want to do it so badly. Please, I want to do it so much. I think I'm going to go crazy. She doesn't respond. He texts her back. What are you doing? Just laying here? Hey, please, I just really want to do it so badly. Let's just do it once, just once. And he keeps bombarding her with like, hey, hello, hello. And she responds, right now? Yes, let's do it. I promise I'll finish fast. I think even just to see these text messages from anyone, regardless of age, is so disgusting because, I mean, I'm sure most of us have felt this situation where someone is just so pushy and you're like, I'm clearly saying no, but they're not taking it seriously. But then if I freak out and I'm like, hey, I said no, what, like, is my life in danger? Is something going to happen to me? And you know what's going on here. She clearly doesn't want it, but the fact that they're 13 and the fact that someone died and this is what one of the killers is thinking about. Once all of this gets out, a South Korean broadcast called The True Story from NBC, they went to go interview all the perpetrators, anonymously, of course. So they're minors, meaning their voices will be distorted. Their faces will be covered by a mask and a hat, but even then, still blurred. So they locate one of the girls' houses and they go knocking. Hi, we're from NBC Broadcasting and we just want to ask you a few questions about the accident in Daejeon. A girl can be heard screaming through the door, just leave! But the crew keeps trying. A few hours of this back and forth, the girl finally agrees to do an interview, but even the way she does it is so disrespectful. She goes, I'll do the interview, just go outside for a second. The broadcast was able to interview two of the perpetrators, both girls, and they were asked, how have you been doing since the accident? Like, what's been going on in your mind? One of the girls says, we're feeling guilty and reflecting on it in our own way. I just hope that you guys, the reporters, can stop calling me. If you care about the victim or his family at all, I think you should let the police handle this one. You guys are truly taking it too far. Side note, Kun's mom was being interviewed. So she was selectively talking to reporters. She never complained about the reporters. I mean, the fact that she's saying this is literally just saying, stay out of it because the police are handling it and the police are just going to let me go. The reporters ask how the crime even started. Why did you guys even decide to steal the car? The girls respond, I mean, I found out that my friends were all driving a car and they were all in the car, so I joined them. We drove around, we stole money from a doll crane machine, went to a few other areas, had something to eat, rested, hung out. After that, one of my friends asked us to pick him up, so we picked him up, and then I think we hesitated on where to go next. We were thinking of going to Busan, but my friend said it was too early to head all the way to Busan, which is a far drive, so we went to Daejeon instead. The way she describes this, it doesn't even sound like she's giving a police report or an interview about a murder. It sounds like she's at the grocery store deciding what type of apple they were getting. They're like, oh, then we decided to do this. Like, should we go to Busan or Daejeon? Just the lack of empathy. Her tone is very much, yeah, we killed someone, but what are you going to do about it? There was no shame, nothing. The public was so shocked that there was only one victim with the way that these girls are describing the day and describing their personalities. Like, how is this possible? And the question is, where the hell are the parents? I mean, it sounds like they didn't even come home for nearly the whole day, 24 hours. Where the hell are the parents? And how much are we to blame the parents in something like this? So I'm not a parent. I don't know if I can even have a clear answer to it. All I know is I was 13. At one point, I never stole a car and killed someone. The girl continues, we were waiting for a red light and suddenly a police car made a U-turn. So the police car was going straight, made a U-turn back towards us, like all of a sudden. So we were scared that we were going to get caught. So we ran the red light and hit that motorcycle. Our car windows were all shattered and the airbags popped. The car wasn't even able to drive anymore because, it was totaled. So my friends and I got out and